And welcome everyone to Hot Brain 3. It's really great to see you all here and for everybody also online. We have a range of speakers today, and you'll note that each session is going to begin with the lived experience of a person, people with neurological disorders who've experienced or been thinking about the consequences of climate change for them and their families and the people they care for. I think it's really important that we remember that in amongst all the statistics and the big numbers and the concerns that we have at global level, it is of course individuals who are going to be affected by this, including all of us. I'm really pleased to introduce our first speaker for the day, Stephanie Smith. Oh, there. Who is going to be telling us about her experiences from the perspective of a mother and a carer and a working mother with respect to climate change and particular disorders. So let's bring your talk up.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Smith, and I'm going to talk to you today about a condition that is very close to my heart, Dravey syndrome. Alongside being a trustee for Dravey syndrome UK, I am also mum to 13-year-old twins, one of whom has Dravey syndrome. Dravey syndrome is a devastating form of epilepsy, which occurs in around 1 in 15,000 live births in the UK. Alongside unpredictable and often treatment-resistant seizures, other characteristics can include intellectual disability and a whole spectrum of comorbidities, including autism, ADHD, behaviours that challenge, and difficulties with speech, mobility, eating, and sleep. A diagnosis of this condition is completely devastating and life-changing for all of those involved. Seizure-related premature mortality is a major issue and a constant fear for parents. Balancing the needs of a person with Dravey syndrome is exhausting and can feel like a full-time job. From the point of the first seizure to diagnosis and educating yourself in a condition that is not widely known or talked about, there are so many things to consider. Trialing medications that may make things worse or cause other problems. Functioning off little sleep, which if I lose my train of thought today, you might be able to forgive me. Behavioural issues, communication issues, the list is endless. There are many variables as a parent or carer that are out of your control, so you try to risk assess everything and control absolutely everything that you can. Environmental triggers are something that affect many people living with this syndrome, from bright sunlight to dappling effects in the trees or car, to heat, wind, cold. The climate can cause additional challenges to a syndrome that already has enough. Heat and sudden temperature changes can bring on a seizure, with seizures often requiring emergency care and can result in weeks or months in hospital. Young children are particularly at risk and often struggle to maintain and control their body temperature. Increasingly hot summers and heat waves with unpredictable hot spells and then damp and cold spells all add to the burden of living with this already devastating condition. And many of the other comorbidities can also be affected by changes in temperature, such as cognitive function, alertness, and mobility. In 2024, I was honoured to become a trustee for Dravey Syndrome UK. Since 2009, Dravey Syndrome UK has been the only UK charity dedicated to improving the lives of families affected by Dravey syndrome. Today, we support nearly 600 families living across England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. And our mission is to bring hope to families living with Dravey syndrome through support, education, and medical research. Alongside providing emotional, practical, and financial support for families, we also educate professionals to improve diagnosis and management. We fund vital medical research with our work underpinned by the support of a world-class medical advisory board chaired by Professor Helen Cross. We want to be able to support families going through this journey and through collaboration and sharing experiences, hopefully learn more. As mentioned, I am not just here to talking as a trustee, but as a parent living with this condition. So I know firsthand how something that many people don't ever think about on a day-to-day basis can be all-consuming to a parent or carer trying to keep their Dravey child safe. For many, the rise in temperature and unpredictable weather patterns is of no concern, as it doesn't really affect them, does it? More sunny days, warmer weather, great, because what Brit doesn't love to complain about the wet and miserable continent that we live on? But for living with a syndrome that is impacted by the changes we are seeing, believe me, it's petrifying. It is something out of our control, something that we feel helpless about, and something we try to manage. But unless one of you here knows the secret to controlling the weather, it's something we cannot do anything about. Or is it? This is my son, Jake. At 5 months old, brought on by temperature. It was extremely hot. He had overheated, and we witnessed what we thought would be the scariest thing that we would ever see. But unfortunately, it wasn't. A tonic-clonic seizure. To witness your child in a seizure and have no way to stop it, to not know what's caused it, to not know if it's going to stop, is a fear that you cannot explain, and one that never leaves you. We were assured it was brought on by a temperature and would probably never happen again, or at worst we might see the odd febrile convulsion, and we held on to these hopes for the next 8 weeks. But unfortunately this was not to be the case, and the seizures began to creep into our lives. At first always with temperature, and then without. After months of trialling medications and not knowing the cause, our doctor requested a genetic test, which confirmed that Jake had an SCN1A mutation. And we were given the devastating diagnosis of Dravey syndrome. Since then, Jake has trialled several drugs, had the VNS implanted, and we tried to control, but we have accepted to have control over Dravey, and it will always control us. Alongside the seizures, Jake has autism and a global developmental delay, but he also has many wonderful traits, with Dravey syndrome not defining him. He is funny and has boundless energy, which I love at 3 a.m. in the morning every day. He is incredibly loving, and he is stubborn in a way that I have never ever seen, which often drives me to the brink of insanity, but I remind myself it's the reason that he is still here. His resilience and determination inspire me every day, and like many parents, I want him to have the best future that he can have. It became clear to me from Jake being a young age that heat was not his friend. As soon as the hot, stifling, humid days would arrive, it would become a vicious battle to keep the seizures at bay. As soon as his temperature would climb above 37.5, we were at seizure risk, and Jake endured countless seizures at the hands of the weather. We began to dread the summer months and spent money and time coming up with solutions to try to keep him cool and protect him. On hot days, we would stay in, but that could cause problems, as sometimes it was as hot inside as it was outside. We would go for long drives in the car just to try and keep him cool. We could have been an advert for portable fans, as we have them in every single room. We planned days out to the coolest, shadiest areas that we could find, and we never dared consider going abroad for the beach holiday his twin sister so greatly desired. When other people were outside, we were prisoners inside. We would give him paracetamol and put him in the coolest clothes we could find, and would have endless battles with him to try cooling vests or have damp clothes on his neck, which unfortunately with his sensory needs he hated. Life felt like a battle, and it all because of something that we had no control over, the climate. We considered moving and spent hours researching various options. The weather became our enemy. We would dread summer with the heat it would bring and dread winter with the cold and germs it brought. We even had to take care in how we cooled him down, as it became apparent that sudden changes in body temperature were equally dangerous. On a hot day, if Jake jumped in a cold paddling pool, the sudden change would bring on a violent seizure. If we went to a pool and the water was too cold, or the water was warm but the changing rooms were cold, seizure. We overcame as many of the problems as we could. We selected pools that were warmer or safer, or hot tubs so that we could heat the temperature to a safe level for him. So many things, but we couldn't control the environment. As Jake has gotten older, his tolerance to temperature has improved, but it remains a trigger. And as the days get hotter, we spend more time indoors, which is something he hates, as it results in behavioural triggers. Something many people don't talk about or consider is the cognitive and emotional impact that temperature has. When Jake is too hot, his mood deteriorates. He becomes grumpy and he can't understand why he feels the way he does. His awareness and concentrate massively reduce, and he will often appear drunk-like. His coordination and his mobility get worse, and he will stagger about to fall. His school staff know they will get no productive learning from Jake when he is like this, and they see an increase in behaviour challenges. He will go off food and not want to drink, so dehydration becomes a risk. I know compared to some people living with this condition, we are lucky, as some are much more severe, but it has changed the way we live our lives and the way I view a weather report. While most of you in this room will have felt elated at the recent sunny run and will dread seeing the cold, wet front that will undoubtedly appear again soon, for me, it's a relief, as it's one less thing that I have to try to manage and control. It isn't just my son who lives like this. This is Guy. Guy is 8 and lives in the northeast, and like Jake, has Dravey syndrome. His mum has said that temperature is a massive trigger for Guy. If it's too hot, he will seize. Too cold, he will seize. The wind and rain can also cause seizures. If Guy is outside and the wind or rain is directly blowing in his face, he will seize. On a recent school trip, when the weather had dropped rather cold, even though he was inside and was wrapped up in a hat and gloves, his temperature dropped. The staff were moving around, so hadn't felt the cold, but due to Guy being in a wheelchair and not moving, his body temperature had dropped quickly. He went into a seizure, and staff then realised his lips were blue and he was so cold he was shivering. Even playing outside in the colder months for Guy is a challenge, with his mum detailing countless calls to the school where he has gone out in the wind or rain, and then his body temperature has dropped too quickly, resulting in seizures. The hot months are more challenging, with Guy having to wear minimal clothes, sometimes nothing at all at night, and the family spending money on air conditioning units. The beach, for Guy, is always off limits, and sadly, due to the exposure on the coast, it's a guaranteed seizure trigger. This is Jacob. He's from the South Midlands and is 10. Jacob again struggles with extreme temperatures and quick changes in temperature, and this was much worse when he was younger. His mum said they could often not go out, as even though he was not photosensitive, the change of light going from outside on a sunny, bright day to inside would bring on a sudden seizure. He would seize in the wind and rain also, and would seize if the temperature outside or inside even hit 27 degrees. Like many others with this condition, the family have to research everywhere they take him prior to going. He can never ever use a public pool, a hotel pool, as the temperature in the water is too cool, so they have to book him into specialist hydrotherapy pools. The family have never risked taking him abroad, as they fear that the pools that aren't heated would cause seizures. The family use a combination of cooling vests, mats and warm water play in summer to keep him cool, and again have spent their own money installing air conditioning units at home. The school Jacob attends have also had to install air conditioning as he was having too many seizures, and it remains a constant source of anxiety for the family. There are so many families struggling with this, and when speaking to them, here are some of the comments that they had to make. One mother said, "My son 9 overheats really quickly. This has always been an issue for him. He can't seem to regulate his body temperature in the heat. A few minutes outside in the sun or running about and his face is red. He gets clammy and his behaviour becomes erratic and a little challenging, and he gets very uncomfortable." Another parent stated, "School reduces his time outside to 15 minutes each time. Spends time in an air conditioning room afterwards, which has worked very well for him so far this year. Last year, he had to miss things like sports day, as it was just too hot for him. It's a constant battle during the hotter days to keep him cool. He's not had a known seizure from the hotter days, but if we all didn't work hard to keep him cool, he most probably would." He gets hot and uncomfortable quickly. We have an aircon unit at home and fans and limit his time to running around in the sun. For another child, they stated, our son always reacts badly to temperature change as well as extreme temperatures. These extremes and changes will provoke a seizure. He has experienced seizures if his bath is too hot. If he goes from a warm outdoor day into an air-conditioned room or into a cool pool from a hot day, we'll have a seizure. We spend most nights monitoring room temperature, adjusting blankets and windows to try to maintain a steady temperature, and it can be exhausting, especially when our children might not have the vocabulary to identify whether they are even feeling too hot. And finally, one parent said, ever since she's hit puberty, my daughter has become sensitive to high temperatures. If the weather is above 25 degrees, she will have a seizure. So in summer, she's home a lot. Whilst some of you may sit here today and question if this is something just impacting on neurodivergent children or children with complex medical needs, I'm going to argue that it's not. Through my role as a teacher in schools, I have seen firsthand the impact that temperature, in particular, has on a child's ability to learn. The right enabling environment is key to getting the best from our children. It's key to us as adults. Ask yourself how you feel sat in a stifling hot office with no air, and question if you can perform your best, because I know I can't. When observing children in a mainstream setting, I notice their ability to focus and retain information is greatly impacted by temperature. On hot days, you can see their attention span is greatly reduced. They become fidgety and unsettled, tired, and sometimes unable to focus or problem solve to the best of their ability. Often you will see more arguments at playtime, and emotions, particularly in younger children, can be more unsettled. For children sitting SATs or exams in the warmer months, I would argue that care should be taken to ensure they are in an environment that is conducive to aiding their cognition and focus, as sitting in a hot room with limited airflow will hinder their ability. It's something that should be so obvious, but it's something for some reason we are all overlooking. Climate change is real, and it's affecting every single one of us, not just children like Jake and Jacob and Guy, not just people with additional needs and conditions. It is affecting everybody, and it is only going to get worse. For my son and children like him, it's an additional challenge they really don't need, as frankly, they already have enough. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you really summed everything up there very, very well. Are there any questions for Steph? I can start off if you like. So I think you've made clear that this isn't just about looking after and thinking about understanding Dravey syndrome or working in climate change. It's both, isn't it? It's doing one in the context of the other. And I'm just wondering, when you are involved with medical services, do you have discussions about this with your doctors?
Yes, we do, but it's not wildly known, so particularly for where we live, because I'm from the Lake District. It's not something that they think about, and we've often had situations where Jake has been taken into hospital and he's been put in a side room or on a busy ward, and for everybody working in hospitals, it gets incredibly hot, and then he's gone into another seizure. So the place that you've taken him to keep him safe has actually then caused him to have multiple seizures, and it's something that we've started to talk about, and they know now that when he comes in, they have one air-conditioned room, and that's the room they need to try and put him in, but they're now seeing it affecting other conditions and other children, which is something that they've said they hadn't really ever thought about.
Any other questions? Yeah. Mark, what do you think about, I'm going to ask you a question. Mark. But I'm just wondering what you think about this in the context of the burden imposed by climate change on the population as a whole, because we're hearing about what's going to happen, you know, and what's already happening to your son. But this is going to be a much, much bigger problem. What do you think that we're going to be able to do, if anything?
So to preempt my talk, thank you very much, Sanjay. The key thing is the society and the structure. This is why we've got Priti giving a fantastic talk after me, because it is about how the system is set up. So, for example, if you were living in Dubai, like friends of mine, guess what? During the summer, you do not go outside. But the house, the car, the shops are all at a certain temperature. And so therefore you can control the environment. When you live in a temperate society like ours, where we're not used to heat, sun, we don't have air conditioning in every school, which of course we will need. So again, it's a massive infrastructure. Humans can live at minus 30 degrees in the Arctic because we have adaptations to it. We can live at 45, 50 degrees in the tropics because we've adapted to it. So again, two things. If you happen to be poor or you happen to be in a country that's not used to climate extremes, then you are incredibly vulnerable. So we're in the unfortunate position of not having adapted to climate that does occur occasionally, but will occur much more in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, but that is difficult because from a point of recently building an extension for my son, we were forced by building regulations to put so much insulation in the house. The house is now too hot for him. So that's actually created a new problem, but building codes insisted that that was the level of insulation we had. The house is now too hot, so we're now going to have to invest in an air conditioning unit.
Yeah, the complexity is really huge, isn't it? And needs to be thought through in a really complicated way.
Definitely.
Yes, thank you so much for your talk. And I really empathise as a person with an epilepsy, not Dravey, but with an epilepsy. I really struggle in the summer as well. I have to get a tub. I'll be working, but have to put a tub under my desk to put my feet in. Otherwise, I will overheat and literally be half dressed because otherwise I can't work. And also going to bed is a real problem because our buildings, as you were saying, are not built for the heat, and it can get hotter before it gets cooler, which in my case can increase seizure risk because I don't get the sleep I need. So I'm just wondering if, I assume you do, but relate to that.
Absolutely. And it's that ongoing battle because the tireder he gets, the more seizures he will have, which we see.
Right.
And that also affects his quality of life because I think obviously for us a massive focus is controlling the seizures, but I want him to have a good quality of life. I want him to learn. I want him to play. I want him to go to school. And when he's tired and he's not slept, that affects, I mean, we all know what we feel like. I know that I live off very little sleep, but I know that that doesn't have me at my best. But it's so hard, like you say, to try and control every temperature, and you can't, and the temperature will drop or it will suddenly climb. I think if we were somewhere it gradually climbed up in summer and you can build up a little bit of tolerance, but we literally can go from one temperature one day to getting up the next day. And it's something that all families that we talk to struggle to manage, and you have to pinpoint everywhere you go and everything you do because of it.
Indeed, and thank you for mentioning quality of life because, as you said, this is far beyond seizures, and a bit like with many epilepsies, including Dravey, seizures are one symptom as well. So thank you.
Definitely.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who's already spoken. Mark Maslin is Professor of Earth System Science at UCL and the Natural History Museum of Denmark, and Joint Pro-Vice Provost of the UCL Climate Crisis Grand Challenge, and a leading scientist with particular expertise in climate change and the major challenges facing humanity this century. In 2023, Analytica ranked him the #1 global sustainability thought leader and influencer. And Mark's written several books, including How to Save Our Planet, The Facts, and Climate Change, A Very Short Introduction. And I've read both of these, and I have to say they're a really excellent way to get up to speed with what's going on and what we can do. So Mark, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sanjay. So again, thank you. This is my third hot brain. I was joking earlier that sort of I think Sanjay would drag me back to the 50th one as well. He's asked me to try and sum up where we are with climate change. And I love starting with this slide because it sort of resonates with the medical profession, which is, of course, in 2020, we were deeply worried about COVID and flattening the curve. And this was a huge global issue. And I love this because it really sums up that sometimes when there are bigger, longer term crises like climate change, we tend to focus on the minutiae. So, climate change. Let me just reassure you, we've known about climate change for 150 years. A brilliant female scientist, American scientist and feminist activist, Eunice Foote, discovered the greenhouse effect. She did this incredible, simple experiment, which is she took two test tubes, one full of air, one full of CO2. They both had thermometers in, and she left them out in her garden. And as the sun came up, the one with CO2 warmed up quicker, got to a much higher temperature, and cooled down slower than the air. The greenhouse effect was discovered. Of course, not to be outdone, of course, John Tyndall, 5 years later, built this equipment, which you can still see in the basement of the Royal Institute, and measured the greenhouse effect of each gas. And we now know that the most important greenhouse gases are water vapor, followed by carbon dioxide, followed by methane, nitrous oxides, and then those nasty ones that we've created like CFCs and SF6. So we've known about the greenhouse effect for 150 years. So what is climate change? Well, I feel a little bit like Brian Cox, which is it's just simple physics. It is. And this is why this whole climate change denial strikes me and many scientists as odd. It's like arguing that, nope, gravity doesn't exist. If you jump off the building, you may or may not drop. It's just physics. The reason being is the sun. Sun produces a huge amount of energy. Most of it is light. Okay? And it passes through the atmosphere. Now, just because some of you are a little bit more knowledgeable, the UV radiation is absorbed by ozone in the upper atmosphere, which is great because it stops us getting skin cancer and damaging our DNA if you wear sunscreen. Now, of course, most of it then just passes through and the atmosphere is almost invisible. A third of it reflects back into space, bounces off white ice sheets and the land and the ocean, but 2/3 of it absorbed by the actual ocean. Now, imagine you are outside. Now, I feel after what Stephanie said that I can't really turn around and say lying on a beach with a nice cocktail, okay? Okay, so I'm not going to say that. But when you're outside, you feel hot. The reason being is because the light from the sun hits your skin and converts to heat, and you radiate that heat away. That is exactly what happens to the Earth. You're radiating that heat. And this is the magic of the greenhouse gases. The greenhouse gases hold that heat for a little while, keeping the Earth warmer than it would be. You stripped out all the greenhouse gases, the temperature of the Earth would drop by 35 degrees. Now, that would be an English summer of about -15 degrees and an English winter of about -35. So greenhouse gases, good. Except, it doesn't help. What are we doing? We're putting a lot more in. So this is the Keeling curve measured at Mauna Loa in Hawaii, though I believe Donald Trump has now closed that down. We have the highest level of CO2 for the last 3 million years. And just to actually sort of put it in context, again, if you like skiing or snowboarding, I suggest you get it in now because guess what? Snow cover is dropping massively and has been since the late 1970s. Summer Arctic sea ice extent. This is when the BBC go up there and go, look, the Arctic is melting. It is. And this is a geeky one. Okay, so imagine that 70% of the world's surface is ocean. Imagine the top 1 kilometer of water, and this is the amount of energy that has absorbed due to increased greenhouse gases. For us scientists, this is the thing that actually scares us because it's just like heating up a huge radiator, which is then keeping the world much warmer. Sea level was 3 millimeters per year, which doesn't sound very much until you remember that infrastructure can take decades to change. We're now up to about 9 millimeters per year. So where are we? So we're right at the top right hand. We have basically hit 1.6 degrees. Now, many of you have heard that sort of like in Paris 10 years ago, we said we will keep the world to 1.5. Yeah. I also like the warming stripes. So this is a brilliant idea by a friend and colleague, Ed Hawkins at Reading University, because of course, guess what? Most people don't get graphs, whereas nice climate stripes and colors really shows that warming. And by the way, because you have to do a little bit of prediction, 2025 will probably be in that range. So somewhere in possibly the third warmest year on record. Okay, so last year was the warmest year on record. That's the black line. You can see that every month until sort of like late summer was the warmest month ever recorded. And if we put 2024 into context, and this is, of course, error bars. So what is our certainty that the temperature was 1.6? That gives you the error bar. And you'll notice that 2023 and 2024, huge gap between the actual previous years. Oh, and by the way, we think that 2025 will be somewhere in that gap. But you can tell me I'm wrong next year. So how does this look? So this is the temperature going up, and this is the forcing. This is carbon dioxide, methane, and other greenhouse gases. So for some reason, up until 2 years or 3 years ago, you know, our predictions and the observed materials were showing us that climate change was where we were expecting it. Yeah, until the last 2 years where climate scientists have gone, oh, it's warmer than it should be, and we're not quite sure why. Now, of course, some people have turned around and gone, it's El Nino. Yeah, except unfortunately, as you see on the far right-hand side, we were having a little bit of a warming spike in 2023, but we're now into a cooling phase, but temperatures are still going up. So climate change now is seeming to exceed what we were expecting. So how does this relate to human comfort and safety? And I have to say, I've had the great pleasure for the last 2 decades of working with the incredible medics, both at UCL and around the world. And there are, I would say, 4 things that we have to consider: shelter, heating, cooling, and hydration. So this is a diagram that actually comes from a brilliant book called Boundary Layer Climates from 1985, if any of you can remember that far back, and I've colored it. And the interesting thing is there's a small comfort zone. Our physiology likes to be, maybe 23 to sort of like 27, depending on culture, depending on experience, and a humidity between 20 and about 75, okay? Now, I'm going to ram this home. Humidity, 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 because lots of my medics friends are great, but they just talk about temperature. The humidity effect is absolutely critical when we're talking about physiological controls on humans. Okay, so this is the England temperature for, and this is the wonderful stripes. Oh, and I just thought to try and raise your morale. Okay, yeah, you can buy a tie. Good. See, I'm just trying to break this sort of like, oh my God, we're all doomed. Tesla. Now, of course, now when I put this up, I didn't realize that Teslas. Yeah, exactly. Teslas are a bad thing. A friend of mine actually has a Tesla and has a bumper sticker that says, "I bought this before Elon went mad." I should have put that picture up there. T-shirt, I can actually afford a T-shirt, but I'm not going to afford the leggings, okay? Right. I'm also going to quickly point out, why does the 1.5 limit matter? Why do we keep banging on about it? Why was this so important from the Paris Accord? Now, the reason being is because this is last year. This is a global 1.5 warming. Look, there are some places that have warmed by 2, 4, and even 6 degrees. So global 1.5 degree warming can result in 3 to 6 degrees warming in particular places. Mainly the Arctic and Antarctic. There is the polar amplification. Oh, try saying that without any coffee. So therefore, 1.5 means a whole range of temperatures. I've just summed up here. This is NOAA's, and let's hope NOAA keeps going. This is the 2024 list of all the extreme weather events that occurred around the world. This includes major hurricanes, heat waves. We had sort of like the Persian Gulf extreme storms, where they had 3 days rain in less than 24 hours. So why are we worried about extreme weather events? And I'm going to take 2 examples, and there's many, many. The first one on the left-hand side is the big picture is a mock-up. So about 5 years ago, we put together a mock-up, which was, this is what England could look like in 2050. You know, look, we've got 40 degrees in London and perhaps 43 degrees in sort of like the west of the country. Little did we know that in 2022, we were actually going to have a heat wave of 40 degrees. Now, let me put that into context. The peak temperature in July for the last 10 years is 24 degrees. That's the peak. That's why we go on holiday, okay? So this heat wave was 16 degrees, not 1.5, 16 degrees than it should have been. And we think there was 2,700 excess deaths over the summer because of that heat wave. And that's because elderly and the vulnerable, as we've seen, really are affected by heat waves. On the right-hand side, this is the number of potential days working outside that were lost around the world. There's been a 50% increase since the 1990s. So that is when you go out to either be a construction worker or a farmer, and physiologically you go out there and go, yeah, I can't work. Physically are unable to because of the temperature humidity combo. Okay. So what are the effects of climate change? We are getting more extreme storms, floods, droughts, heat waves, and wildfires. Okay, you've seen them in the news. Okay, they come up almost weekly alongside Donald Trump extreme weather. There may lead to food and water insecurity. I put may. The reason being is because food security, we produce enough food for 10 billion people. There's only 8 billion of us, but 825 million of us go to bed feeling hungry every night because of a lack of food. Okay, so that's about resources and money. May lead to migration and conflict. This is always a big one. Climate change is going to cause environmental stress, and people are going to migrate and cause wars. Actually, if you look around the world, humanity is very good at creating conflict and migration without any excuse whatsoever. Okay, but it can be a threat multiplier. So what about the future? And I show this slide because as a scientist, what you really want to do is have a world, lots of planet Earths, double CO2 and what happens, you know, half CO2, strip CO2 out of the atmosphere completely and see what happens. Except we're not allowed to. We're doing a massive experiment on this planet anyway, so what we have to do is recreate it in the lab using supercomputer climate models. So what do they tell us? Well, the biggest problem is the physics in these models is exceptional. Okay, brilliant understanding of almost all the parts of the climate system. The biggest problem is, of course, you lot. And by you lot, I don't mean you, I mean the whole global population. Okay, so how many people are there going to be by 2050? What energy are they going to use? What type of economy are we going to have? More globalization, more regionalization, more isolationism? So what we do is we work with the world-leading economists and social scientists to construct scenarios, which is a fancy word of going, yeah, let's make up some stories about what the future could look like. Okay, so the first one is if there were no climate policies, we will be looking at 4 to 5.5 degrees warming. This is what I was shouting at people and looking a little bit hysterical 10 years ago. The interesting thing is we can probably discount those now because of changes in policy around the world and mainly economics, because renewables are now so much cheaper than fossil fuels. We've probably avoided that doomsday scenario. Current policies, about 3.1 to 3.7 degrees. And if all the pledges that were made in Glasgow at COP26 are realized at 100% success rate, 2.4 to 2.8. Now you notice that's a long way away from the 1.5. And the other two pathways, the 2 and 1.5, is because the leaders of the world declared that we were going to keep climate change to 2 degrees with an aspirational target of 1.5. And then they went to us scientists and went, yeah, we now need you to show us how to do it. And there was actually an argument with the then chair of the IPCC who said, no. They went, no, we're telling you to do this. And he went, but you're not going to do it. So we're just modeling something you're not going to achieve. No, we need to know. So the IPCC modeled this, and this is the pathways we have to follow if we want to keep to 1.5 or at least 1.2. So why is climate change so important? Because for me, all it does is move the arrow. Okay, I know this is quite simplistic, but literally all it does is make things hotter and more humid, because the more heat you have on the planet, the more moisture goes into the atmosphere, and we're doing that. So we're moving everybody towards the heat stroke and the limits of work, which is much lower temperature. And so that's what you have to bear in mind. That is what we're doing. So climate change also affects our climate hazards. And as we saw from the fantastic opening talk by Stephanie, that we have to think about climate hazards. And climate hazards are not just, oh my word, the whole city's flooded. They are small heat waves, extreme changes in temperature that occur over a short period of time. We have to individualize these climate hazards because it's individuals that get affected. Of course, vulnerability is increased by illness, disease, gender, age, occupation, and inequality. Exposure, injury, displacement, job loss, observing the negative impacts can have a huge effect on people's mental health as well. So it's not just the physical risks to people's health that we have to think about, it's the mental health risks as well. Follow-up studies from flood victims have shown that up to 10 years later, there are still major consequences for people's health, mental health, due to having their home, their safety net, completely destroyed by water. So, just to sum up, the Paris Agreement, which I keep coming back to, says that if we are to avoid the worst risks, we need to cut CO2 emissions to net zero during the 21st century. And I love this understatement, by the way. Achieving this will require complete transformation of energy generation, industry, infrastructure, and personal behaviors. So everything in your life has to change in the next 25 years. Okay? So small scale stuff. And this is why. The red line is our emissions up until today. To get to net zero, we need to, drop emissions by 2050 to net zero. That means that if we do emit anything, we suck it out of the atmosphere to make sure it's a net no gain. But what we don't tell you, because that's scary enough that we have to completely remove any emissions whatsoever, is, and I'll say this very quickly, and for the rest of the century, we had to suck CO2 out of the atmosphere to maintain the 1.5 degrees, and let's not talk about that, okay? Right, so this is the huge challenge of this century, to do this, and hence, technically feasible, just question mark, is my title, because we've already pushed through 1.5, and the world isn't transitioning quick enough. It is transitioning, but not quick enough. So we need win-win solutions for every part of the economy and society. And I'm so glad that Priti is following me, because, of course, I just scare you. She provides you all the solutions. I love that. Climate scientists, engineers, like, oh, it's terrible. Yes, but we have a solution. So, I'm just setting her up. So just to finish off, I love this cartoon. So this cartoon came out before the Copenhagen conference in 2009, which was disastrous for many, many reasons. And I love this because there's somebody like me at the front going, look, if you're really sensible, we can have energy independence, preserve the rainforest, sustainability, green jobs, livable cities, renewables, clean air, clean water, healthy children. And then there's somebody at the back who, wow, looks very familiar. What if it's a big hoax and we've created a better world for nothing? Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mark. And you're right. If I'm around doing this in 50 years' time, I will still be calling you back. So we've had two talks from the kind of individual to the population and global, which I think really encapsulates the range of things that we need to be thinking about. And Mark, before you go away, there might be some questions for you. I saw someone with a hand up. There we go, at the back. Medina, right at the back, Medina. At the back at the top.
Thank you so much, Mark. I first heard you speak about 10 years ago at the Royal Society of Medicine and was fully converted and changed my career. Could you please, in your very clear way, elucidate the difference between the 1.5 or 1.6 that we're now hitting with the ambition of the Paris Agreement to keep below 1.5? And some articles have been saying that because we have a 30-year cycle of looking at the weather meteorologically, that we haven't hit 1.5.
Okay, so the question is, have we crossed the 1.5 limit or not, just because temperatures have peaked and gone across it for a year? So, and I'm going to get a bit geeky. It used to be that climatologists, before climate change was recognized, thought that climate was the average of 30 years of weather. And that has persisted through sort of like denial and things like that. The problem here is we now know that climate changes on a yearly basis now because of climate change. For me, we have gone through the 1.5. I suspect that the 2025 may be about 1.5. It may be slightly lower, but we've already pushed through that. What is being discussed now is, as we are going through that in this decade, can we bring it back? So the question now, and what you're seeing in the literature is, well, when have we technically broken it? And if we technically break through it, can we bring it back? So there's a wonderful paper about overshooting. Right, we've overshoot the 1.5. How do we bring it back? But the key thing is you have to remember that Paris said 2 degrees. Okay, now it was wonderfully that there was an aspirational target about 1.5. And I think the issue, and I'm sorry to elucidate this, but we scientists and I would say the environmentalists have set us up to fail. We have put a target there and we're not going to keep to 1.5. And the biggest problem that I have with these sort of targets is, of course, people are going to go, it's 1.6 and I'm still okay. And my family's still okay. Oh, there's a few people suffering, but, you know, they always suffer. So this is the biggest problem with having targets, which is if you go through and the world doesn't end, what does that mean for target? That probably didn't answer your question, but I know you wanted a technical when have we actually passed 1.5. Yeah, I think that's going to be argued, I think, by the next couple of years. Yeah, nothing. When we don't have a year that ever goes below 1.5, I think that's when we really know that we have pushed through. That was a long answer. I apologize.
Mark, that's it's really helpful to hear things explained so clearly, I think, for for people who are generally not climate scientists, I think, in the room. Do we have any other questions in the room, or it's about 80 people online? Don't know if they have any questions. Seems not. Okay, thank you very much, Mark. It's my pleasure now to introduce Professor Parikh, who's director of the Bartlett School of Sustainable Construction and trustee for the Institution of Civil Engineers. And Priti heads UCL's Engineering for International Development Research Centre, researching infrastructure solutions to improve health and well-being of communities in resource challenge settings globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mark, for setting up me for failure here. So good morning, everyone. I'm an engineer. So my big passion and dream is to provide infrastructure to every person on this planet. As you can clearly see, that is not happening. Okay, so we've got billions of people on this planet who do not have access to the basics, things that we take for granted: drinking water, which is safe, sanitation, electricity, clean cooking fuels, the very, very basics. And perhaps when I come back to the 50th hot brain, I'm sure we would have delivered all the infrastructure we need to address those challenges. And I remember years ago talking to people doing my PhD, and they all said, Priti, there's no point in talking to us, the engineering community. You need to talk to people who make policy decisions, who invest in basic infrastructure, and you need to talk to experts beyond the discipline of engineering. And that's why I'm here today, basically, to talk about why infrastructure environment is so important for health, well-being, especially for vulnerable populations. And a lot of my work has been situated internationally. And for everything I do, infrastructure is the key entry point, because we've seen around the world that investing in good infrastructure is so important. It does lead to health and it does lead to well-being. And in some instances, we can even argue that it's kind of overcome or overtook the advances that science has made. But yet, investment in infrastructure is not happening. We're not seeing those improvements in what we call very basic services. And you must wonder why. It's not as if we don't know how to design toilets and taps and pipes and networks and electricity grids and solar panels. As human beings, we have that technical know-how. I grew up in India, where we have some of the finest engineering institutions, one of the most advanced space research programs. We recently had a mission called Chandrayaan, where we had a successful mission to the moon, but we struggle to provide those basic services. And for me, that is the question around what are the institutions, what are the structural changes we need to deliver those basic services. Growing up, my father's an engineer as well, so I had the privilege of being involved in a project in India, a slum project, where we delivered infrastructure. And we worked carefully with houses, keeping the houses and shacks intact and working around those dwellings so as not to move the residents, not to disrupt their day-to-day lives, to provide those infrastructure services. And a key part of that process in working with those communities is just getting over that mindset that because people are poor, because they live in shoddy housing conditions, it means that we deliver solutions which are poor. And my entry point there was a kind of keen budding engineer who wanted to deliver infrastructure. But what I was struck by, and I think that memory still stays with me, is the fact that engineering solutions then led to improvement in health and well-being. It led to improvement in terms of income, education, health of children. And that was something that really took me by surprise at the time. So years later, I went back to those slum populations, those communities, to dig deeper and understand why infrastructure was transformational. And what this graph shows is on the basis of responses from 100 households, if they had $100 to invest, what would they prioritize in terms of their investment? And the blue line shows what they would have prioritized if they did not have access to basic infrastructure services. A lot of people get surprised by this one because they would expect employment to be right at the top. But in reality, the message that people are giving here is we need the basics. We need to be able to have access to water every day we wake up in the morning, which we know is safe, which is suitable for our children. We need to have access to sanitation, roads, electricity, storm drainage, which is for flood protection, and then housing, land, employment. And as I said, a lot of people get surprised by this because it feels like surely you should be thinking about jobs, surely you should be thinking about education, health, housing. And then I ask the question of, well, if you've got the basic infrastructure, then what your priorities are, which is the red line, and that flips, where people then start thinking about land tenure, thinking about employment, kind of the quality of life aspect. So what's happening here is using infrastructure as an entry point, we shifted people's aspirations from lower order to higher order aspirations. So instead of waking up every day, surviving, rushing, queuing for hours for clean water, queuing for sanitation services, people now had the bandwidth to think about education for children, well-being, health, all those important elements of quality of life. So, and that's where infrastructure is transformational. And that's where if you're thinking about well-being of children, if you're thinking about cognitive development, infrastructure is a key lever. And also infrastructure yields multiple kind of benefits and what I call a multiplier effect. What happened in one of the communities that I worked with, you'll see in the slides, this is an aerial view of the community. There's the top slide, and then the lower slide, you'll see that people are beginning to improve their housing stock. So then people started investing in better floors, brick walls, which meant that the housing stock went through a transformation, which meant kind of better, more comfortable conditions within the house. And this was not funded to the project, so people started investing their own resources to do this on the back of a successful infrastructure intervention. And also it started to lead to employment because infrastructure meant people were healthier, they had more working days, better housing stock, education. So it also started to lead to further livelihood creation, which meant families had more resources to invest in health, education of children. So it started to break that vicious cycle of poverty to a degree. Now let's think about infrastructure in a different way. Sustainable development goals. So I led a team of experts from multiple disciplines at TCL, and that's, I think, one of the great things about being at TCL, that you can knock on doors for colleagues who have expertise in planning, geography, health. And as a collective, at that point in time, we reviewed all the papers published on sanitation. Now, the reason why I picked sanitation is that's one of the goals lagging behind the most. That's one of the stickiest problems that we are unable to address. And we found through evidence that sanitation benefits all 17 goals and 130 out of 169 targets. So what this means is sanitation is non-negotiable for achieving the sustainable development goals, whether it's thinking about climate agenda, health, equity, poverty, gender, you name it. You do need to have those infrastructure services. And we did a similar exercise with energy systems where we found similar results. Synergies with 17 goals, 143 out of 169 targets. And that goes to show that infrastructure is a key lever for well-being. And interestingly enough, quite a lot of synergies benefits were around inclusion, maintaining diversity and human well-being. And it was through potentially safeguarding water systems, benefiting from energy and waste nexuses, reduction of disease, thinking about ways where we could be creative and start using human wastewater for food production. It still seemed to be a little bit controversial, but it is possible in controlled settings. Looking at safeguarding livelihood, but also thinking about environmental contamination, integrated climate action. Because think about this, if you do not have safe sewers, there are parts of the world where people dispose of human waste in the ground, in pits. And if you have flooding, there is a risk of contamination. So actually having sanitation means it really breaks that kind of pathway. But also, as an engineer, I like things to be nice and neat in a box. But clearly, that's not how our world works. This is a piece of work we did with WaterAid, where we were trying to understand all the interconnections between the goals and with infrastructure, such as sanitation. And at first, we looked at this going, oh my God, how are we going to navigate this? How are we going to solve the challenge of infrastructure? But there is an advantage to this, because you could use an entry point to leverage wide-ranging benefits. So for example, if you provide good sanitation in schools, it means that you are also hitting the goal of education, gender equity, poverty reduction. Similarly, if you improve those facilities in health clinics, then it's about improving health. But once again, it's about equity, poverty reduction, gender. So in effect, if you use the right entry point, it can lead to wide-ranging benefits. And that's kind of important kind of evidence kind of chain on which I'm working with the South African government in eThekwini municipality to use infrastructure as an entry point to work on multiple goals and targets across ministries, including ministries of health and education. Now, it feels like I'm coming back to full circle, because a few years ago, I was stood here in this theatre talking about children in Rajasthan. And this is a project led by Professor Monica Lakhanpol, who is a professor in Institute of Child Health. And we joined forces, an expert in health and engineering, we joined forces with the question of why is it that in a part of India, in rural Rajasthan, where food is produced in abundance, children seem to be malnourished. And there seems to be potential links with cognitive development. And why is this the case? And that was quite an interesting question, because logically, if there's food production, then how can you have malnutrition in a region? And how can you have children who are stunted? And this is literally families, rural families, who were engaged in agriculture. But looking at the environment, what was interesting, and something which had not occurred to me as an engineer, is children often play on the ground and they crawl. So in a way, they are more exposed to that contamination, whether it's contamination through livestock, because livestock and humans cohabit very closely. Just generally children playing on ground, especially in areas where you have food preparation, damp areas, those kind of areas. General contamination, contamination due to poor management of human waste, livestock waste, contamination of food, drinking water. But children are much more exposed to that, especially at the stage of life when they are crawling. They are the most vulnerable to some of those environmental factors. So as good scientists do, we decided to go and map through focus group discussions all the factors that affected well-being, stunting for children in a village. And we, through focus group discussions, interviews, numerous discussions, set to do it out using something called the socio-ecological framework, which is looking at factors which affect children at multiple levels. Now, this is a complex visual, and as you can see, multiple linking factors in terms of markets, in terms of access to infrastructure, agriculture, forest products, healthcare, institution, politics, you name it. What I then did is sit down and think about what are the factors which link with environment and infrastructure. Now, one of the reasons, surprisingly, that children were malnourished here is feminization of agriculture. Climate change led to migration. So men moved to cities. So women ended up taking on the burden of agriculture. On top of that, they did not have infrastructure. So it'd be another 2 hours to sort out water, cooking fuels, sanitation needs, dispose of wastewater, all those things. So that meant that they did not have time to cook meals for their children. The kids would stay with the grandparents, and the grandparents would give them biscuits and crepes. So that was the issue. It was not about the lack of food or food production, it was the infrastructure and the time burden due to poor infrastructure on women, compounded with the stressor point of climate change and how that was kind of disrupting families in the communities. And we found other pathways and links. So not having access to clean water, that had an impact on kind of well-being of children, disease, and also a lot of young children were getting into this vicious cycle where they were continuously falling ill. And as they were continuously falling ill, it meant their ability to absorb nutrients started diminishing. And that also started impairing cognitive development. So as you can see, it was not just simply about delivering infrastructure, it's about the whole ecosystem to surround them and support them. And yes, the government was running a campaign on delivering food packets, but the problem was not the food packet. No one had time to prepare. So the food packet program in isolation would not work. And that's where we came in to say that actually you need an integrated, interdisciplinary, holistic intervention, which integrates education, health, and environmental interventions. You need to be working with schools around those aspects. You need to be delivering some of that infrastructure, improving the environment, and reducing the time burden for parents who have stayed back so that children are well looked after. So in terms of recommendations, we started looking at some of the structural barriers, because it's not just about the amount of water, the quality of water that is delivered is so important for food preparation, for contamination, sanitation. We went and walked around toilets. Well, what we thought were toilets, and we opened it up, and those sheds, which were built by governments, were used to store grains. So it's an example of how sometimes people don't really take into account sanitation needs, and then those solutions remain underutilized. And then people were disposing of human waste in ground, which then led to further pollution due to flooding. Hand washing, both the training, but also delivering clean water, energy access, LPG, electricity. If you think about cooking and clean cooking, why it's significant because if we think about indoor air pollution, if you think about emissions, it's due to charcoal, it's due to those products. And the people who are most harmed by this would be the mothers, but also young children who play around when mothers are cooking. So we developed a holistic integrated package for interventions, which included both physical structural changes, but also kind of aspects of behavior change and awareness campaign and engagement. But this comes back to the point of fairness, because some of us are privileged. Like today, in coming here, I could just open the tap and a new water would come out and I'd get ready in half an hour and I could just be here. But there are parts of the world which do not have that privilege. But the sad part is that the world is not just. So populations who bear the burden of climate change and poor infrastructure are not the ones responsible for high emissions. It's the reverse, where we have the richest 10% who are responsible for 50% of emissions. As you can see, once again, it's the global north-south divide when it comes to emissions. But the worrying, the terrifying fact is it's those vulnerable populations who are most adversely impacted by climate change at the moment. They are the ones who have most disruptions in their life. We talked earlier about the disruptions we're seeing here and going to see here. Those things are already happening in the global south. Those things are already happening to populations living in informal settlements, slums, in rural communities. And we have another ticking time bomb, which is the slum population. So in sub-Saharan Africa, in cities, the slum population is going to double in the next decade. So we have groups of people who do not have access to infrastructure, already adversely affected by climate change, vulnerable, poor, and those populations are going to double, and we do not quite have a solution for that. And yes, there could be a solution of let's take those people out and move them out of cities. But that's going to be in some cities 60% of the population. Those people are the kind of workforce. They are the heart of living bodies, of our living cities. So doing that is not going to be feasible. So whilst governments have tried to do that as a solution, it has never ever worked. And within that, so communities, they bear the double burden of poor infrastructure and climate change. Women, they face the triple whammy in terms of gender, infrastructure, and climate. With climate change is about the increase in disease, because quite often women in families act as kind of frontline workers. It's about water scarcity, because with hot weather, if water gets scarce, you have to walk longer distances, and you have to walk longer distances in extreme heat conditions, which has negative impact. It's also about water quality and exposure to different types of chemicals. Extreme weather, flood events, quite often women are not able to go out alone or swim, so evacuation becomes challenging. Migration was touched on earlier. Migration is happening, not necessarily just due to climate change. I think we know why migration is happening, but that leads to women being left in settings where they do not have the social networks and fabric, so it's unsafe, leading to violence, loss of income, feminization of agriculture. That leads to then malnutrition, but also the time burden for women and girls, and the mental stress, the stress of knowing that actually you have to spend hours going out in the heat, collecting water, keeping yourself safe. There are women in East Africa, in DRC, for example, who get raped when they go out to collect cooking fuels. So it's kind of a combined stress as a result of poor infrastructure and climate. And children, I mean, children are our future. And if you think about children as of today, they live in a world where we have poverty, we have conflict, we have a housing crisis, malnutrition, compounded by the fact that they have poor access to infrastructure around the world, and then the additional stresses and shocks of climate change, whether it's in the form of heat waves, whether it's in the form of flooding, whether it's in the form of droughts. So COP30 is the COP of youth, and in anticipation, we've been campaigning for children and climate, but thinking about more child-centric plans, policies, thinking about financial instruments, but thinking about resilient infrastructure centered for children, which could be used for schools, health clinics, but evacuation hubs for learning centers, but also thinking of children as a change agent for climate change, because they are the ones who are going to bear the burden. They are the future generation, and they are the ones who are acutely aware of the impact. So to conclude, I just wanted to say that if you're thinking today about well-being of children, cognitive development, if you want to tackle malnutrition, I would urge everyone to think about housing infrastructure, the built environment as a critical piece in this equation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Priti. I think it's really important to have this context. Now, when we were putting the program together, we were thinking, so we're going to have a geographer and an engineer speaking at a health conference. But in fact, I think we can see why it's really relevant, isn't it? Because for the health of the brain, in health or disease, you need the whole environment to be safe and healthy. And I think it's really important that we think about all of these different interconnecting elements together. I think
and I remember when you approached me, I think my first question is, I'm not an expert on brain development, but this is what I can talk about.
Yeah, these things are, because of course, if brain development is impaired, that leads subsequently to additional neurological disorders and difficulties. I think we've got time for one question. Any questions online? No? Okay, thank you very much, Priti.
Thank you.
So extending this theme of exposures to the brain and the importance of a healthy environment for brain development, brain health in health and disease, we're going to hear from, this is a recorded talk from Professor Agustin Ibanez, who's director of the Latin American Brain Health Institute at the University Adolfo Ibanez and professor in global brain health at GBHI at Trinity College Dublin. Professor Ibanez is committed to making a significant impact on global brain health through research addressing environmental factors, including social and physical exposomes and their interactions. Thanks, Jan.
Hello, everybody. It's a great pleasure to me to provide this talk in this wonderful conference. I will want to focus in how climate change can be understood in relation to brain health, in particular when considering multiple different exposomes. So those are my disclosures. So first of all, I will try to bring the attention of why brain health research, and particularly dementia research and aging research, that are my fields, are really needed systematic address of different exposome contributions. Then I will try to clarify this, why we need this to create really precision models. I will bring recent approach that I have developed in the field of neuroscientific research that connects whole body health together with exposome. And I will bring some ideas for future agenda and how to address complex or challenges in the field. So by precision brain health, we try to understand that we need models that can be generalized, that can be applied, used in different populations, and can have broader impacts. The problem with that idea is that we really need to incorporate more diversity. Usually diversity is understood, as kind of diversity related to gender or race. But in precision models, diversity means many things, like, data representation, having more heterogeneous data representation, data integration, like connecting different metrics of the brain health together with whole body measures and exposome. So in connecting extracerebral metrics of diversity in the models, and then bringing a third component that is developing computational models that are able to address this heterogeneity in data. For that, we need to, really personalized, probabilistic, individual models that can tackle heterogeneity. But also we need to address, the huge variability. When we start to look at the impact of the exposome, the cumulative burden from physical factors like pollution to social factors like, socioeconomic inequalities, we really need to understand variability. Why some individuals exposed to high level of adverse exposome, have a kind of resilient health, and why others are more exposed. So we need to understand resilience, and resilience can be connected with exposome and environmental factors through a continuum that goes from genetic resilience to individual psychological resilience, but also environmental resilience. I will come back later on this idea. The other thing is why. So my friend Johnny Miller published this very nice figure. If you have been born, on the left or the right side of this picture, all your socioeconomic life will be completely different. But what we have learned and inspired by this is not only economics changes, it's brain health changes. Depending where do you live, let's say this person, same person with the same genetic background, by living in different contexts, socioeconomics or environmental or exposomic content, we have, a different allostatic interoceptive network responses to environmental demands. We have more risk for cardiovascular and cardiometabolic disease if they live in, in the private exposomic context. And we have larger biomarkers regarding, cardiometabolic, metabolic, immune, inflammatory, or even neurodegenerative parameters. And of course, they will have less capacity for self-organization or coping with emotional self-regulation in response to the environmental demands. This is why we need really to develop a kind of neuroscientific project, a kind of approach that is more holistic, more, transdisciplinary, I would say. So first of all, we need to understand that when we try to tackle brain health, we need to have a more synergetic model. That means that we need to leverage different contributions from exposome to shared physiopathological pathways, also, to genetics, but also lifestyles, And we need to incorporate that to understand not only, clinical cognitive, but also computational modeling of the disease. These effects are really, really trans-nosological and impact both psychiatric and neurological conditions. We also need to measure real life. One example is in cognition, that we want to try to understand in cognitive neuroscience or in neuropsychological assessment. It's usually something that I call a domesticated cognition. So it's a kind of artificial segregated cognitive process that never happened in real life. So for that, we need to develop, more ecological assessment. And this is why to put in the focus in environment, not only to exposome, it's really relevant to understand cognition in its context. But one important missing aspect when we see some studies of exposome and brain health is the whole body. So first of all, the way that the environment impacts in the brain is through the body. So from physical exposome like pollution or heavy metals to social exposome like structural inequality or stress, the internal exposome metrics are not restricted to the brain, like allostatic overload responses, right? So, but also epigenetics, inflammation that happen in the cardiovascular system, the cardiometabolic system in general. And we really need to understand how the body is a really, really important factor between the exposome and the brain health. Also, because when we try to understand the exposome, it's not only about diversity, it's many times it's about disparity, how different socioeconomic impacts through the lifespan create different trajectories for understanding brain health. This is very important, and this is why Global South is really important. For instance, cardiometabolic diseases are really, really more prevalent in these regions, and we need to develop models that can understand their impact on brain health. But one aspect of whole body health is the interoception, the capacity to sensing, monitor, anticipate, and regulate body signals, especially in response to environmental demands, to allostatic loads created by the environment. We have been working on that from a neuroscience cognitive perspective, trying to understand how the interoceptive signals are really important to manage stress and to manage the responses to environmental demand, the responses to the different exposomal factors. So we have been working with different pathologies, but especially with frontotemporal dementia, and especially with the behavioral variant of frontotemporal dementia that have strong interoceptive deficits. We also have provided, spatiotemporal metrics of the brain, trying to address the specific interoceptive signals and how they impact multiple other cognitive and affective systems in response to environmental demands. We have shown that these interoceptive signals in the brain are really associated with dysregulated allostatic responses involving clinical, cognitive, and brain metrics. And we also have shown that the interoception is really intertwined with emotion and social cognition across neurodegenerative diseases, but especially in frontotemporal dementia. But not only interoception, also the cardiovascular risk. It's very important. In this work, we combined different metrics of cardiovascular risk and showing that have a direct impact in the allostatic interoceptive network. So making a connection between the body, the regulation of the body through interoception, and the impact in critical areas for allostatic interoception that we will see that they are impacted by exposomic effects later. So not only cardiometabolic interoceptive signals, in general, understanding the health of the different organs is really important. The organ clocks agenda have already shown that sometimes, having information about organ clocks at the level of accelerated aging of the organ, it's more relevant to predict neuropsychiatric symptoms like the proper brain metrics or brain clocks metrics. So this is why I think that it's very important to combine this set of metrics. Let's focus now in the social exposome, like the kind of factors that are associated with social environment. So first of all, we have shown that the structural inequality of the brain have a huge impact in typical metrics of the brain with EEG, like complexity, connectivity, or periodic metrics. And these effects are really stronger, like typical modulator of the brain signal, like age, education, sex, or cognition. We also have shown that educational disparities, a core component of the social exposome, explain many of the individual differences in the brain in terms of structure and functional connectivity, and are associated with increasing burden in aging and dementia. We also have shown that not only years of education, but the quality of education, that is a core aspect of social exposome, not frequently studied, have even a very large effect in comparison with the standard metrics of education, showing a strong effect in both, in the brain resilience in terms of atrophy and functional activity. We have also shown that the social exposome in more complex terms, like the combination of the social determinant of health that includes, education, childhood experience, income, assets, profession, many socioeconomic metrics, but also social or violence-related metrics, when those are assessed in combination and across the lifespan, have a strong effect in the clinical, neuropsychiatric, cognitive, functional phenotypes, but also in the brain phenotypes, again, in terms of atrophy, connectivity, body, and aging and dementia. Even more simple metrics like, the Gini coefficient that measure the inequality across a country have a linear association with the structure and function of the brain, especially in underserved regions with larger social exposome impacts like that in America. But the exposome is not just one variable. By definition, the exposome combines the combination of multiple metrics from the environment that have an impact across the lifespan. So in this first work, we used computational estimation of brain aging using deep learning and higher order interactions to show that, a specific region of the globe, especially Latin America, tend to have a larger accelerated aging in the brain, both in aging and dementia, but also this effect, it's associated with some exposomic metrics like, socioeconomic inequality. And this is the first study we published with a climate change related variable, that is pollution. In this other work, we start to address the impact of multiple exposomic metrics across accelerated aging in 40 countries. We estimated the degree of delay or accelerated aging using protective and risk factors, and then we use it to leverage how exposomic variables impacted them. So first of all, regarding just region, Africa have the largest accelerated aging, followed by Latin America, then Asia, then Mediterranean and Europe, and then Europe, North Europe have the healthy aging. So we also shown that the income of a country is directly associated with the impact in the accelerated aging. But most importantly, the combination of different social, physical, and even socio-political exposome really increase the accelerated aging of the brain. Highlighting not only the impact of the different physical aspects like pollution again, but social aspects like, socioeconomic inequality, but even socio-political factors that really induce accelerated aging. In a more recent study, we use a similar approach, but combining multiple exposomes like air pollution, green space, physical temperature, precipitations, water quality, climate disasters, health indicators associated to environmental changes, as well as social exposome. And that we found is that at the level of brain aging, using brain clocks, that the combination of exposomes, so it's not the climate change by itself, but the combination of variables associated with climate change with other physical exposome and social exposome have a huge impact associated with larger accelerated aging, and develop a more precision models in order to explain the variability between the predicted age and the chronological age of the participants. So with this idea, I think that we can really start to think in a kind of more syndemic, ecological, synergetic approach of environmental factors that interact with biological internal processes. So for that, we need to do many things. So first of all, we need to leverage individual difference that, like education, age, gender, cognition, socioeconomic status, nutritional, sleep, lifestyle, etc. But then we need to connect them with more ecological settings, so where the people lives at the neighbor city, state, or country, in order to connect with available information regarding social and physical exposome. And we need to develop an agenda that address multiple whole body and brain metrics, not only focusing in aging clocks or epigenetics, but really trying to understand the holistic impact that these micro to macro levels of variability from individual to exposome have in the brain health. But also we need to understand the genetics interaction. We have been using a kind of dualistic thinking, like if this is environmental, it's not genetics, or genetics are more power or less power than environmental factors. And I think that this is not the right approach. We don't know almost nothing in Latin America, for instance, about how physical and social exposome interacts with different genetics and epigenetic factors to increase or decrease the risk for many diseases. And we don't have really robust disease models that capture this synergetic environmental by biological interaction. And I think that this is the future. We need to move into tailored initiative, personalized models that incorporate both environmental and genetic factors at individual level. This is a must to develop truly personalized model that can have a translational impact. I think that we are very far away from that, but at the same time, I believe that it's an imperative to move in that direction. One example is a project that we are developing in which we will leverage environmental factors, including social and physical exposome, how they modulate not only brain clocks that we already have developed, but now, different epigenetic mechanisms. We will leverage different aging clocks and also methylation metrics to understand how adverse factors induce accelerated aging and what are, the factors associated with resilience or protective effects. As I am cognitive neuroscientist, I have been thinking how this can be incorporated into the brain metrics. A big challenge for understanding the environmental impact in the brain is integrated metrics. So first of all, we need to understand how to combine different metrics of the brain, like, atrophy, connectivity, structural connectivity, brain metabolism, or cytoarchitectonics. So current biophysical models through the use of priors and semi-empirical modeling allows to integrate these metrics and developing a kind of low-dimensional representation of these multiple variables. At the same time, we can start to use extracerebral metrics through order parameters to understand how the health of the body or exposomic metrics produce change in the dynamics of the brain activity. I think that this is essential for cognitive neuroscience to being able to have a transdisciplinary impact that goes just beyond the field of neuroscience. We have been working to develop regional global settings to understand the impact of climate and exposome metrics in the brain through different global south and global north parts of the world that are essential to understanding this variability in exposome. So I would say that it's just the starting point. I think that all models for addressing the interaction between environmental and biological model of brain health are at very early stages. We have very poor metrics. We need to develop more robust models, but I think that we are in a tipping point when we need to really try to move the agenda into precision brain health models. So that's it. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to further discussions.
So Professor Ibanez is not able to join us for questions, unfortunately. And maybe just before we stop for coffee, which I think we all need, just one question maybe for everyone to think about. So the exposome has always been an issue for brain health. Inequality has always been an issue for brain health. How do you see climate change in this overall context? Do you think it's the most important thing we should be thinking about, or one of many factors? What do you think? I'm looking at all the climate scientists and engineers and others in the room. Any opinions, anyone on that?
So that's a very strange way of forming it. If we all lived perfect lives, if we all had fantastic shelter, if we all had sort of like air conditioning, and we all had sort of perfect climate regulation wherever we worked, lived, etc., then we could probably cope with any climate change. But we saw from Priti's talk the huge inequalities in the world, but also within countries. Think of the poor housing stock in this country. Think of the extreme poverty in this country. We have people going to food banks. So actually, the question is, the reason we worry about climate change is because we haven't fixed everything else. And because we haven't fixed anything else, climate change is going to have a huge impact on the most vulnerable, those who have underlying conditions. And so I think it is that, yeah, if we could fix society, then yeah, maybe we wouldn't have to worry about climate change. But if we fix society, we wouldn't be pumping a load of pollution into the atmosphere. So it's that holistic approach that we need, which unfortunately I have to say the engineer presented very nicely.
It's just a bit unusual because as engineers, we're not known for being holistic, but it's also about building asset and building resilience. Because you're more able to withstand those shocks and stresses if you have all the infrastructure, if you have the asset base, but also if, as Mark was alluding to, if the world was a more equal place, then all of us would equally be able to withstand the shocks and stresses. But at the moment, we do not have a level playing field. So some people simply cannot withstand those shocks and stresses. They're too vulnerable. They're worrying about where the next meal is going to come from. They're making trips to food banks, poor housing stock, no electricity. So if there's a shock on top of that, they cannot cope. And that's going to get worse and worse.
So the engineer and the geographer have made really eloquent arguments about what needs to happen. And it's really difficult. But what do they think is going to be the most effective ways to make it happen? Because it is, to a simple person like me, it is partly around deep policy change and governmental top-down change. But that's sort of happening only very slowly, isn't it? But maybe that question is too hard. I don't know.
Okay. I'm going to quickly say that's why engineers like me need to provide evidence in bite size, which is accessible, which policymakers can get and understand, and they can get in minutes, and also advocating for more nature and people positive solutions. So thinking about delivering infrastructure, and we talk about putting in more air conditions, but that has an environmental impact, right? So putting in more air conditions by itself is not going to work. So thinking about solutions which are nature positive, environmentally friendly, so we protect the environment, but also which benefit people.
Yeah, I find this really a frightening conversation. I may be the only Americans here, maybe, and we're just watching the extraordinary influence of politics on, arguably the richest country in the world with the most impact on everything. And our president just basically eliminated all of the grants in the U.S. that are destined to be studying climate. So it's frightening how fast you can go backwards if your politics doesn't stay attuned to the world. And it's really hard to explain. But I find it sort of wonderful and frightening to hear all these things said. I mean, we have hospitals. Every hospital in the U.S. that I know of is air conditioned. Most schools are now air conditioned, but that doesn't keep our politics okay.
Thank you, Eve. Maybe on that note, we'll break for coffee, and let's. Why don't we convene again at 11:05? Thank you, everyone.
So thank you so much for making it back from the coffee break. So it is my great pleasure to introduce the next few speakers. We're changing the order slightly as Mark, unfortunately, at the moment isn't online. I'm sure we'll be able to get him online later. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Eve Marder. And actually, you can see, oh, it's already up there. There, look. So she's at the Brandeis University. And I don't know how to really sum up your career because it's huge. I mean, sort of like, and there's bits I'm supposed to say, which is things like she's instrumental in demonstrating that neural circuits are not hardwired. So whatever that means. So I'm going to look forward to that bit. I love being a geographer because you can get away with murder. But I do want to say among her major awards and accomplishments are the Gruber, the Calvi, and the Gerard prizes. So we are in presence of greatness, and I'm just going to get off the stage. Thank you, Eve.
Thank you. I'd just like to say it's a great pleasure to be here, and it's actually quite fun to be in a country where I don't have to apologize for doing work that's relevant to climate change. And just to tell you how bad it is, I got the 2023 Presidential Medal of Science from Joe Biden. And when I told my program officer at the NIH that had happened, she said, "Oh, no, you didn't." And I said, "Yes, I did." She said, "Well, I don't think that's good." And that's because she was afraid that they would go through and put me on the bad list for NIH funding because of it. So we're living through a very hard time right now, but hopefully we'll make it through. So I wanted to, before starting, I'd just like to thank all the wonderful people with whom I've had the privilege to work. That includes a large number of ex-trainees, many of whom have gone on to fabulous careers in government, industry, and many of whom are now run their own labs. And I also like to say if there are any trainees in the audience, almost everything really interesting we've done is because somebody has driven us to that point. And I have a couple of very wonderful postdocs right now who are very, very determined. One of them is a really extreme climate change advocate. And she said I have to make sure I learn everything about how to restrict our use of carbon or bad things for the environment. I'm becoming incoherent, sorry. Anyway, what I'd like to tell you a story very briefly at how I got to what we're doing now. I'm going to show you what we're doing now. It started out, everything I've done started out as basic curiosity-driven science, and it led us sort of by a very strange route to questions about the effect of climate change on invertebrate species. We work on lobsters and crabs, and these are animals that fuel our food chain, and obviously these issues are important for human neurological function and disease. But I think it's really important to remember that climate change is actually acting on all those invertebrate animals that are completely necessary for human life as we know it. So the beginning of this story, I'm going to skip to just one slide to show you it, is our realization about 20 years ago that there are what we call degenerate solutions, that is to say, multiple ways to build circuits that can do very similar things, but with very different sets of underlying structures. And so this is an example of a work from a modeling study that Astrid Prince, who was in a postdoc in my lab, she built the computational model of the rhythm that we study, which is pyloric rhythm from lobsters and crabs. And this is a triphasic rhythm, and you see it there, where you see activity in 3 units, and it repeats, and it's very similar to the kind of rhythms that drive your respiration. And like respiration, this rhythm goes on in the animal all the time, and therefore it became very useful for trying to understand the biological basis of rhythmogenesis or human rhythms. And so what Astrid did is she's showing you 2 activities. They look very, very similar. But when you look at their underlying mechanisms, that is to say the strengths of the synapses or the properties of the currents in each cell, it turns out that the two rhythms are produced by very, very different sets of underlying parameters. So this led us to understand that just as you all are breathing and have good respiratory rhythms, your respiratory centers can be quite different. And it was that realization that ended us studying the effects of temperature and other things, because we wanted to understand if you had two crabs or two humans with very similar performances, as say you're all breathing, but that are generated quite differently, would you be equivalently resilient to the kinds of environmental perturbations that you see? So I wanted to say, in terms of the crabs that we study, they come from the North Atlantic Ocean. Would the animals, should they have such disparate underlying parameters, would they be equally or sufficiently resilient for the temperature changes that they see? So I'd just like to summarize many, many years of work and say that individual synaptic and intrinsic parameters can vary 2 to 6-fold across animals, even when their networks have similar behavior. So this is a pretty large amount of individual variability. So it was a study of individual variability that brought us to what we do now. And then we were looking for perturbations. We were looking for ecologically relevant perturbations with which to ask about the differential resilience. And the things that we've studied are temperature, high potassium, pH, and salinity. And these are things that the animals will deal with in their life. And these are the same kinds of issues that humans and the human nervous system has to deal with in terms of resilience as well. So I'm just going to launch right in and go into temperature. Now, if you're a crab or a lobster in the North Atlantic, and so we get our animals, we live in Boston, and we get our animals from the Atlantic Ocean in the Boston to Maine area. That's where they come from. They're fish naturally, and the animals we study are 5 to 7 years old. And I think it's important for you to realize that these animals have lived out there in the ocean for a number of years before they get big enough to be legal catch. And we compete for our crabs with the Chinese restaurants in the harbor. And we compete for the lobsters with people all over the world, except the new tariffs are now destroying the lobster fishermen, because many of those animals would be sent off to Japan and China, and anyway, that market has gone away. So our fishermen are being destroyed by our tariffs. Anyway, so what do we see? I first like to give you an intuition about why temperature has such an interesting set of effects on the nervous system. Now, this again is a model to show you. It's very simple. It's two currents: the calcium current that produces a polarization, and a potassium current that produces a hyperpolarization. So each of these models has an oscillation, goes up and down. At 22 degrees, the two models, which are different, I'll tell you in a minute, are producing a very similar behavior. But the way Max Kendall, who was the graduate student who built this model, did is he put a Q10 that is a temperature dependence on the potassium current of 2 and the calcium current of 3 in the first model on the left, and he reversed it on the model on the right, where you had the Q10 of 3 on the potassium current and a 2 on the calcium current. So the models are very similar, but the two currents have different temperature dependencies. Now you can see, as I said before, at 22 degrees, you would never know that because they're producing very much the same behavior. However, the one on the left, as you go to cold temperatures, it slows down, which is what you'd expect. And then it crashes, it goes silent at 7 degrees. And then as you go up to 27 degrees, it crashes or becomes silent in a depolarization block. In contrast, the set of parameters on the right operates over a large range. It's more resilient to temperature just because of the slight difference in the temperature sensitivities of the two currents. But what I'm showing you this for is for you to understand that the reason why temperature is so interesting and so difficult to understand is because every single biological molecule, in particular the proteins that make signaling work, has a temperature dependence because of its structure. And therefore, if each protein has a different temperature dependence, and if they're built to work together, as you change temperature, their ability to work together may be compromised. And that's why you get crashes. And that's why the issue of resilience to temperature is so interesting. And that's why you get these dramatic effects of temperature on neurological disease, because anytime, and we can come back to this, anytime you have a nervous system which is not perfectly balanced to begin with, it's much more likely to be less resilient to those temperature perturbations than others. Okay, so now the nervous system we usually study is the pyloric rhythm. And this is from crabs. This is work that Lamontagne published in 2010. And in panel A, you can see that triphasic rhythm recorded from real animals at 7 degrees. And you see PELP, PY. That's a dilator constrictor 1, constrictor 2 element of this rhythm. At 19 degrees, you see the same rhythm, but it's going much faster. And the rhythm is perfectly fine when we take it out of it, when we take this ganglion outside of the animal and put it in a dish from about 6 or 7 degrees up to about 25 degrees. So that tells you that this nervous system can function over a very wide range of frequencies. And what's even more important is that the relative timing of the rhythm is maintained over that incredible range, which just tells you that biology is really smart. Okay, that was supposed to be funny. Okay, now, however, when Lamont in these early studies pushed to higher temperatures, temperatures that are higher than what the crab would usually see, the waters, especially in 2010, we would expect the animals to see temperatures from 2 or 3 degrees centigrade to about 25 degrees centigrade. So those are the temperatures to which the animal has to deal. When Lamont pushed the temperatures higher, he got what he called crashes. And you see network A, B, C, D. They're all producing abnormal rhythms. They've all crashed, but they've all crashed differently. And they've crashed differently precisely because they have different underlying sets of parameters, and therefore they'll display their dynamics differently. So they all function fine up to, you know, over almost 20 degrees, but then you push them further and they crash. And they crash differently. That's showing you the individual variability. Okay, and now I'd just like to show you a couple of examples of the consequences of that. So this again is a modeling study that comes from work that Leandro Alonso, a model that he built. And he used a genetic algorithm to come up with a bunch of different models that were temperature sensitive from 10 degrees to 25 degrees. And then we're going to look at what happens to a couple of those. So on the top, you see a triphasic rhythm, PDLP-PY, at 10 degrees. And then what Leandro did is he removed one of the potassium currents, and you can see on the right up there that the rhythm is very disrupted at 10 degrees when he did that. However, when he then looked at the 25-degree rhythm, you notice the starting rhythm is faster, which you'd expect. But now when he removed that same potassium current, it's almost unaffected. So here we have an effect of a pharmacological blockade or a drug, if you wish, or some other thing in the exposome acting, where the effect is very profound at 10 degrees and almost non-existent at 25 degrees. And the opposite case is seen in panel B. Here again, you're starting, this is a different model, with a normal rhythm at 10 degrees. And then what Leandro did is he blocked one of the calcium currents, and the rhythm is going a little faster, but it still is fine. But when he did the same manipulation at 25 degrees, you can see the rhythm's completely crashed. So what this is telling you, it's giving you an insight into why different individuals can have such different sensitivities to pharmacological agents, and why the sensitivity to a pharmacological agent may be so temperature sensitive as it often is in some of the people we've been dealing with. Okay, so now comes the climate change piece. Now, I've told you about my crabs and lobsters all living in this widely variable water. When Sarah Haddad, who was a new graduate student in 2012, came to the lab, I asked her to repeat Lamont's experiments. I always like people to repeat things. It's better to find out that you've made a mistake when you find out your mistake yourself. But anyway, she came and she said, it's not crashing. And I said, what do you mean it's not crashing? It's got to crash. So these are Sarah's data. At 11 degrees, there's rhythm, faster at 20, faster at 25, still faster at 30, still faster at 36. And I said, you must be measuring the temperature wrong. She said, no, I'm not. And you can see that because at 36, it's going at 6 hertz, which is faster than I had ever seen a rhythm. And we later found out that the guys at Woods Hole told us that the water temperature that winter, this was done in March, the water temperature was warmer, 6 degrees warmer at Woods Hole that winter than it had ever been before, and that all the squid had gone to Maine, all the dogfish had gone to Maine. Animals, if they can, often migrate to follow their temperature preferences, as do people. Sometimes they go from Massachusetts to Florida in the winter, but our lobsters can't migrate that fast, and so we were seeing the effects of long-term adaptation and acclimation in that year. So the next year, when I first showed this, I had a graduate student meeting come up with years going, climate change is real, and I said, yeah, well, okay. Then the next years, the crash temperatures went back down, except in 2021, Mara Rue was a graduate student at the time, and she did the same experiment. And here you have 11, 15, 19, 23, 27, 31, 35. And again, we have this really high crash temperature. And then Marder did something which is really wonderful, which tells you that why it's so important to keep records. She went back to our old data, and she went back to Lamont's data. She picked out data from 2006. And if you see in green, in A, the 11 degree and the 21 degree rhythms are fine. The rhythm is completely gone. It's completely crashed at 31. Then you see in 2012, Sarah's data. She had a rhythm at 11, 21, 31, and 35. And then in 2016, these are data from Jake Bartlett, who was working the year when the crash temperatures had gone back down. The ocean temperatures had gone back down. And you can see by 31 degrees, the rhythm was completely crashed. And 2021, the crash temperature moved all the way back up. And so then Mara went back to the NOAA website that has now been largely destroyed by our government firing all the NOAA scientists. And she pulled out historical temperatures, and you can see up there the increase in the summer water temperature, surface water temperature, the winter water temperature, and the dots are shown accordingly. So take home lessons, there's a fluctuation when crashes occur according to what the ambient water temperature is. The increase in the crash temperature is more than the average water temperature has changed. And I think that's because these animals see these fluctuations, daily and weekly and monthly fluctuations, that may produce more extensive acclimation than just if you look at the steady acclimation temperature. I'm going to skip that, or maybe I won't. And I highlighted in yellow the 11 degree data because if we just studied it at 11 degrees, we never would have known that these long-term adaptations had taken place. And I think that's very, very important. When you see a person under unstressed conditions, you have no idea if their previous life history will make them more or less resilient to subsequent stressors or perturbations. Those are cryptic changes, and they're undoubtedly important in every neurological disorder. Okay, so I just like to say here that degenerate circuits can hide cryptic differences due to differential history that can alter or shape future responses to additional challenges. And then I'd like to just very quickly show you a couple of more recent experiments where we're now taking animals and we're acclimating them in the lab to either 4 degrees or 11 degrees or 19 degrees, and then trying to study their responses to a variety of other perturbations to see if we can understand exactly what the effects of acclimation are. And so the next couple of slides will just show you, I told you that these are long-lived animals and they see these large swings in ambient temperature. We now check the history of every animal that comes into the lab, and we're doing acclimations for 4 to 6 weeks because that's what people say it takes, but I think it takes longer. Okay, and then we're looking at the effects of neuromodulation and temperature. So this slide may be a little bit complicated, but the next couple of slides, I'm just going to show you that the effects of a hormone that the animal uses, called CCAP, differ according to the acclimation history of the animal. These are lobsters, and this was an 11-degree acclimated lobster. In a sense, that's a control. And we're looking at the dose response curve to the hormone. And you can see if you just look at this LP neuron, you can see it's not active, and then it turns on in response to 10 nanomolar the hormone. And if you look up at high concentrations, you have a very robust rhythm where there wasn't one. And that's when you study it at 10 degrees. When you study it at 20 degrees, the starting activity is very much less, but the response at high concentrations is actually more robust. Now, in an 18-degree acclimated animal, you can see the starting rhythm is much better than at 10 degrees than it is at 20 degrees, but the initial turn on of this LP neuron happens at a lower concentration. The dose response curve is shifted, but the final rhythm is much faster and more robust when you study it at 20 degrees. And in contrast, if you look at a 4-degree acclimated animal, this LP neuron, which is very sensitive to the CCAP, never starts firing again. And you can see that the whole response is altered. So just like to show you one more slide. And these are now muscle movements in response to stimulating the nerve. We're looking at contraction amplitude, and these are measured at 2 different temperatures in response to 2 different patterns of activity. On the top, you see responses measured at 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19 degrees. The muscle movement is robust until you get 15 degrees. And at 17, it gets much smaller, and 19, 21, it's gone. And that's in response to a slow pattern of activity. If you use a much faster stimulation, you can see 9 degrees, 11 degrees, it follows a much faster stimulation, and it follows to a much higher, at high temperatures, it follows much better. It's a high frequency pattern than it did the low frequency pattern. And then these effects are also changed due to acclimation. So I'd like to just summarize and say that long-lived animals like lobsters, crabs, and humans see seasonally and yearly changes in their environment. And we know that changes occur in all tissues. And then there are a couple of big questions. Are some environmental changes rate limiting? Do some parts of the animal or some parts of you, are they more or less temperature resilient than others? How are multiple changes in different parts of your body correlated and coordinated? And are there global sensors of function, or does each tissue take care of itself? And then what kinds of mechanisms keep the whole body functioning together? And then I'd just like to say the biggest challenge is studying physiological processes in wild-caught animals in a non-stationary world puts us as experimental biologists against a whole set of really difficult problems. They're bad enough when it's lobsters and crabs and you can take them apart. It's much harder in humans when you only see them when they present themselves. And thank you for listening.
And thanks, Eve. That was terrific. So I guess the obvious question is that the invertebrates you're studying are poikilothermic, and you're showing circuit failure at very extreme temperatures. We are more or less homeothermic with our brain temperature. Pseudo, yes.
Pseudo.
Yeah. But our brain temperature maybe changes a degree or two or a few degrees. So
more.
Do you think that the failure in neurological disease is because we don't have the ability to adapt to temperature changes as much as poikilotherms do? Or is it because our circuits are so complex that even small changes makes them fail?
I think there are a bunch of things going on. I think we've made a bargain with the devil. That is to say, we decided we wanted to be smart. So we're running close to the limit of where channels can actually handle those. You know, there could be a one kind or two kinds, 12 kinds of channels that really don't like to operate higher than 40, in which case you start seeing failures. So that's one bargain with the devil. The other thing is, we think that our brain temperatures are much better regulated than they are. There are now people who are putting temperature probes into all sorts of animals like mice and rats and stuff like that. And they actually see much larger temperature fluctuations than the homothermic. So you can see changes in rats and mice from 35 to 42 sometimes during what be normal environmental changes. So I think you all are fooling yourselves. And the reason why there's so much effective temperature on human neurological disease is because the brain does fluctuate in temperature more than people think. Right? You just don't have the temperature probes up there. But, you know, now that people are implanting DBS electrodes, there's no reason why you can't implant the temperature. A thermometer in there, right? Yeah. One little wire. Yeah.
And what were your results then, Rob?
In humans. But you haven't put them at 120 degrees.
Well, you haven't seen our hospital waiting rooms in the summer.
Okay. You shouldn't have hospital waiting rooms in the summer that are that hot.
So can I ask both of you a question then? Is it also because of the modern lifestyle? Because I study human evolution as well. And one of the key things is if it gets too hot in sort of like normal conditions, what you do is just sit under a tree, or you would just stop any functionality during the middle of the day. Siestas, we used to have those in Southern Europe. Is that change in lifestyle causing issues? Is it because we're trying to function 24/7?
I think that's part of it. When we were visiting out in Cambodia in the middle of the day, guys, we hunkered down under the trees, right? No one's moving. And we went out for a walk, and that's where we're psychotic, right? But what was I going to say? Something else about
changes in lifestyle and
yeah, I think that's part of it. But also it's hot now.
It's very hot now, yes.
Right, and people are seeing more extreme heat for longer periods of time in a more overpopulated scenario. But we have problems. I mean, we have migrant workers who are coming and picking our crops, who are now, of course, we're going to throw out. Now, I don't know, no one's going to pick our crops. I mean, no one get me started on politics again. But I think we're just pushing things much, much harder.
Brilliant. And I'll just have a plug for humidity as well, you know, because that's effective temperature. So yes, thank you very much. Okay, on to the next speaker. So next speaker is Jane Hirst, professor. She's a consultant obstetrician at Oxford. She's the chair of the Global Women's Health at Imperial College. It was going so well to that point. Not that there's any rivalry between UCL and Imperial. Director of the Women's Health at the George Institute for Global Health. Jane is a UKRI Future Leaders Fellow and co-lead of the Wellcome Trust-funded Heat in Pregnancy India Consortium, which brings together 7 academic institutions in India, 3 in the UK, working to understand the biological effects of extreme heat and humidity on pregnancy in women in India.
Thank you very much, Mark, and it's a pleasure to be here. And yes, we do look at humidity. It is definitely part of what we're looking at. So, as I say, it's a great honor to be here today. As you can see, my background is I'm an obstetrician, so please don't ask me very difficult neurological questions. But when Sanjay asked me to do this talk, it actually really got me thinking about how we're thinking about neurodevelopmental issues in amongst, you know, what we do in maternity care, and particularly around this critical exposure of heat. So my talk today is going to be sort of focused around 3 questions I'm going to address. Firstly, I'm going to talk about, you know, what is the epidemiological evidence for any sort of association in this area. Then talk about what are we thinking mechanistically is going on, and, you know, a sort of spoiler alert, there's a lot of gaps in that space. So I think all of us realize that a lot of science still needs to be done there. And then finally, I'm going to finish off with a couple of comments around, so what can we do about it? Like, what does adaptation look like in this space practically in health settings? You know, just to reiterate what Mark was saying before, you know, we all know that the world is getting hotter. Antonio Guterres famously came out and said the era of global warming has ended and the era of global boiling has arrived. But what I want to focus on in my talk is really around how this warming of the planet has a gendered effect, and particularly how it is affecting women specifically. So I'm going to focus today talking about direct effects on pregnancy and reproductive health. But note here, you know, it's echoing a few of the presentations we've had already today, many indirect effects, which I'm not going to go through, but also those other direct health effects like mental health. We know during extreme heat events, men are more likely to die from suicide than women. We know that young women are more likely to have severe anxiety related to climate events. And we also know, even in this country and in Europe, when we look at who dies during extreme heat events, there is often a preponderance of women who die. And this may be partly because they live longer and they have more comorbidities, but there may also be, you know, structural issues around how societies, you know, are structured to allow women access to healthcare. So, as I said, I'm first going to look at, you know, what do we know about the risks, looking at our epi-evidence. So firstly, a little bit about how we, you know, think heat is affecting pregnant women, but then, you know, bringing it back to this audience, you know, what do we actually know between this effect of ambient heat exposure and different neurodevelopmental conditions? So in the news over the last couple of years or so, it's becoming more of a conversation that there is obviously something going on here between extreme heat and bad outcomes in pregnancy. And this study, which was led by a colleague of mine, Dr. Raker, who's in Sri Ramachandra Institute in Chennai, was profiled by the BBC last year, and it showed in an observational cohort of workers in Tamil Nadu state in India, 400 who worked outside in the fields or in brick kiln factories or other very high heat and humidity exposed occupations, compared to a socio-demographically matched group of women who didn't, so people working maybe inside or you know, in a covered market or a clinic or something like that. The rates of these common adverse pregnancy outcomes were clearly very increased, and you can read the paper if you want to see the full details there. But this is not the only study. In fact, there's been now over 198 studies published in this area. So this is probably 200 now. This was at the end of last year. And what we see is there is a general, the red bars on this graph here show the sort of harmful effects that have been observed between extreme heat and this variety of outcomes at birth. Now, I draw attention to The outcome that's most studied, and that's preterm births, so that's probably what we have the most evidence for. So an increase in 26% during heat wave periods. Obviously, heat waves depend on where you are in the world as to how they're defined. But this is what's coming out from this evidence. Stillbirths, the confidence interval slightly crosses 1, but the bulk of evidence is pointing that there is a risk of stillbirth. Gestational diabetes, congenital anomalies, hypertensive disorders of pregnancy, and other complications. But notably absent from this list actually is neurodevelopmental conditions at birth, and I'll touch on that in the next couple of slides. What we also found from that very large review is geographically where this evidence is coming from is very, very skewed. So you can see most of it is from North America. There probably a bit less is going to be coming from the USA, I imagine, in the next few years, sadly. But also a lot from China and a lot from, Australasia, but very little from the sort of tropical band of equatorial countries that are probably the most affected by extreme heat. Okay, so moving on to what do we know about neurodevelopmental associations with ambient heat exposure? Well, there's really 3 areas which, we have been looked at in this area. So the first is around congenital structural malformations, notably neural tube defects here. Second is around neurodevelopmental delay in children. And the third I've put down here, which is probably slightly indirectly related, but is around preterm birth as a cause of neurodevelopmental delay. So when we think about neural tube defects, for all the medics in the room here, you may, scratch back to your embryology days. You probably remember the neural tube is closing between sort of days 25 to 28 post-conception. It's fully closed after that. And we know that, a number of environmental and genetic, changes and exposures can increase the risk of having a neural tube defect. We still don't exactly understand the mechanisms behind why some people get neural tube defects and some do not. But we know that in very many cases, supplementation with folic acid can prevent these abnormalities occurring. And there has been studies over many years looking in animals where it's shown hypothermia during this key critical developmental window can be associated with neural tube closure. And in humans, it's been also observed that women who have high temperatures in that critical window or, are exposed to excessive heat through saunas or hot showers and these things, seem to be at an increased risk. The mechanistic sort of link between why would heat cause this is still not very well known. And Professor Nicholas Green here at UCL is currently looking at this in a large Wellcome funded project. We know that there is some association with ambient air temperature and other congenital malformations, but with neural tube defects, it's less clear. And so when I looked around to actually find, who's actually looked at this and what is the association, I think the takeaway message is there may be an association, but it's probably quite weak. So this is the only sort of large scale study that I could identify. There may be others. Sorry if I've missed anyone's, paper here. But this study from Canada, looking at nearly 900,000 babies, they were only included babies that were registered as live births. So there were probably a lot of fetuses that were affected by these conditions that either died as stillbirths or were terminated. That's just the nature of clinical practice. What they found was, about 300 had these conditions, and there was a modest association towards the end of the 4th week, which is actually the critical closure period for the neural tube. So there could be a signal here, but it's fairly weak. And I guess the limitations with this and also the other work that I was showing you is that we're looking at sort of markers of just ambient temperature, air temperature in the community change rather than individual heat exposure. So it may be, we couldn't say that those 300 women actually their body temperature increased with the air temperature increasing because they may have taken adaptive measures to protect themselves from the heat. But there may be some association there. More evidence needed. What about neurodevelopmental delay? Well, again, this is not something that's been looked at very much around the world, but I suspect could be looked at because we do have quite a lot of good data sets looking, from births and childhood cohorts where neurodevelopmental assessments have been done. And in this study from China, from Lin et al. Recently, they actually were able to show some association between mean daily temperatures that were greater than the 90th, 92nd and a half, and 95th percentiles of the daily mean temperatures at that time of year, so accounting for acclimatization, in differences in neurodevelopmental delay at age 2 years. And interestingly, they saw an association in trimester 3 and trimester 1 exposure, but nothing in trimester 2, which then, I guess we need to think, what's happening with the brain in those, two periods, and why would trimester 2, why would it not matter then? And I don't think we really have a good answer for that yet. So more basic and mechanistic science needed, and also probably more reinforcement from other studies which could do this sort of work. And then the final thing to sort of touch on, I mentioned sort of preterm birth. So preterm birth is the thing we know is most commonly associated with ambient high temperature exposure. And yes, this could be causing neurodevelopmental and cognitive impairments in neurodevelopmental delay and cognitive impairments in children. So I've just sort of screenshotted this sort of infographic, which was from Ayub Mitha's paper from the BMJ last year. And I guess it's sort of what we all know, that the earlier you're born, the more chance you are to have any of these sort of sensory or motor or cognitive impairments. And so this is not particularly original new findings, but it just summarizes that curve is gestation dependent. And many of the epi studies that look at preterm birth actually use preterm birth as a binary cutoff. You're either preterm or you're term. But of course, as humans who we gestate, it's very critical actually how preterm you are, and also post-states. So thinking of this as a continuous exposure. Okay, so the next thing I want to talk about is a little understanding the mechanisms. What do we think is going on here, and what do we know? And maybe, some of the key research priorities and how my group and others are currently addressing them. So a little bit of a sort of think about, the physiology or the physiological effects of heat on pregnant women, and how do women actually adjust to heat. So there are some things in pregnancy which are going to increase your risk of heat gain, and that's primarily because you have an increased basal metabolic rate, you have the fetus making heat production, and you have reduced surface area to volume ratio. But nature realizes this. I mean, nature's pretty smart and has actually built in a few ways in which women, whilst they're pregnant, can actually dissipate some of this heat more effectively than when they're not pregnant. So that is lowering the core temperature, lowering the threshold to induce sweating, which of course, when we think about humidity, is going to be crucial, because if it's very humid, you're not going to be able to sweat. Increased specific heat capacity, which means you can absorb more heat per unit of mass, and increased plasma volume and skin blood flow. So these things are roughly in balance. And actually, the most recent evidence from the heat chamber studies actually would suggest that pregnant women aren't particularly vulnerable to heat stroke compared to non-pregnant women for some of these adjustments. So there's a number of sort of mechanistic models which have been put together. So Anna Bennell, who's at the London School of Hygiene, based out in the Gambia, and colleagues, I was part of this group, have put together sort of this conceptual cartoon. I mean, it could be these adverse effects we're seeing on pregnancy outcome are something to do with hemodynamic changes to blood flow to the womb, to the placenta, circulatory changes, renal changes, or it could be these things are triggering other sort of immune or cytokine responses. There's a lot of talk around heat shock proteins, but I think, I'm not a basic scientist myself, but the jury is a little out on those ones because they are fairly ubiquitous and triggered by a lot of other phenomenon and stresses to the body. But there could be things like, inappropriate oxytocin release, for example, which is, triggering the uterus maybe to go into labor, sooner than it should. The bottom line is we don't really know, and all these things really need to be interrogated. The WHO is sort of onto this at the moment, and last year they put out a draft conceptual framework which is kind of lists some of the same sort of effects. I'm not going to go through it in detail, but it's just to show that this is not, this is becoming a very relevant topic at the highest levels of maternal child health governance in the world. Okay, so this brings us to the work that we're doing in India, the Heat and Pregnancy India project. So this was part of, I think the Wellcome Trust funded 11 projects in the area of biological and physiological heat vulnerabilities during pregnancy and childhood about a year ago or so now. And we're asking really 4 key questions in this study. So firstly, and I think this comes back to what we've been talking about, certainly in the last presentation on the crabs, but on others, is who is actually the most vulnerable to these effects? Because clearly there are hundreds of millions of women who have babies every year, and a lot of them in hot countries, and these things don't happen to them. They do happen to some. So what is it about those ones that's happening to that is making them most vulnerable? Is it the socio-demographic things? Is it around wash and sanitation? Or is it something more biological or fundamental to the way their body is acclimatizing to heat? Secondly, do we have evidence actually that babies in utero are actually stressed during heat waves? And one way we can actually measure that, obviously the babies are still in utero, so most mums won't want us sticking probes inside. But what we can do is we can listen to the baby's heart rate. And we know that the fetal heart rate through the cardiotocograph, which is the CTG, is actually a pretty reasonable approximation for the brain's sort of sympathetic, parasympathetic balance. And we use it in labor, to pick up babies that could potentially be hypoxic. But we can also use it when people aren't in labor, to judge fetal well-being. And this map of India, which is there, shows we're working with a really cool Indian startup called Care Mother, who've developed a really low-cost CTG. So when we talk about engineering sort of innovations, this sort of thing is really important. And they've got over 300,000 fetal heart rate traces that are geolocated with time and place where they were taken. They're anonymized from all across India. So look what happened when there was a heat wave where it went up to 50 degrees in the north of India last year. Let's have a look and see whether there are any changes in the baby's heart rate. We're then going to be looking throughout pregnancy to see really detailed microclimate exposures on a group of women and how that's how their hemodynamics changes are happening or the baby's growing on ultrasound, as well as collecting blood for biomarkers. And then crucially, we're not stopping at birth, but we're actually going to look and see what happens during heat waves to mum's milk, the quality of her milk, lactation. Mother's milk is the most important nutrient for babies around the world. We know more about what happens to dairy cows during heat waves than we do about our own species. And so, can we understand some of that biology that's going on? Is it just dehydration related, or are there changes actually in the proteins, and other factors within milk? And then finally, I guess so what can we do about it? Why is this work important? Talking with communities, bringing them along with us to think, well, what are some practical solutions in this space? So in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through each of our work packages individually, but I just want to highlight two of them actually that we're doing. So the first one, where I mentioned, that group had looked at neurodevelopmental delay in China and probably found some sort of association. We could probably do that with our partners in TSHTI, which is the Translational Health Science and Technology Institute of Delhi. For the last few years, they've been running this very good mother birth cohort in Delhi, particularly interested in looking at causes of small and vulnerable newborns in that city. And they've followed all these babies up until 2 years. The other thing, I put this picture here to remind me, is that we can't think about heat and even humidity as environmental exposures on their own. Anyone who's been to Delhi, this is a pretty normal day in Delhi in terms of air pollution. So how do we make sure that we have data which captures other environmental exposures to work out some of those mechanistic pathways? So this cohort would be a really good opportunity for us to do that. The second one is just about our prospective study. We're doing it, and we're doing it across 3 different climate zones in India, up in the north in Haryana, sort of in the east in Chhattisgarh, where it's like really, really hot, and then down on the coast in Pondicherry, where it's sort of more coastal. It doesn't get as hot, but it is quite humid. So we're going to be looking very closely at as I said, the individual heat exposures and maternal fetal placental assessments at each trimester and birth and lactation. And just as a sort of final thing on this project, I just want to say that, that there is a whole science around this accurate exposure capture for these heat and humidity indices. And when we talk about wet bulb low temperature or UTCI, it's really important that we are thinking about microclimate exposures, and particularly when we think about occupations. We've heard already the fruit pickers out in the fields, they can have far higher degrees of exposure than say those of us sitting in this quite cool lecture theatre today. Great. Okay, so the final thing I want to say is, well, what can we do to protect women from the heat, and what heat adaptation interventions are there that specifically target women, and where should our priorities for future research be? And again, sort of a little bit spoiler alert, this is almost, I wouldn't say an evidence-free zone, but it's an evidence-light zone. There's not a lot of studies which have studied this in detail, particularly not with women in mind. But one group that are looking at this is Matthew Chersic and colleagues in South Africa. They have developed a framework for looking for heat adaptation interventions for pregnancy, for pregnant women and newborns. And they built this framework, which is quite similar to a lot of climate adaptation frameworks, but really thinking about what does this mean for us in maternity care services. So firstly, thinking about, what behaviour changes do we need to think about for women, raising awareness, how do they protect themselves? You probably already guessed from my accent, I'm from Australia originally, and it always stuns me that in this country in summer, people don't really know what to do in the heat because it's not a hot country. So when you come from a hot country, you have some maybe inbuilt sort of knowledge there. Secondly, what can be done in our health system to help protect women from heat? And I think the comment that all hospitals in the US have got air conditioning, that ain't the case here. I can tell you our delivery suite and the John Radcliffe in Oxford has no air conditioning, no fans. Fans would spread infection. And we have no windows in half the rooms. So it gets very, very hot in summer. So these sort of things. And then we think about, built environment, and then really importantly, underlying that the climate and financing commitments. And so we're going to be looking at this, as I mentioned, in our heat in pregnancy study through focus groups and roundtables with policymakers. But coming back to sort of Matthew Chersic's group, they are looking at this in an African setting, and they're looking at sort of, this is an example of their built environment adaptations. You can see on the left, the clinic where it's really hot. On the right, after the intervention, they've planted some trees, so they've got some green cover, they've got solar panels powering some sort of solar cooler, and they've also painted the roof white, which I'm sure many of you have heard, just simple interventions like that can lower the temperature by 5 to 7 degrees in tropical countries. So lots of different things going on, and I've listed some of their other focuses there. So I think what was also mentioned is around vulnerability, that some people just have less capacity or capability to be able to do anything about the heat. And one particular group who, there's a group called SEWA, which is a Self-Employed Women's Association in India, have really focused on is women who really are day workers. So some of these people might be market sellers or waste pickers, but if they don't work, their kids don't eat and they don't eat. And so, working with partners, they've developed this sort of micro insurance scheme, which should pay out, when there's a heat event, making sure women, are protected during those extreme events in India. And this is being scaled around. So, there are some exciting things on the horizon. So my final slide here, so take-home messages, I guess is, we all know the world's getting hotter. And I think for those of us in maternal and child health, we've worked for, the last couple of decades really hard at reducing, newborn deaths, stillbirths and maternal mortality. But those gains are actually stalling. And I guess with climate change, we risk going in the wrong direction. And that, when we are talking about heat adaptation plans, be that here in the UK or globally, remember pregnant women and babies as a specific vulnerable group. But we need a lot more research in this area, and that may be around the neurodevelopmental associations or all these other effects that we're seeing, as well as research on what to do about it next. So I will thank my collaborators and team, which are on the slide here, and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. This is very fascinating, and I spend a lot of time looking at the mechanisms for heat injury, or the mechanistic approach to heat injury, and the complications that come with it. And it just struck me here, thinking along the lines of the heat exposure and the shunting of blood from the core to the skin for thermoregulation, and whether that could partly explain some of the complications that occur during pregnancy, especially with the fact that you already have these sort of plasma volume changes in pregnancy. So having said that, in terms of an intervention, is there any thought around a programmed acclimatization where you're talking about gradual incremental exposure to the heat so that you can sort of overcome the negative effect of rising core body temperature through these interventions where some people cannot, for example, be put in an air-conditioned room? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. I haven't heard about sort of, acclimatization programs specifically for pregnant women, but certainly that could be something that we look into. You're exactly right. I mean, that the theory is that there's some sort of diversion of blood away from the womb, to the skin, to dissipate heat is what's going on. And we are trying to capture that in our study through the, ultrasound and, non-invasive circulatory measurements that we'll be doing. But yeah, no, a really good hypothesis. So these are the ideas we need, because basically there are no studies showing what is effective here. So yeah, great idea.
I was saying, now you can hear me. I'm a medic, not a geographer or an engineer. I was going to say, it's worth pointing out, Omar, your experience comes from a specific area, doesn't it? Because you're a physician in a particular field where you need to think about these things for the soldiers, for example, that you treat. And I guess it's just interesting to think how maternal physiology and extreme fitness may have some parallels, which actually might also be worth exploiting, mightn't they? To think about anyway.
Yeah, and thanks for that. So my job, I'm the clinical lead for the heat injury clinic for UK military. And we see these problems, but it's essentially young people, very fit, exercising in extreme environments, including the heat. And one of the greatest interventions is acclimatization to reduce the risk, significantly reducing the risk. And it's all about instigating the body's physiology to adapt to the situation that you're in. It takes some time. So the question I was going to ask, which I didn't ask, in terms of the negative effect, is it intermittent exposure to the heat or prolonged exposure to the heat, where the intervention really is gradual, incremental exposure over time? It takes about 2 weeks to start developing those effects to try and reduce the risk in the long run.
Yeah, great question. My reading of the evidence, again, jury is probably still a bit out here, but it is more that sudden increase in temperature. So at the beginning of the season when people aren't acclimatized, which is the worst, and particularly we see the strongest association in the week leading up to the birth. So we think there is actually something triggered. Obviously, for some things like congenital abnormalities, it's going to be sort of a much earlier exposure, first trimester, when the embryo was forming. But yeah, I mean, and how we acclimatize people in a increasingly unpredictable world. I mean, we heard, about the unpredictability with, epilepsy and things, when people are caught off guard with suddenly a day that's 35 degrees when it's been 22 earlier. That's going to be really hard to do. And the challenge, which I think has been, one of my colleagues who's in Pakistan sent something to me recently saying that it was, it had reached sort of 48 degrees in Pakistan just this year recently. And, where is that threshold for human survival? And when we saw the sort of neurological traces from the crabs, where is it that the systems just sort of totally max out in humans, and particularly for those people who don't have access to cooling, and whether, there are, obviously the fetus inside the mum may be one of those very vulnerable groups who are going to be affected. But yeah, it's a good, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jane. Okay.
May I also ask one question?
Sorry,
yeah, okay. So I think, thank you for this presentation. For the pregnancy, as all we know, there are some pharmacological drugs like anti-seizure medications. One of them is valproic acid, is a very well-known drug that causes neural tube defect as well. So just while you are telling about neural tube defects, I thought valproic acid induced neural tube defects. So valproic acid is a very well, it is mostly used in the vulnerable countries as well. Also in the other countries, yes, but in the vulnerable countries, it's
one of the mostly used anti-seizure drug. And I'm just thinking about if there could be some additive effects of using valproic acid and exposure to heat in these particular countries may just lead to neurotype defects, because heat exposure could increase the number of neurotype defects, as you said. What do you think about this?
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and clearly many times it's a multi-exposure sort of which leads to the outcome of interest. Mm-hmm. My understanding is I think Professor Green's group are actually looking at different exposures and also whether there are sort of things like would folic acid in certain vulnerable groups that we're not picking up at the moment potentially be protective there, but you'd have to speak to him about more detail around that. But yeah, I think there's still a lot we don't understand about neural tube defects, but in terms of the exact mechanisms. But yeah, we could reverse engineer some of this stuff or see whether there are additive effects of looking at different drugs, because it's not just valproate. There are a number of different toxins and exposures. Even having pre-existing diabetes, increases the risk. So we know there are many, pathways. But yeah, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. So our next talk is going to be online but live. So this is Dr. Brandt. He's a consultant psychiatrist and the head of the research group for evidence-based mental health at the Department of Psychiatry and Neurosciences at Charité in Berlin. His research focuses on evidence-based mental health and global health. And hopefully he is here with us. Yes, excellent. I can get off the stage.
Thank you very much for the introduction and the opportunity to speak at this event. I'm excited to talk to you about climate change and mental health. So from a global perspective, mental health care is already facing significant challenges. On average, 1 billion people worldwide are living with a mental disorder, and 25% of years lived with disability are due to psychiatric and neurological disorders. But there are only 13 mental health care workers per 100,000 people. And the annual cost of mental disorders is estimated at $5 trillion. But only 2% of government health budgets target mental health. An important question is how global challenges such as climate change might affect mental health and the key figures that I have just shown. So, as you know, we're currently observing the largest increase in global surface temperature for over 2,000 years. This makes the last 100 years the warmest period in the last 100,000 years. In 2023, the world's population experienced an additional 50 days of health-threatening heat due to climate change. And the number of days with health-threatening heat due to climate change increases with decreasing human development index level, which reflects global inequalities in exposure to climate change hazards. This is an overview of how climate change may affect human health. Climate change hazards such as extreme weather events and heat may lead to an increase in somatic and mental disorders. And I would like to highlight two factors that may mediate how climate change affects health. First, the level of exposure to climate change hazards is relevant to the impact of hazards on health. And second, vulnerability factors are relevant to the impact of hazards on health. The effects of climate change on mental health can be conceptualized as direct and indirect effects. Direct effects may include exposure to extreme weather events, and indirect effects may include factors such as socioeconomic factors. The different pathways are connected and have aggregated effects on mental health. For example, direct and indirect pathways may interact with social inequality and exclusion. For instance, in urban areas, people experiencing poverty are already at an increased risk of mental disorders, but they are also disproportionately affected by environmental stresses, such as heat and pollution. Information on climate change and health is growing rapidly, with more than 4,000 articles published in 2023, especially on the impacts of climate change on health, which was the focus of more than 80% of these articles, while less is published on adaptation, mitigation, and health. Most articles focus on countries with very high and high Human Development Index levels, and only a quarter of the articles focus on countries with medium and low Human Development Index levels, even though these countries are disproportionately affected by climate change. Climate change and mental health is a global field of research which is largely based on observational data. And I would like to show you the associations between climate change hazards and mental health outcomes with the highest level of evidence, which were excellently synthesized last year by Joachim Radua and Michele De Presco and colleagues in Paolo Fusapoli's lab. And evidence was detected for the associations between heat and mental health. During heat waves, there was an increased risk of mortality due to suicide or mental disorders, increased suicidal behavior, and increased hospital access due to mental disorders. And there was also evidence of an association between exposure to hurricanes and PTSD symptoms. It is estimated that the rise in temperature is associated with a 5% increase in suicide or mental disorders related mortality. This is projected to increase to 7% by 2050. Pollution is another important hazard related to climate change. It's associated with increased incidence of dementia. For example, solvents, carbon monoxide, and nitrogen oxides are associated with an increased incidence of dementia. The additional costs of mental disorders related to climate change risk and air pollution and lack of access to green spaces are increasing exponentially. By 2030, the additional global costs are estimated to be $47 billion per year. And by 2050, the additional costs are estimated to be $537 billion per year. The change in annual cost of mental illness associated with these changes in climate hazards is not evenly distributed around the world, and that may further exacerbate the global mental health inequalities. A recent survey has drawn further attention to young people's worries and anxiety about climate change. And in this survey, 59% that they were extremely or very worried, and 45% said that their worries were affecting their daily functioning. In another global survey, the majority of people in all countries thought that climate change is a serious threat. In a different global survey, the majority of people across all countries said that government should do more to tackle climate change. Interestingly, people might underestimate the willingness of others to take action on climate change. In this study, people underestimated the proportion of people in their country who would be willing to give 1% of their income to tackle climate change. So these data indicate that climate change is an impactful global challenge, and it has the potential to affect the mental health of many people around the world. It's a rapidly growing area of research with potentially far-reaching implications for healthcare, research, and policymaking. And in this context, an evidence-based approach to mental health research can be helpful in informing clinical practice and guidelines and policy. In the current project, we aim to synthesize global evidence on mental health intervention in the context of climate change. And to adequately address this global issue, we're working with a group of stakeholders from over 25 countries, and we're using a living synthesis approach, which means that we will regularly update the synthesis to reflect the rapidly growing information in this area of research. In another project, we're using larger data sets of longitudinal individual data to develop models of environmental influences on mental health. And this will allow us to model a wider range of environmental influences, and in the longer term to assess the translational potential of more personalized models for healthcare practice. In this project, we're particularly interested in modeling the impact of environmental factors such as climate and pollution, urbanization, and socioeconomic factors on mental health outcomes. So going forward, we are excited to work with our colleagues in the UK and internationally to address this need for evidence in the areas of climate change, mental health, and neurology, and to ultimately translate the evidence into policy and action. Thank you for your time and attention, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much. That was a fantastic overall sort of discussion. I'm going to open the floor. Any questions? I can see one there. Thank you. You saved me. I was just hanging there. So.
Hello, thank you. That was really interesting. I'm just wondering if you have any advice for those of us who are sort of working with the next generation coming through that are very worried about climate change, how to sort of allay their fears maybe when they are experiencing these mental health concerns about climate change. I appreciate it's a really broad question, so any tips would be helpful. Thank you.
It's a very good question, and that's actually an issue that is being discussed quite a lot in the mental health field. And there are being developed approaches specifically for this topic, but I think the best evidence is still within the field of strengthening resources and stress management, which is more broad. It goes beyond climate change, but trying to strengthen the resources may be the most promising approach at this point, while there are very interesting new concepts being developed.
So can I add a question in there? There seems to be a intersection between increased exposure to social media, that 24/7 sort of like lifestyle that we're all of us unfortunately are vulnerable to. How does that play into both mental health and poor mental health? But can we actually use that as well to try to improve mental health?
That's an excellent question. So to the first point, it is intertwined. Social media and the display of the negative consequences and the really frightening scenarios can have a severe impact on mental health. On the other hand, social media has the potential to connect people in areas and across groups which may otherwise have difficulties to connect. So it has the challenges, but also the potential. Currently, I think we are dealing with a lot of the challenges, and I hope going forward that we will be able to leverage more of the potential. Yeah.
Thank you. One question is there with the microphone.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about cold effects on the brain and whether there is any evidence of reduced risks associated with warmer winters, so less extreme cold events. We know that that has an effect on less deaths in the elderly due to colder winters. Is there anything similar for mental health?
It's a very interesting question. So what we do know is that extreme cold temperatures are associated with increased mortality due to mental disorders related reasons. And we do know that increased temperatures also have that. So there is some discussion about whether less cold temperatures might also have positive effects. Overall, to my knowledge, there's little actual evidence on this topic, but the negative effects of more heat seem to outweigh the positive effects of less cold extreme temperatures. One more thing, there is an interesting study showing almost regarding the admissions due to psychosis related to cold temperatures and very hot temperatures. And there is the curves are almost mirroring each other regarding the admissions due to extreme temperatures. So what this tells us is that we are not understanding very well the mechanisms behind the very cold temperatures and the very hot temperatures regarding the impact on mental health. So there's a lot more to be done in that field.
And if I can step in as a climatologist, you have to be very careful about what do you mean by a cold temperature. Are we seeing reduced mental health because of the cold or the lack of sunlight and the much more enclosed winters where people are stuck inside? So there's a real interesting thing there. The other thing is about that increase in mortality during cold temperatures. Well, that's usually when people have energy poverty and live in incredibly poor housing. So again, it's a societal issue, not necessarily a climatological. However, again, having worked with a lot of medics, and trust me, this is just knowledge that I've stolen, vitamin D and exposure to sunlight seems to be absolutely essential to mental health. But please correct me if I'm wrong.
Absolutely agree.
I'm so glad. Right, one last question here, and then we will be making it to lunch.
Thank you so much. I guess that's quite related to the question I was going to ask. So I'm a psychiatrist, but also do some research on heat and more severe mental illness and trying to think about the mechanisms. And I think you've just highlighted there, are we talking about just a vulnerability amplifier because the people that we often see with severe mental illness are socioeconomically more deprived and more vulnerable to housing insecurity, addictions and substance use, all of that makes them more vulnerable in an extreme heat or extreme cold scenario? Or do we think that there is something more mechanistic going on that we've spoken about, for example, alongside the pregnancy, where the thermoregulation and the redistribution of blood or the neurochemical changes in our brain that are contributing to these excess mortality and morbidity in people with mental disorders?
And can I also add to that, because I think that's an excellent question, because there also seems to be an increase in male violence with increased temperatures, which may also tie into that.
The short answer is both. You're absolutely correct. These are the two main factors. So there are biological, psychological, and social elements to this. If you look at who has the highest mortality rate among the groups with mental disorders, these are the groups with dementia and the groups with substance use disorders. And dementia probably because there is an issue with fluid regulation, fluid uptake, and among the people with substance use disorders that may have something to do with thermoregulation, electrolyte regulation, fluid regulation, cardiovascular risks, and so on. So there is a biological element to that. Then we have a social element to that. For example, the increased risk in suicides due to heat. We have seen studies from countries which and from regions which rely a lot more on agriculture. And then among the farmers, there's a peak in suicides after a very hot period, and then the crops are failing. So there's a very social and economic element to that. And then we also have a psychological element, and this ties into your question regarding aggression among men. So we do see in psychiatric institutions, acute psychiatric institutions, that aggression is increasing during heat periods. And one theory is that the mechanisms to counter stress are less available. For example, physical activity is more difficult when it's hot. You're sleeping less well when it's hot, and so on. So the very basic ways of dealing with aggression may be impacted by heat. And this seems to become quite visible among young men also, even though these mechanisms are not specific to men.
Brilliant. That's fantastic. I'm going to pass over to Sanjay to close today and tell you where lunch is.
Thank you, Mark. Just to close this morning, not today.
So for this session, our first speaker is going to be another lived experience talk. And we're incredibly grateful to Lauren, specifically because she joined us and agreed to participate in this meeting very last minute. Lauren Howorth was diagnosed in the year 2000 with a rare and progressive condition called spinal muscular atrophy type 2. And now works for Muscular Dystrophy UK as a helpline information and advocacy officer supporting the 110,000 people across the UK with muscle wasting and weakening conditions. And so, Lauren, if you can turn on your camera and your microphone, we're really looking forward to hearing from you. Lauren is joining us online.
Hi, Sandra. Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you and we can see you now as well.
Brilliant, thank you. Yes, so just want to start off by saying thank you to Professor Sanjay for thinking of me and inviting me to speak at this meeting. I'm very thrilled to be given this opportunity. So as Sandra mentioned, I am a helpline information and advocacy officer at Muscular Dystrophy UK, supporting the 110,000 people across the UK living with muscle wasting and weakening conditions. We cover 60 plus conditions, so we cover quite a wide range of conditions. And I myself have one of these conditions called spinal muscular atrophy. This type of condition is very progressive. It progresses quite rapidly. I was diagnosed in 2000, and by 2004, I was a full-time electric wheelchair user. This condition does give me quite good experience with dealing with changes in climate and, you know, trying to cope with those changes as they come and go. In general, without any extreme weather, I struggle with regulating my own temperature. I struggle with circulation issues, especially in my lower body. I find I get quite a lot of swelling around my joints, and that's something that is exacerbated with changes in climate. It's something that I feel like isn't touched on very often. I am seen regularly at a clinic in Manchester, and I can't say climate has ever come up, but thinking about it, it is something that does impact me, and it is starting to impact me more greatly as we have these hotter summers and colder winters. I find that the extreme heat leaves me a lot more fatigued. I find that, you know, having a condition like this, I have to really pace myself, especially in hot weather. I find that my dexterity is affected a lot of the time. I find it difficult to grip things and use my hands the way that I would normally, especially in my job. There's a lot of typing involved, a lot of letter writing, things like that. As mentioned, I get a lot of swelling, and that's just in general, but with the heat, that is a lot worse, especially around my ankles and knees, which leads to a lot of pain, and something that I find very difficult to kind of alleviate because I can't raise my legs as well as someone without my condition would be able to. I find that there are also like external things that affect me as well. So obviously I'm sitting in an electric wheelchair. Those are often black. So those are trapping the heat in. They're getting very hot. The armrests are often made of plastic. So it can be actually very painful to sit in an electric wheelchair in the sun. And I think, you know, those things aren't ever really considered. But if I'm going somewhere and it is a particularly hot day, I will have to take something with me like a towel or a face cloth, something to put along my armrest to stop my skin from physically burning from touching those pieces of my chair. I often find that I have great difficulty in cooling down. I can't regulate my temperature very well at all. So as soon as I kind of hit those high temperatures, it's, you know, I'm getting dehydrated very quickly. I'm struggling to, you know, cool myself down, and that often does lead to some anxiety and panic around that as well, which is something that I do struggle with quite badly, especially in this heat. Other things that climate change has brought on for me is skin irritation. Obviously, with being hotter, there's a lot more risk of skin breakdown, especially as a wheelchair user. You know, I don't get that airflow to my lower body, so it can cause quite significant issues with skin breakdown infections, and that's something that has gotten worse with the heat that we experience now, and I can only see it getting worse, unfortunately. I am also on a trial medication called risdiplam, which is a treatment for spinal muscular atrophy that is to slow down the progression. It doesn't stop the progression, but it slows it down, and that can cause sensitivity to the heat and sun. So that has really, I think that is why I've started to notice these changes a lot more since starting this medication, because it's, you know, just 10 minutes in the sun can cause me to break out in hives, and, you know, I burn very easily. So I think that is something to consider when it comes to climate change. There's so many medications that do impact people that way. And I think one of the most important things that I want to touch on when it comes to climate change is I have a lot of social impact, which I think, you know, if we're not talking about the medical side, we're definitely not talking about the social side. And, you know, that can look different for everybody, but for me, that looks like having to cancel and rearrange plans. You know, if it's particularly hot, I'm then missing out on opportunities that my friends and peers can, you know, they can experience that. It's not something that they have to worry about too much. And that does lead to, you know, losing friends, you know, not being able to keep up because I'm not involved in things like that. And I think it's such an important thing to discuss because, as mentioned, it's never been brought up, and that's why I was so keen to take part when I was invited to this talk. There's so much that we aren't considering when it comes to climate change for people with progressive conditions. But yes, I think my situation mirrors quite a lot of the community that we support, and it's something that is only going to continue to get worse if there are no changes. And yeah, I think that's about it for what I have to say, but I'm happy to take any questions. It's a very big concern for me, and I can imagine that, you know, it's a concern for my entire community as well.
Thank you so much, Lauren. That was a really well articulated and very candid description of how climate change is affecting you. And I think you're right that most of us are thinking in terms of medication and kind of more the medical side of things, but the way you touched on how it affects your social life, I think that's so important across many conditions, and especially for wheelchair users, as you say. So thank you so much. Does anyone have any specific questions for Lauren? Or online as well? Yeah, there's one just over here.
Hi, Lauren. Thank you for sharing that. I'm just wondering about that. You talked about your wheelchair not being designed with heat in mind. What about the built environment around you when you're trying to navigate, particularly in hot conditions? Are there things that make it more difficult to get around in your wheelchair?
I think a lot of the time there is not enough consideration into shade and shaded areas. That is what, if I'm going somewhere, especially if it's, a day out somewhere, I'm constantly on the lookout for umbrellas or shaded areas. And I think that goes into the planning of my day. So I will often, in advance, look where wherever we're going is being held, check what access is like. I think that just comes naturally to a wheelchair user. But yeah, I think the problem is as well, a lot of the time, if it is a particularly hot day, I would just choose to not go, which is the sad reality. But it can be so difficult trying to manage these types of conditions in the sun. It's just easier to not to sometimes.
Thank you, Lauren. I think Sanjay had a question here.
Lauren, thank you very much, and thank you especially for standing in at the very last minute. I think it was about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon we spoke and you agreed to stand in, so thank you. It's been really important to hear your experience. I had two questions. One question was, apart from governments getting their acts together to start to mitigate climate change, what sort of things would you like to see that would help you in the context of climate change, from a medical perspective or otherwise? And I suppose the second question is, I think it's really important that we hear the direct lived experience of people with neurological disorders, because I think without that evidence, it's sometimes difficult to get various bodies to take us seriously. How best do you think that we might achieve that? How do you think that we could get the voices heard better than they are now?
Thank you. Those are really good questions. I think for your first question, my first thought is better designed wheelchairs. I feel a lot of the time these wheelchairs are very bog standard. There's not really, they're made to meet somebody's medical needs, and that's about it. But why are we using black when we could be using other colours like white, which would, they would help to reflect the heat, they would keep us cooler. I think having the option to have accessories for wheelchairs that make it easier to shade ourselves would also be an option as well. And I think that just a small change like that would have a huge benefit to the majority of people who are in wheelchairs with these conditions, because the problem is in wheelchairs like this, like mine is very fitted to my body, so there isn't very much space to move around, so it's getting very hot, it gets very sweaty, that then leads to skin breakdown, so it's just like a knock-on effect and it's a snowball. For your second question, could I get you to repeat it for me?
Yes, it was what do you think we could do to try to get more of the voices of people who have experiences like yours brought together and heard?
I think campaigning is such a huge benefit to us, and I think these collaborative conferences such as this one, just kind of, getting the word out there, and charities like Muscular Dystrophy, we are very vocal for our charity and the things that they experience. And I think this is the first time in, I'm 27 this year. This is the first time where climate change has ever been discussed that I'm aware of for wheelchair users and people with neurological conditions. So I think it's still something that's very it's a topic that's still very early in discussion, and I think that any kind of awareness that we can bring to it through meetings, through social media, giving people the space to talk and talk about their experiences. I think any opportunities like that, my community definitely will jump at those chances.
Thank you so much, Lauren. I think in the interest of time, we have to move on, but we really, really appreciate you joining us here today. And that was a brilliant talk from you. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bethan Davies, who is an NHS doctor working as a stroke consultant at the Royal Sussex County Hospital, Brighton, and sustainability lead at the British and Irish Association of Stroke. And Bethan is passionate about environmental issues. For example, Bethan cycled 445 kilometres from Brighton to the British and Irish Association of Stroke Physicians and the National Stroke Conference, the UK Stroke Forum in Liverpool in 2023, demonstrating her keen commitment in this area. So we're delighted to have Bethan here today.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about climate change and stroke. So the first thing to say about stroke is it's a very common condition. In 2021, it was the third leading cause of death globally behind ischemic heart disease and COVID, and the fourth leading cause of disability-adjusted life years lost. So that means that anything that's going to impact on stroke and stroke services has got the potential to affect a lot of people across the world. The other important thing about stroke is that the burden of stroke is highest in middle and lower income countries, which, as we know, are the countries that are already most impacted by climate change. And I'm actually a geriatrician by background rather than a neurologist, and we know that climate change affects the older population disproportionately, but also stroke disease is generally a condition that affects older people predominantly. And just to be clear, when I'm talking about stroke, I'm talking about ischemic stroke and hemorrhagic stroke together, with ischemic stroke being the most common type of stroke. So the Lancet Countdown reports annually on the health impacts of climate change and the adaptation measures taken by countries to address it. And the framework that is used to break down the health impacts is heat, extreme weather events, food security and nutrition, and infectious disease transmission, which is a very helpful framework when considering how these will affect different health conditions. So when thinking about stroke, we can consider what could be the direct and indirect impacts on stroke and delivery of stroke care for each of these. The unknown quantities are what will be future emission scenarios. So we don't know what the trajectories are going to be, which will affect the degree of impact on stroke and other diseases. And also the other unknown is what adaptation measures countries and health systems will take in the future. And of course, there will always be variations both between countries and within countries in all of these scenarios. So first of all, I'm going to talk about stroke and heat. So there is evidence of an association between stroke incidence and mortality in ambient temperature. But the studies to date have produced some conflicting results. So some have shown no association between stroke incidence and temperature. Sometimes they've shown association between stroke incidence and cold temperature only. And in fact, in some cases, a suggestion that heat might even be protective against hemorrhagic stroke in particular. But a systematic review in 2021, which looked at neurological disease overall and climate change, looked at 58 stroke studies, which included 5.8 million cases of stroke in 18 different countries. So it was a very large study, and stroke was the most studied neurological condition in this regard. And overall, most studies did report higher rates of stroke-related hospitalisation and mortality with increasing ambient temperatures. And it's actually very difficult to compare all of the studies that have been done for lots of reasons, because they all use different methodologies and look at various different aspects. So the clinical aspects relating to stroke subtypes and whether they're looking at hospitalisation, incidence or mortality, different meteorological factors, so the duration and degree of exposure to different temperatures, humidity, barometric pressure, and also the presence of heat waves, which is a specific type of heat exposure. And with all of them, there are always confounders and effect modifiers. And in particular, in this regard, air pollution is very important, which is itself a risk factor for ischemic and hemorrhagic stroke. And air pollution tends to be higher on hot days because of air stagnation and changes in ground level ozone. However, this systematic review also drew out a number of trends, in particular that hot temperatures are associated with ischemic stroke, more particularly with cold temperatures being more associated with hemorrhagic stroke. And also that with heat, there's a shorter lag time between exposure and the stroke event. So in heat episodes, if we see an increased risk in ischemic stroke, it tends to be within 1 to 4 days of the heat exposure, whereas with cold temperatures, the lag effect is longer for up to a month. And there's also, unsurprisingly, a non-linear effect with extremes of temperature carrying a higher risk. And the table here on the right-hand side shows the increase in overall mortality. So this isn't stroke specific, but for all mortality in England and Wales over the period 1988 to 2022, showing how temperatures outside the optimal range have an effect on mortality. And when we look at stroke-related mortality, it shows a similar curve in relation to temperatures outside the optimal temperature range. So to try to address some of the issues that had been present in previous studies of stroke and heat, a more recent paper which was published last year in Stroke tried to address this by pooling by creating a new mortality database. So the multi-country, multi-system collaborative research network built this database using stroke mortality data from national and regional registries in 18 different countries, in 25 different countries, plus temperature data from ground monitoring systems in cities. And they found from this information that out of every 1,000 ischemic stroke deaths, the hottest days accounted for 2 excess deaths for every 1,000 ischemic strokes, and 1 for every 1,000 deaths from hemorrhagic strokes. So although these sound like small numbers, given that there are 7 million deaths from strokes a year globally, it appears that heat may well be contributing to over 10,000 excess stroke deaths per year. Of course, you can see that extreme cold does have a greater effect. There are some issues even with this larger study. As you can see, there are many underrepresented areas globally, particularly in middle and lower income countries. And it's looking specifically at stroke mortality rather than incidence and overall burden. But it does suggest that the likelihood is that with increasing global temperatures, we are likely to see an increase in the number of heat-related stroke deaths going forward. And this is reflected in data from the global regional national burden of stroke and its risk factors. And this looks at the incidence, prevalence, death and disability adjusted life years by stroke from stroke over the period 1990 to 2021. And it looks at 23 different factors that contribute to stroke risk. By far the most significant risk factor contributing to stroke globally is high systolic blood pressure. But this chart is looking at trends in the impact of different risk factors. So although high ambient temperature comes relatively low down this list of 23 different factors, is actually one of the most rapidly increasing contributory factors to stroke, with low ambient temperature falling in significance in this regard. And a topical narrative review of climate change and stroke, again published last year, made some heat projections, which, as I alluded to at the beginning, are very difficult to make when we don't know exactly what emission trajectories will be like or what adaptation measures will be taken. But there were some suggestions in the increasing number of deaths in different parts of the world. And in particular, I draw your attention to point 4 there, where they predicted that heat-related deaths would almost be offset, but not quite, by the reduction in cold-related deaths. This isn't really something to be celebrated because, of course, there are plenty of ways of addressing cold-related stroke deaths which don't involve increasing greenhouse gas emissions and causing global warming. We don't know for certain why ischemic stroke risk increases with heat, but there's some very plausible proposed mechanisms for this. So dehydration leading to increased blood viscosity and thromboembolic risk. Electrolyte disturbance leading to cardiac arrhythmias, particularly atrial fibrillation, which is a major risk factor for stroke. And similarly, the sympathetic nervous system response to heat, which can cause tachyarrhythmias, including atrial fibrillation. Endothelial dysfunction may well occur in extremes of temperature, which can lead to accelerated atherosclerosis and plaque rupture. And kind of over a longer term period of time, hot temperatures would lead to reduction in physical activity. Again, that itself being a risk factor for stroke. And increasing temperatures are also likely to affect stroke survivors. So we know that the vast majority of heat-related deaths are in the over 65 age group. And the 2022 heat waves in England saw the greatest ever number of excess heat-related deaths, nearly 3,000. And the vast majority of these were in older people with pre-existing health conditions. And there are many characteristics of stroke survivors that mean that they are likely to be more vulnerable in this situation. So even in healthy older people, the physiological changes of aging impact the ability to thermoregulate through reduced sweating, reduced temperature perception, and reduced ability to concentrate urine, for example. Many common medications affect thermoregulatory capacity, ability to balance fluid, and temperature awareness. And of course, stroke survivors are often living with physical and cognitive disabilities that affect their behavioural response to heat. So things that we would do without even thinking about it, like moving from a warmer temperature to a cooler area, or taking on and off clothing, or drinking, can be very difficult for people living with disability after stroke. And there are social factors as well. So up to about 10% of patients who have survived a stroke leave hospital to reside in care homes. And there are aspects of care homes that make people particularly vulnerable to heat and heat-related conditions beyond the fact that they are a more frail population in the first place. And this chart is from the Office of National Statistics, showing the causes of excess heat-related deaths in England and Wales during those 2022 heat waves. And you probably note from those list of conditions, cerebrovascular diseases don't particularly feature. It is possible to go to the Office of National Statistics and look on a daily basis as to the number of excess heat-related deaths from each category of conditions. And looking at cerebrovascular disease over that period of time, my interpretation of the data is that there wasn't an increase in cerebrovascular disease, but the numbers were very, very low in the sort of low single figures. We don't quite see the same extremes as are seen in other hotter countries. And also during those heat waves, there was pretty effective public health messaging around how to respond to the heat alerts. And we know that over 90% of the population actually took action because of the public health messaging. So this might have had an effect on why we haven't seen quite so many excess heat-related deaths as perhaps might have been affected. But I think it's likely that the effect on stroke survivors is actually hidden in the statistics on excess heat-related deaths from other conditions, because many stroke survivors are living with these other conditions. So other extreme weather events related to storms and drought, such as flooding, wildfires and dust storms, are also likely to affect stroke survivors. So we know that flooding is the most significant climate change risk in the UK. There's no evidence to link it to stroke or indeed any other specific mortality in the UK, but it will definitely have an impact on service provision. Similarly, wildfires and dust and sandstorms, which of course we don't see so much in the UK, there is some evidence associated with stroke incidence, which may be well related to the increase in air pollution associated with these events. And we would expect that to have similar impacts on service provision as well. So I just want to talk for a minute about how stroke service provision could be affected in flood conditions, because this is the most likely thing that we would see here in the UK. So stroke is a medical emergency and time is brain. So every minute of an acute stroke happening, we lose 1.9 million neurons. And so conveyance to hospital for acute treatment is absolutely critical in a stroke situation. We know that ambulance response times, even in low-level flooding, are increased. And so this can put delays on people receiving the acute stroke care that they need, in particular reperfusion therapies, which can potentially then lead to far worse outcomes from stroke than would be otherwise if they had got to hospital in a more timely fashion. Emergency departments themselves may be vulnerable during flooding events. We saw in 2021 in London, 2 emergency departments had to close due to flooding. And there's infrastructure disruption beyond roads and pharmacies and so on, with communications lines being particularly important for stroke in the acute phase, when we have to make rapid decisions using technology about offering reperfusion therapies. Flooding and other extreme weather events may well influence people's decision to seek medical attention with minor symptoms or transient symptoms, which means they might not get the preventative treatment that they need. And of course, for stroke survivors living in the community, disruption to regular care is a very real concern. I'm going to talk very briefly about infectious disease. So this is somewhat speculative. We know that infectious diseases will increase in their geographical spread and seasons of transmissibility. Is there any suggestion that this could impact on stroke and stroke care? Well, the UK Health Security Agency has identified these vector-borne diseases as very real potential threats in the UK. And all of them do have potential neurological complications associated with them. We're not used to seeing these in the UK, and it's perfectly conceivable that many of them may present as stroke mimics. So that is patients with symptoms that look like a stroke but turn out to be something else. And particularly when we're not used to dealing with them, this could well lead to delays in patients with these conditions actually receiving the right treatment. And of course, we know that trying to deliver standard stroke care in an epidemic is very, very challenging. So any future epidemics are also likely to impact on our ability to provide standard stroke care. And before I finish, I just want to touch on the relationship between stroke risk factors and climate change. So our high carbon lifestyles are driving both the risk of stroke and climate change. It's been suggested that up to 90% of strokes are preventable by modification of risk factors, in particular lifestyle risk factors. And the way that we do this can also have co-benefits for the planet. For example, moving to more plant-based diets and moving to active transport, reducing air pollution and sedentary lifestyles, and having positive effects on obesity. Similarly, if we want to move to more sustainable lifestyles for the sake of the planet, this will also most likely have health co-benefits as well. And also many aspects of stroke care are carbon intensive, and as stroke is so common, again, there's a big carbon footprint associated with stroke care delivery, particularly for acute stroke care in hospital and for patients who are on multiple medications long term. So to conclude, there is evidence that increasing ambient temperature will be associated with increased stroke incidence and mortality. Stroke survivors are likely to be far more vulnerable to the health impacts of climate change. There will be consequences for stroke care delivery, and we have to anticipate these and try to adapt to them. There'll be a disproportionate effect in low and middle income countries, and this will exacerbate health inequalities both between and within countries and social groups. Finally, we can use climate change mitigation and adaptation strategies to help reduce stroke and have co-benefits for the planet. Delivering sustainable stroke care by focusing on prevention and low carbon interventions will have co-benefits both for health and the planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that really great talk. I think it's really nice the way you described the kind of feedback loops between treating stroke and then worsening climate as well. And sometimes we need to consider that aspect as well. Do we have any questions here in the room or online? Yeah, Maria.
Yeah, there's a question online from Danielle. So with regards to ischemic or hemorrhagic stroke, are there specific areas of the brain that are particularly affected or triggered from stroke caused by heat? Yeah,
and that's something that we don't know yet. So as I said, the biggest systematic review looked at 58 different stroke studies of stroke and heat. And I have to confess I haven't read all of those 58 different stroke studies, but as yet there's no kind of convincing evidence. It's difficult to pool all of those things because they're all looking at different aspects. So the answer is no, we don't know there's specific types of stroke that will be affected by heat, apart from that difference between ischemic and hemorrhagic stroke in general.
Hi, thank you so much for your talk. I am a young junior doctor in background and interested in climate and health as an intersection. And I was just wondering, like, with this intersection of like heat and stroke, like what kind of skills and knowledge do you think like frontline clinicians and healthcare workers need to build in terms of capacity, not just like in acute stroke settings, but also kind of in the future of like adaptation?
Thank you. That's a really important question. So just raising awareness in general is really important. I think there's not as yet a good broad knowledge of this issue. I think for doctors and healthcare workers in training, I think it's more prevalent now in curriculum. So the sort of younger generation, as it were, do have a greater awareness. There are lots of resources. So I think public health messaging actually is very helpful. So in the 2022 heat waves, there was really excellent guidance produced for frontline workers about how to support patients both in hospital and in the community to cope with heat. And I think that's a really sort of excellent resource and probably should be more widely shared and widely available. It's not kind of well known about, I don't think, amongst healthcare workers.
Do we have any final questions for Bethan? Thank you so much for your brilliant talk. So our next speaker is Professor Sanjay Sisodiya, who is based here at UCL as a Professor of Neurology at the Institute of Neurology and is Deputy Director for Environmental Sustainability and Climate Change at the Institute. And of course, many of you will know Sanjay because he has pioneered this conference for the last 3 years. And so we really look forward to your talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Okay, so I'm going to speak about a variety of different aspects of impacts of climate change related events on neurological disorders. And I think one of the things I've learnt from the many people, as you see here, who have contributed to the work that I'm going to present, is the range of different types of impact on neurological diseases, from events related to climate change, rising temperatures, all sorts of different adverse weather events. And I'm really grateful to all of these people for educating me about climate science. And I've really learned a lot about this over the last few years. And I guess it's not surprising that we should be concerned about climate change in the neurological world, because of course it affects everything in our world. And we know that thermoregulation depends on the activity of the nervous system and can be compromised by diseases of the nervous system. And also it has its limits. So we've heard some examples of that today from people with various neurological disorders. And we know there are various physical limits on thermoregulatory capacity in humans. And I think it's really interesting to hear Eve's work in the crab and to see how that might also relate to human limitations and capacities. Issues around medication, and also issues around experiments themselves, which I'll go on to discuss, which I think are relevant. And I suppose in the end, what concerns me particularly is that what we're seeing in people with neurological disorders today might be something that becomes more relevant to people without neurological disorders as climate change progresses. So this is a suitably obscured view, even in this lecture theatre, of the skyline of Manhattan in 2023, taken by an individual who is a patient of a colleague of mine, Professor Oren Davinsky. This is a gentleman who, shortly after taking this picture, this is smog as a result of wildfires in Canada, hundreds of miles away, had an asthmatic attack, which he hadn't had for years, and that precipitated an admission to hospital, during which he had an epileptic seizure, which he hadn't had for years. And as we've heard from the lived experience talks today, these impacts are real for people with neurological disorders today. They're happening all around. We're just not hearing about them as much as we should, which I think is a real gap in the evidence. So there are various ways, I think, that we can think about the impacts of climate change on people with neurological disorders. And we can start at the very basic level and think about genetic vulnerability. We've heard a few talks about why some people are more vulnerable than others, even with various neurological disorders, when you account for other factors and consider those other factors in the equation. And one of those possibilities, of course, is that we might be differentially sensitive to rising temperatures. So we all know that some of us prefer hot weather, others prefer cold weather. There are many reasons why that might be the case. And I think learning from the physiologists, there's, I think, a lot of different factors that might be relevant there. But one of those, I think also, which we haven't yet looked at enough, is genetic susceptibility. And this is some work that Ravi Shankara in my group has been doing. There's a poster about it outside. We've been looking at changes that we know are induced by temperature in the function of various proteins that have been already demonstrated in the laboratory, and then looking to see whether the genetic variants that influence those the structures of those proteins might render people more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So if you have a genetic variant, it may be that actually it doesn't matter most of the time, but if you're exposed to the wrong environment, it might become more relevant. And this is parallel to the situation, for example, where you may develop a severe cutaneous adverse reaction on exposure to a drug. That is usually genetically mediated, but unless you take the drug, it may never become apparent. And in the same way, the question arises whether there might be thermolatent phenotypes that will only become apparent when those environmental pressures are sufficient to bring them out. And amongst the conditions that seem most vulnerable are neurological, neurodevelopmental disorders. There's more detail about this in the poster. It's also important to think about how temperature affects the body at many different levels, and this includes, for example, gene expression, including gene expression in cells that are relevant to brain function. So this is an experiment that was also part of the same study run by James Mills and his colleagues, in which the patterns of changing gene expression were studied in individuals, in astrocytes in vitro. And you can see there's a wide range of gene expression changes taking place across the genome. And some of these are proteins which are directly involved, for example, in thermoregulation or ion channel function. So, of course, we think that thermoregulation should account for a lot of this and should prevent this from happening. But we've heard already how thermoregulation can be compromised and overcome, especially in the context of neurological disorders, which can mean, of course, that these can then further cascade and amplify the impacts of rising temperatures in a disordered nervous system. Now, we've seen similar slides from a number of different speakers today, which demonstrate that actually a lot of this work that's going on is taking place in countries where resources to tackle some of the complexities and challenges of climate change are more available. And much of the research in neurological disorders is also coming out, for example, or was from the States, from China, and from Europe. And again, the areas of the world that are most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, including for neurological disorders, there are few studies going on in those areas. So if we really want to understand all of these different aspects and the different levels at which climate change might be having an effect, from the molecular biological right up to supply chains for medicines, we need to be targeting areas of the world that are especially vulnerable. Some of the work that we've been doing has also looked at a different level now. So this is not the level of the cell biology or gene expression or neuronal excitability in the cell, but at the systems level. And in one such study published last year, we took advantage of the fact that in this hospital, well, next door actually, in the National Hospital of Neurology and Neurosurgery, people come in regularly for a variety of tests for their neurological disorders. One of those tests is to have intracranial EEG recorded, so that's EEG recorded from inside the brain using very fine electrodes inserted into the substance of the brain. And that's done in order to try and get a better understanding of where seizures might be arising from, when scalp EEG alone doesn't give you that information. Now, as it happens, some of these individuals were in hospital and often in hospital for 2-3 weeks at a time. And the time that they were admitted happened to overlap with a heat wave. So they may have been in for a while, then there was a heat wave, then they were in for a little bit longer after the heat wave. And that gave us the opportunity to look directly at human brain excitability at different temperatures. Obviously complicated studies because there are a number of other things that are changing, a number of confounds that need to be looked at. But coming back to the idea that very few places in the UK are air conditioned, our telemetry unit where these studies are done is not air conditioned. It's on the 7th floor. It faces west. You can't open the windows, and it gets really hot, a bit like delivery suite. And so this gave us the opportunity to look at what might be happening when when environmental temperatures, ambient temperatures rise. And what we saw in the graphic on the right is that for the group as a whole, there were more seizures during the hotter days than there were during the non-heat wave days. Now, it's a really small study. There were only 9 people that we could include because of the strict inclusion criteria we had. But there is a signal here telling us that another level, that systems level, there is an increase in brain excitability in people with epilepsy associated with rising ambient temperature. And if we then add to this the impacts of the rising ambient temperature, for example, on sleep and sleep disruption, you can see how actually at multiple levels there are risks to people with neurological disorders from both acute heat waves and persistently rising ambient temperatures. And pulling all that together to look at the overall burden from climate change and, for example, from heat waves is going to be an important thing to do in order for us to really understand what the risks are. So some of the work we've also been doing at the sort of systems level, if you like, has been looking at the built environment. This is work with Anna Mariani, who's from the Bartlett School, who might be in the audience. We've been looking at our residential facility, which is about 30 miles west of here in Chalfont. That's one of the residential care homes. About 100 people with very difficult to treat epilepsy and other difficulties live in this facility. And for a lot of these people, we have their genomic information. We've undertaken whole genome sequencing studies, so we know what genetic risk factors they might have for epilepsy and other difficulties. We can monitor the seizure frequency. We know about the drug changes. We can monitor temperatures outside. So we've installed an external weather station, which is the inset in the middle there. And we can monitor indoor temperatures, and that's something that many climate health studies don't do, is to look at indoor temperatures and humidity. And we can put all of that information together so you can begin to see profiles of external temperature, indoor temperature. We can also look at skin temperature and seizure frequency. And we see that in some individuals who are residents at these facilities at Chalfont, that there are curious and perhaps unexpected relationships between ambient temperature and skin temperature that you may not necessarily expect to see. But we obviously need to extend these studies to look at different aspects of temperature, especially perhaps core temperature. And that's something that I think has come from meetings like these, where I think that clinicians are also beginning to realize how measuring temperature is actually a complex thing to do for the human body. It's not just a question of sticking a thermometer in an ear. But the opportunities are there, and I think this is something that we as clinicians can do, is to draw together data sets that are already sitting out there and put them together with meteorological data in order to see whether there are signals that are telling us about the neurological impacts of, for example, heat waves. Now, this is a study from colleagues from Italy, which looks at another very specific aspect of the potential impacts of climate change. So in this part of Italy, which is in the southern part of Italy, there are specific geographical features that render some areas of this part of Italy particularly susceptible to heat waves. And what Francesco and Antonio did in this study was to look at the risk of admission due to hyponatremia associated with the use of an anti-seizure medication, and whether that risk was increased in the context of a heat wave. So now we're really beginning to put together a lot of different factors to see whether there might be particular vulnerabilities and to try and understand the complexities of those vulnerabilities. And what they found in this study was that there was a higher risk of an admission being precipitated due to the symptoms of hyponatremia in people who are on carbamazepine. Carbamazepine is an anti-seizure medication that we know can cause hyponatremia. Many people with this will have hyponatremia, but they won't necessarily have symptoms, and those symptoms won't necessarily precipitate admission. But in the context of elevated environmental temperatures, there was a higher risk. And what you see from the graphic on the right is that actually what was most important was the occurrence of tropical nights, which they defined as temperatures exceeding 20 degrees C throughout the night, and the presence of heat waves. So then you begin to see that actually there are multiple, again, layers of vulnerability in people with neurological disorders, in this case aggravated by the use of medications used to treat those disorders. And here is, I think, a very dramatic demonstration of the impacts of rising temperatures. So the image on your left are 2 blister packs, which contain, one contains a tablet of valproate, an anti-seizure medication, and the other contained a tablet of valproate, which you can see is now melted. So the context of this was that a mother came to Bernadette's clinic. Bernadette is a pediatric neurologist working in Zamboanga in the southern part of the Philippines. And you can see that it's there's a big archipelago here, and people with epilepsy and their families might have to travel for hours to get to that clinic. It's really important to them. They will do this, but it's time consuming and it's expensive. And this mother wanted to switch her son's medication from liquid to tablet formulation because she could not afford to buy an entire bottle of valproate in one go, but she could afford to buy a few tablets of valproate every few days, weeks. So she wanted to switch her son from liquid to the tablets. So in clinic, Bernadette was able to share some of the samples of the tablet form of valproate that a representative had given her. And when they opened the top one up, it had melted, and it turned out this had been stored in the representative's car during one of the recent heat waves they'd had in the Philippines. So you can imagine now that if you have very limited resources and you have to buy your valproate tablets every few days, and then you go home on the boat, and when you get home you find they've melted and your child can no longer have that medication, that's a real practical risk arising from the impacts of climate change. And this is work that Medina, who has been carrying the microphone today, has done with Seamus Gavas, one of her colleagues. And this is just coming out shortly, looking at the multiple layers of vulnerability of the medication supply chain to impacts of climate change, such as heat waves. So not just that they might actually melt, but a whole range of other complexities, including, for example, that the metabolism of some anti-seizure medications may also change related to heat waves and heat exposure. I think what this shows us is that we are really at the very beginning of understanding what changing everything in our environment does to healthcare for neurological disorders and to neurological disorders themselves. And there are many layers of complexity that we need to be looking at in order to try and understand and keep people safe. And so we published this study last year, and the purpose of this study, from my perspective, one of them, was to try and raise awareness about these things, about impacts of climate change for people with neurological disorders. This was the start of, I hope, a long-term collaboration with the Lancet Neurology, who've supported this meeting too. What I found really surprising about this, and maybe, I don't know, people from Lancet Neurology did or not, was the public interest that this generated. Not just the interest amongst neurologists, which is what I hoped it would do, but actually the interest amongst the lay public and also the media. And I think what that said to me was that actually there is a lot of concern about the impacts of climate change on people with neurological disorders, but we are not hearing that. I think that's why it's really important that we heard from Steph today and we heard from Lauren. They're very powerful testimonies, and it's all happening out there. So I've started asking people more. I don't ask everybody in every clinic, but I do ask people that I see, and I see a lot of people with epilepsy. I ask the people themselves and their families about the impacts of, for example, a recent heat wave. And once you start asking, you hear all sorts of things, a bit like Steph was explaining. So one mother, for example, said, yes, we just stay indoors, we rent an air conditioning unit, we have cooling mats, and we stay inside, and our lives change completely during a heat wave. And she'd not told me any of that ever before. And I asked her why she hadn't done that. She said, well, what can you do about the weather, doc? And of course, in a way, she's right, because of course I can't change the weather, but we can at least have that discussion with people, and we can bring to them what little information we do have about keeping people with neurological disorders safe during heat waves in the way that I think as a neurological community we did during COVID. We were heavily engaged in thinking about how to keep people safe with neurological disorders during COVID. So I think it's really important also that we hear more from people with neurological disorders themselves about the impacts. And there are lots of concerns that people do have. So these are just some examples. So a survey that the Epilepsy Society undertook over a number of periods over the last few years, there was clear evidence that there was concern from people with epilepsy about the impacts of climate change. And if we just look at the bottom one there, for example, over half of people with epilepsy responded to this. It's a big survey, about 1,000 people responded, noted their seizures were more frequent or more severe or broke through previous seizure control during that particular heat wave back in 2020. And we've recently undertaken a similar survey for people with muscle disorders through Muscular Dystrophy UK. Lauren works with a smaller number of responses here. But again, from those people who did respond, concerns about the impacts both of hotter weather and colder weather, both of which have clear impacts on function and on symptoms. And then just a few other, I think, things that we need to be thinking about when we're considering this whole picture of the climate impacts on people with neurological disorders. One of those is that, of course, as Eve was saying, her work has to take place against the dynamic background of continuing changes in the temperature in the North Atlantic. If we're thinking about papers, for example, that are published with respect to stroke over the last several years, even over that time, of course, temperatures have changed and there have been more frequent and more intense heat waves. And so if we try and put all that information together across different years, we may not be comparing like with like. So we may actually be missing important signals. And this is something I think we need to take into account in exactly the same way that we saw was taken into account in the crab neurophysiology. So there's so much that I think is still missing in all the literature out there that we need to be looking at. The standards in terms of reporting, which are really lacking. The lack of resolution, for example, type of stroke, phenotypic detail, regional variation, individual level data. The lack of information about indoor temperatures, and also about how you look at temperature. How should we be measuring temperatures at the peak? Is it 3 days of elevated temperatures? Is it the nighttime temperature? We don't know, I think, for neurological disorders, what is important at the biological level and what we should be measuring. And I think, worst of all, we don't even record this sometimes. So I know, Eve's, your experiments are, of course, the example of how it should be done, and we've talked about this. But when we did a little survey, which is still ongoing, and this is work that a student who was with us is still doing, Emre Dunda, who's now actually qualified, he looked at papers that were published on experimental studies in epilepsy in the year 2022. And these were experiments where temperature would have mattered. So, for example, they were about electrophysiological measurements in vitro. 48% of the studies didn't report the temperature at which the experiment had been done at all. So there was no information, or it said room temperature. What's room temperature in Istanbul? What's room temperature in Helsinki? There was nothing at all. And the reason we were looking at this was to see, what are people thinking about in terms of climate change? But actually, we're not even there because people haven't even documented the temperature which they're doing experiments now. And most experiments are done at room temperature, which in Western Europe, we could say maybe is 21 degrees C for much of the year, let's say. That has, I would argue, really little relevance to what's going on in the brain in vivo. So I think there's a lot that we still need to do as a community in order to be able to get the information in the first place to devise appropriate adaptation strategies. And you saw this already from Mark, and Mark was saying how hotter and more humid temperatures are sending us that way and making life more uncomfortable for us all. But neurological disorders, I would argue, are potentially also doing that. They're reducing thresholds and increasing vulnerability at lower temperatures than might otherwise be the case. So in conclusion, I think we do know there are some factors that for neurological disorders, I think we have reasonable evidence are likely to be relevant. unseasonal local temperatures and a list of other things. But there are lots of things that we still don't know about in terms of neurological disorders that I think we really need to be addressing, especially at individual level with indoor temperatures, if we're really to understand what the risks and complexities are. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanjay. That's really interesting. There's quite a few questions in the audience, so we can get started.
Thank you. Thanks, Sanjay, for that. These are some of the questions that we probably talked about before, and it's just two comments or observations from your presentation. So number one is the genetic side of things. And here, so I want to draw it back to the mechanistic approach that we talked about earlier on, and the heat balance equation, which is heat gain and heat loss. Some of the genetic problems, for example, the ryanodine receptor genetic problems, associated with heat gain. So when you're speaking to the patients or speaking to individuals who may be affected by climate change or changes in temperature, should the conversation be going towards the heat gain and heat loss side of the equation, because that's potentially where the intervention can be applied. That's observation number one. Number two is the hyponatremia presentation, or the study that show an increase when the temperature is higher. Things that we see, for example, from extreme athletic events is overhydration. And it's whether that trigger to drink more, because there's suddenly rising ambient temperature, is making these individuals drink more. So whereas they may have been okay in a relative hyponatremia, but now they're over drinking and tipping them into that sort of hyponatremia and more symptoms.
Yeah. So I think they're really important observations, Amar, and I think what I would really like to be able to do are the sort of detailed studies which I saw happening at your centre. I think at the moment we're just finding associations, and we have very little understanding of the underlying mechanisms. But even those associations, I think, are still important because it raises awareness that there are issues there that we need to tackle. So, for example, in that hyponatremia study, we don't know why the hyponatremia was worse and why the symptoms were worse. It's not necessarily the case that actually the serum sodium had really plummeted. In fact, most of the admissions were related to mild and moderate hyponatremia, not severe hyponatremia. So I think there's also something about thermal comfort and tolerance of thermal comfort that we have not yet addressed. I think it really goes back to the complexity of what's going on and the fact that we need to do more studies like the ones you do, where we can control more of the factors and begin to extract what's really important.
I think in the interest of time, we'll take just this one question from you.
So this is more a comment. It seems to me that neurologists, or maybe physicians in general, should be able to prescribe an air conditioner. And I'm really serious.
Yeah.
They're much cheaper than all sorts of other medical interventions. But from what I've been hearing, it sounds like a $200 air conditioner might have more benefit than many other things that cost a lot more.
I think that's it's a really important point, and I don't know if Anna's in the audience, or I don't know, Shakur, if you have any thoughts on air conditioning in general, because I think obviously in general for us all to have air conditioning would probably not be in the interests of global warming overall. But I think you're right. When your child has a life-threatening illness where temperature may lead to fatality, then I think there's a really powerful argument to be made. And why not? I mean, we are now prescribing talking therapies, and we're prescribing all sorts of nature-based therapies. So why not? Why not air conditioners? I'm with you on that. Whether the NHS would be is a different matter.
Thank you so much, Sanjay. There's quite a few other questions, but I think we'll have to leave it there. I also just want to mention for all our speakers, there's been really lovely engagement online. So for anyone that's interested, please do check out the Teams chat at the end. It should still be available on the page at the end of the day. But for our final speaker for this session, we're really pleased to welcome Marina Romanello. So Marina, if you're there online, please do feel free to turn your camera and microphone on. while I give you an introduction. So Marina is the Executive Director of the Lancet Countdown, tracking progress on health and climate change, an independent and multidisciplinary research collaboration of almost 100 academic centres around the world, and it's headquartered at University College London's Institute for Global Health. Marina has led a team of researchers in developing England's National Health Service net zero commitments and is a member of numerous advisory boards and projects focusing on health and climate change. Is Marina still on the call, Maria, or should we use the pre-recorded? Oh, I can hear you now. Thank you so much, Marina.
Thank you, and thank you so much for having me online as well. I'm so sorry I couldn't be with you in person. I had to come to Geneva for the World Health Assembly, which I wasn't expecting to. So I'm sorry to miss out on the in-person meeting. As you've just heard, Marina Armanello, I work at the Institute for Global Health, and I'm the Executive Director of the Lancet Countdown. So I've been listening to a bit of the conversation just now. What I'm going to show you is some of the latest data of the report that we published in November. I've picked some of the key indicators that I think were most relevant to the current conversation, and giving you a bit of a quick oversight of the work that we've done and how this affects health, and particularly neurological health. So as you've just heard, the Lancet Countdown is a big international collaboration. We bring together globally about 300 researchers through our global and regional centers. The global reports, that is largely the data that I'm going to show you today, brings together just over 100 researchers from 57 contributing organizations. It's led by UCL, by the Institute for Global Health, and it brings together researchers, as you can see, from around the world that work on different aspects of the intersection between climate change and health. It's a truly multidisciplinary collaboration. And each year we publish these reports that you see on screen in the risks and impacts of climate change, but importantly, which actions we're taking in terms of adaptation to climate change, mitigation, economic transitions, and engagement of key actors in society, and what are their benefits or the missed opportunities in terms of the potential benefits for health of accelerated climate action. And the latest report, we published it last November, so just ahead of the COP29 climate negotiations. And I'm largely going to show you data from that report, with the key finding being record-breaking health impacts of climate change. So across the 15 indicators in which we're monitoring the health impacts and risks of climate change, 2/3 reached new record levels in the latest year of data. You can see that plotted in the heat map that I'm showing you on screen, where each indicator is plotted in a row with its time series, and their values standardized, with kind of blue values being more beneficial conditions for health, and those red values being more dangerous conditions for health. And you can see that very clear trend across most, if not all, of the indicators towards worsening health risks. The reason why this is so important is not only that we're seeing kind of the health risks of climate change increasing, but because we're seeing them all increasing at once. So it's not just one risk that we're facing. Climate change is undermining the foundations of health and affecting health through many different pathways, which often compound each other. So exacerbating and acting as a risk amplifier, that's generally the biggest threat of climate change, how it amplifies vulnerabilities and underlying risks. So you've heard already a lot about heat and health, really challenging to measure the health impacts of heat. Not least because there's no standardized reporting of mortality at a daily or weekly basis, and especially on hospitalizations or morbidity above everything. So what we do in this report to monitor global heat-related mortality, we focus on populations over 65 years of age, the most vulnerable age group, that is elderly populations, generally with high incidence of underlying chronic health conditions that exacerbate those vulnerabilities. And we apply a unique exposure response function globally. We're currently improving on this methodology, but roughly what we see is that heat-related deaths since the 1990s increased by about 167%, with this being a combination of a growing vulnerable population, a growing population over 65, increased vulnerabilities, and obviously rising temperatures. But the interesting thing here is that while we don't do formal climate change attribution, we do a counterfactual scenario where we've asked the question, what would mortality have been if we have not seen the temperature change that we've seen since the 1990 levels. And the answer is, well, if temperatures hadn't increased, we would have only seen an increase in 65% in heat-related deaths of adults over 65 years of age. So this tells us that there's a very robust and very impactful influence of the rising temperatures on heat-related deaths. And of course, deaths are just the tip of the iceberg. Under each of these deaths, we know that there's a huge burden of disease associated with increased heat exposure. You've already been hearing some of those impacts in terms of exacerbation of neurological conditions and triggering of different adverse health outcomes. We see also exacerbation of respiratory disease, cardiovascular disease, kidney disease, and obviously heat stress that might not necessarily lead to death, but is still a significant health emergency. Aside from this kind of mortality and morbidity, we also see that climate change is affecting health, but by undermining people's capacity to hold healthy lifestyles. So, for example, we see that people exercising outdoors are at increasing risk from heat stress because of the rising temperatures. A record 1,512 hours per year during which outdoor temperatures would pose a moderate or higher risk of heat stress for those undertaking even light outdoor exercise, such as walking or light cycling, an increase of about 30% from the 1990s levels. What this means is that heat exposure is not only affecting health, but it's also putting those people undertaking outdoor exercise at risk from heat stress and heat stroke, and also limiting the number of hours that are available for safe physical activity. Heat exposure also discourages and reduces the willingness to engage in physical activity. So the impact that this has is in terms of increased sedentarism, reduced physical activity, can be quite profound in terms of the management of underlying health conditions and the overall health impacts of higher temperatures. Similarly, we're seeing that the rising temperatures are starting to affect sleep quality and sleep duration. We see a 5% increase in the hours lost due to high temperatures since 1986 to 2005. And as you can see there on the map, some parts of the world lost a full 10 hours of good quality sleep because of heat exposure. And this, we believe, is quite a big underestimate. But the important thing here is that we know that sleep is essential for good physical and good mental health. And there's robust evidence that suggests that this disruption of good sleep quality might be one of the mechanisms whereby heat exposure is also affecting mental and psychosocial health. So that the whole mental health dimensions are becoming increasingly important. Aside from this, we are seeing, of course, an increased number of heat waves, also increased incidence of drought. We estimate about 60% of all of the world's surface area is now affected by extreme drought, which wasn't affected by it in the 1950s. These drought events, heat wave events, and also other extreme weather events are starting to affect our food productivity, affect supply chains, and through many different pathways, starting to undermine food security. So with econometric analysis, we estimate that the increased frequency of heat waves and droughts with respect to 81 to 2010 was associated with about 151 million more people self-reporting moderate or severe food insecurity. And this, we know that the increase in food insecurity increase also the risk of mal and undernutrition, which can have permanent impacts on the physical and mental development, particularly on young children, can increase the predisposition for adverse neurological conditions, and has overall adverse health impacts associated with malnutrition. Finally, I was also hearing one of the colleagues that just spoke a while ago, talking about the increased environmental suitability for infectious disease transmission. So we're seeing that the change in the temperatures, precipitation patterns are starting also to change the environmental suitability for the transmission of diseases that are transmitted by arthropods, water, food, and air. And I wanted to show you this one in particular that is an indicator that we're now incorporating into the global Lancet Countdown report. But this data that you see here is from the European Lancet Countdown report, one of our regional reports. And we're saying that about 96% of the NUTS3 regions, the subnational regions in Europe, saw an increased environmental suitability for Ixodes rhiniceus feeding activity, which means that it's seen an increase in the potential for transmission of Lyme disease and tick-borne encephalitis that are transmitted by these ticks. And they're diseases that we're already seeing more frequent cases of in northern latitudes. So we're seeing it spreading to kind of more northern latitudes than before, with a case or two of tick-borne encephalitis also observed in the UK recently. So this is just one of the examples. We're also seeing an increased environmental suitability for the transmission of malaria, dengue, West Nile virus, vibriosis, etc. So many of those diseases also with neurological implications. And the perhaps most concerning finding amongst all of these increased health impacts of climate change and health risks of climate change is that we're really enormously lagging behind in implementing the necessary adaptation interventions within our health systems to be able to cope and reduce the impacts of climate change. The health systems will be the kind of the recipients of this increased burden of disease, increased mortality, increased hospitalizations. And we're not really seeing a transformation in how our health systems work in order to be able to protect populations in the face of these growing hazards. One of the most impactful and potentially most important interventions that we can undertake from the point of view of health protection is implementing good climate-informed early warning and early response systems to be able to alert and protect populations when these climate health risks arise. And what I'm showing you on screen there is 8 different graphs where we're looking at the extent to which countries have implemented climate-informed health early warning systems through a survey that was conducted by the WHO and WMO. And we've divided the world according to the Human Development Index group of the different countries. And what you can see there is kind of this almost perfect ladder across each and every one of the health risks that we're monitoring, in which it is the low Human Development Index country groups that are lagging the most in the implementation of these adaptation interventions, these potentially life-saving interventions, and the high Human Development Index and very high Human Development Index countries generally taking the lead. So what this tells us is that the most vulnerable countries, the most underserved countries, are not implementing fast enough adaptation interventions and are being left at an increasingly vulnerable position once these health impacts arise. So the lag in the adoption of adaptation efforts, particularly in the most vulnerable countries, is widening global inequities, is increasing vulnerabilities in these countries, and is leaving the most vulnerable populations increasingly unprotected in the face of climate threats. I don't know if you managed to read from the different labels on top of these graphics, but there's a whole range of labels there. There's nothing there that is specific to neurological disease, which is quite interesting. We do have kind of heat-related illness, airborne and respiratory illness, but not really anything directed at patients living with disease, and particularly with neurological diseases. Obviously, we can try to adapt to climate change. Already at our current 1.3 degrees of heating above pre-industrial times, this has become challenging. The world is currently heading towards at least 2.7 degrees of heating, according to implemented actions and policies. It's very unlikely we will manage to adapt to 2.7 degrees of heating, and the health impacts will be paid for in lives. So that's why mitigation becomes so important. Mitigation in terms of reduction of greenhouse gas emissions to keep temperatures within levels to which we can still adapt and to which our health systems can still respond. And the bad news here is that not only are we not reducing the greenhouse gas emissions, but we're actually increasing our annual emissions year on year, with emissions from the energy sector having reached record high levels in 2022, again in 2023, and we think from preliminary data they will have reached record levels also in 2024. This is important because with each unit of greenhouse gas emissions, the risks facing populations will increase and the pressures on our health increase. But it's also important because energy is fundamental to good health. About 1 trillion people around the world 1 billion people around the world are still served by healthcare facilities that lack access to reliable energy. About 750 people globally still don't have electricity. And about, as you can see on screen, 2.4 billion people globally still rely on dirty fuels and technologies to meet their household energy needs. And this, you can see there in the graph on the bottom, has huge implications on inequalities, with the low Human Development Index countries disproportionately relying on biofuels, waste, and other unreliable, very dirty sources of fuel. This is a symptom of energy poverty. The reason this is important is because it undermines their access to essential energy services like cooling off medications. You just heard from Sanjay the problem of even having medication that melts at high temperatures. So not being able to refrigerate medications, not being able to keep cold chains, not being able to refrigerate food, not being able to access services to keep indoor temperatures within safe limits, and not being able to even access information services at times. So this kind of over-reliance on dirty fuels, and particularly on biomass, is a symptom of energy poverty, which could be tackled by increasing access to clean renewable energies, and that is the key here. The other impact of the burning of dirty fuels inside people's homes is the huge levels of exposure to air pollution. We estimate about 2.3 million deaths in the 65 countries that most rely on biomass to meet their energy needs. 2.3 million deaths that could be avoided by supplying clean renewable energy, which is cheaper than fossil fuel-based energy. It is available off-grid. And once again, same as we said with kind of heat exposure, these deaths are the tip of an iceberg. Under each of these deaths, we will have a huge burden of disease, often with increased risk of respiratory illness, cardiovascular disease, cancer, and also neurological conditions and neurodegenerative conditions. Outdoor air pollution, also a big problem. You can see there on screen what this looks like. We estimate about 2 million deaths that come from the burning of fossil fuels still. Death that, again, we could avoid by transitioning to clean energy and clean fuels. There's been a lot of conversation about ambient air pollution and air pollution in general, a lot of push to transitioning to healthier energy sources, but that has to become a priority for the health sector. The SDG 7 of access to clean energy has to become a priority for the energy sector, for the health sector as well. So there's a lot that we can do in terms of promoting improved adaptation, more capacity within our health systems to be able to cope and respond to the health threats of climate change, to advocate for cleaner air, for the transition to healthy energy sources and improved energy security. But there's also a lot that we need to be doing as health professionals in terms of cleaning up our own activities. The health sector contributes to about 4.6% of all global greenhouse gas emissions. If you take it in comparison with the aviation sector is less than 2%. If we were a country, we would be between the 5th and 6th highest emitter in the world. So it's very substantial, our contribution to the global carbon footprint. Our activities also generate air pollution, and that air pollution is responsible to about 4.6 million DALYs as an estimate for 2021. There's a lot that we can do in terms of reducing that environmental footprint, reducing the associated health impacts, while improving the healthcare access and the healthcare quality, particularly with high-income countries and wasteful health systems. This could also lead to reduced waste from the health sector, improved efficiency in the use of resources for health, and improved access to care as a result of that. Finally, the other area where I wanted to highlight is the urgent need to increase education within health professionals on climate change. Health professionals will increasingly have to deal with the impacts of climate change, will increasingly have to advocate for health protective responses to climate change. And for that, we really need for the health workforce to be very well educated on climate change. We need capacity building. As kind of some good news is that we've surveyed through a survey run by Columbia University about 300 public health education institutions, and about 70% reported providing some sort of education in climate and health. The bad news is that only about 40% of those had mandatory training. Climate change is a health crisis. It should be mandatory in all public health education curricula and in all medical education curricula as well. We're currently expanding this indicator to also include medical education. So this is a big role for all of us, from researchers through to health professionals, health educators, to take this on and increase capacity and awareness. And with that, I invite you to look at some more of our data and indicators in lancetcountdown.org. And thank you so much for your attention and for enabling also for my virtual participation today.
Thank you so much for an excellent presentation, Marina. And it's really nice. I think a lot of us rely on the annual Lancet Countdown to kind of really explain this to the people we think need to take action. So thank you for the work on this. Do we have any questions in the room or online? I guess I can get started as well, but something I was thinking about in relation to Sanjay's talk as well. Do you think that these reports are getting through to the likes of drug companies who are kind of producing medicines for those at risk for heat-related illness? And have you seen any adaptation from pharmaceutical industry in relation to climate?
Yeah, look, it's very interesting. We were just having discussions here with the World Economic Forum and a few other kind of organizations that work really closely with the pharma and the private sector. And there's definitely a lot of interest. There's definitely a lot of interest in terms of, well, there has been for decades regarding heat stability, particularly of vaccines. Supply chains are a problem. Climate change puts cold chains at risk. So there's a lot of investment going in terms of ensuring stability of medications and reducing the need for cold chains. There's also a lot of interest from kind of those providers of cooling services in terms of providing more sustainable and a more equitable access to cooling service. From kind of the discussion when Sanjay presented on the kind of risk of heat, obviously the most vulnerable populations will need access to efficient cooling solutions. There's a lot of cooling that can be provided with things like more trees, more green spaces, and those are very efficient. They are sometimes underestimated. The one risk of air conditioning is it puts a lot of heat waste to the outdoors. But there is a lot of interest and investment going from the private sector in terms of providing some of those solutions in terms of adaptation and provision of healthcare in the context of climate change, for sure.
Right, thank you. There's a question over there.
Thank you. It's more of a to add on to what's already been said. We represent one of the pharmaceutical industries, one of the pharmaceutical companies here, and I want to almost like reassure the fact that we are working towards it. We're trying to look at designing our drugs green by design. We are looking at our clinical trials. We're working in coalitions, sustainable healthcare coalition, sustainable markets initiatives as well. So there is a big interest, and I don't want to say it from like a corporate perspective. We're kind of like at the ground level, and we are supporting that and really helping in that education within our industry. So a little bit of reassurance there that we are trying to do our bit as well, because we're very conscious of what we're doing.
That is brilliant. Thank you for the contribution. And there's one question there.
Hi, possibly more of a comment, but I work in sustainability, and I'm going to be doing a sustainability role at the Institute of Neurology starting this week. So one thing I've observed that many organisations, including corporates, hospitals, educational institutions and cities, are taking their mitigation responsibilities more seriously now and setting net zero goals. But lagging behind is tackling adaptation. So if all institutions took adaptation a bit more seriously, then those people who are particularly vulnerable to heat-related effects could be safer. And that might include sort of training their first aiders and emergency responders, adapting their buildings better. It could go a long way if the adaptation agenda was boosted as part of the sustainability agenda. I just wondered if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, look, I think you're absolutely right in that adaptation has been deprioritized in some way. And definitely a lot that needs to be done in terms of promoting more efficient adaptation, more efficient health protection. What I would perhaps disagree on is that mitigation is being taken seriously. Those net zero goals generally are full of hot air. They're generally based very strongly on offsets, and they generally do not take into account the biggest aspect of the carbon footprint, that is the supply chain. So no one's really taking into account the biggest component of our emissions. And the reason why I say that is that we obviously need to increase our adaptation efforts, but adaptation is impossible. We're finding it very difficult already at 1.5 degrees. If we go to 2.7, there's no adapting your way out of this. So what we're really trying to reinforce is that it's not adaptation or mitigation. It's mitigation so that adaptation remains possible. So both things need to happen at the same time. We're very delayed in adaptation, and that's why we're currently still seeing health impacts, unnecessary, unavoidable deaths, unavoidable disease. In a context in which we could still adapt to the current level of heating, we should be able to prevent climate change related health impacts at 1.3, 1.2 degrees of mean heating. And the reason why we're seeing these health impacts is because we have not adapted properly. But if temperatures keep on going up, and if mitigation commitments are not taken seriously, those deaths will increase very rapidly, and the costs of mitigation, the cost to the health sector, will be enormous. So that there's always an opportunity cost in terms of the funding that needs to be allocated to adaptation. So 100% yes, we need to increase the focus on adaptation, but we must do adaptation in a context of mitigation that makes adaptation possible.
Thank you so much, Marina. We're just running out of time, but if you have a moment to answer Kim's question in the chat online, that would be really fantastic. So thank you very much for joining us here today. And for everyone in the room, we're going to take a 20-minute break and meet back here at 3:20. But if we could just give all the speakers in that session another round of applause.
Okay, everybody, I think we'll make a start for this session. So I'm very pleased to introduce the first speaker, who is Dr. Emma O'Connell from the Greater London Authority Group Public Health Unit, going to talk about neurological diseases, climate change adaptations at the population level and implications for clinicians. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, thanks very much for having me here today. And I had so many plans about what I was going to say around my slides, and I've had to reimagine them at every presentation because there's just so much to absorb. It's sort of the role of the public health person to try and pull in all of the different types of evidence and translate that into the things we can do to prevent harm. So just to give you a bit of around the background and why I'm here to speak to you today. So I'm a consultant in public health. I've worked on environment and health for a very long time. I previously led the extreme events team in the UK Health Security Agency. So I was really, really pleased to hear people talk about the early warning system, and really pleased to hear Bethan mention how helpful she found the resources around patient support during heatwave events. My role at the moment is within the GLA Group Public Health Unit, so that's a bit of a mouthful, but I lead in that role working within the Public Health Unit, which is providing advice across the different functions of the GLA, and I lead on planning, climate and resilience. So my job in that role is to identify opportunities across those portfolio areas to reduce health impacts and improve and reduce health inequalities. So heat is really central to my profession for many, many years now, and heat has been identified as a key risk during London. So I'm going to speak unapologetically through the lens of my UKHSA role and my insights from that, which is a very England-focused situation, and also through my role from the London perspective as well. And hopefully you'll find some synergies with some of the work that's happened here today, because the public health thing, as I said, sort of tries to take all of the evidence and knowledge and put it into the so what of the question. So I thought a really useful place to start would be on the impact-based early warning systems, as the early warning systems are kind of the most visible public health intervention when it comes to heat risk. These are, there's a real push globally to support the development of early warning systems to support climate action across the board. In fact, at the World Assembly today, my own colleagues from the Global Heat Health Information Network are supporting a big piece of work around early warning systems for heat and climate, and that's a collaboration between the WHO and the WMO. So the impact-based early warning system in England was the first impact-based warning system for heat, to my knowledge, globally. And it was developed, the reason why it's referred to as an impact-based warning system is because it uses the evidence we have about the impacts that we see on heat to inform the thresholds at which we take action. So you can see here, when we reviewed the temperature and mortality relationships for this update and transition into an impact-based warning system, we identified that actually the relationship between health outcomes in terms as expressed by excess mortality in London are different to the other parts of the country, where actually the temperature and mortality relationships were quite similar. And you can see here that the thresholds around low, medium, high at the level at which we alert are both temperature based, but also they equate quite neatly, and we were surprised by this, to increases in the relative risk at those thresholds. So you see at very low level, this is where we start to see a relative risk of 10% in terms of all-cause excess mortality, and then up to medium is 20%, and then at high it's about 50%. And this is relevant because when you look at the populations that we define within the alerting criteria, you can see that there's populations at risk, and this is how we described and developed the impact-based warning systems, where we looked at the population at risk and we looked at the impact on health services, and then we also looked at the impact across other sectors. And when it moves into a situation where other sectors are affected, that's when it becomes a much more cross-system response that's usually nationally organised with DHSC or the Cabinet Office leaders. You can see here the group where I put a star beside it. This is really the group that when I heard Sanjay speak before, we've had real difficulty identifying the who of that group. Who are the people that we're seeing with that low level, at those low levels of heat where we're seeing excess mortality? Who is that person? And I think that this group that you guys are concerned about are definitely, and there's people also with severe mental illness, I think, are probably likely in that category. And the reason why I thought it was important to communicate that to this group is because these early warning systems, you can, as a clinical group or even as patients, you can sign up to receive these alerts. They can go into your inbox and they give you good warning that that levels of high temperatures that are forecast, usually 3 to 5 days in advance, and sometimes even more. It means that it doesn't mean that you can get a new wheelchair that isn't black, incredibly, but it will allow you to maybe make your plans ahead of time to ensure that you don't have to cancel everything at the last minute, and at least you're forewarned that something's coming that is going to affect your ability to stay safe. But we know that even though the early warning systems are a really important component of our public health intervention around heat risk, and when the alerts go out, that is a signal to the system that actually you need to deprioritize what you're doing and reprioritize things to help those who are affected by heat. But actually, we know that there is a really large burden underneath that. And this is quite a difficult graph to read and understand straight away, but I'll talk you through because it's quite an important piece of evidence. So you can see the histogram there. I know that Jack's in the audience and he's going to recognize this. I think this is actually his graph. So the histogram at the bottom, in the top bit, is the frequency of days in London at that particular temperature. And the line above it demonstrates the temperature and mortality relationship for those temperatures. So you can see that at a point, which is about 25 to 26 degrees in London, the shape of the curve starts to tilt. And that's the point where we start seeing that 10 and then the 20% increase in relative risk. And as the temperature gets higher, it tilts again. And you can really see that in the temperature and mortality relationship. But you can see that where the amber alerts, which is level 3 alerts for London, you can see that they kick in at around 32 degrees. And I say they kick in at around because actually it takes into account not just the core temperature, it takes into account night temperatures, and it's a dynamic risk assessment that accounts for air quality and a lot of other things as well. But let's call it 32. So you can see that the 30 where your emergency response mechanism is kicking in there, it's quite a big gap between that 25, 26 degrees and where the emergency response mechanism kick in. And actually, when we look at the attributable fraction of mortality that's happening, 95% of it, give or take, is happening in that sub-extreme, that area beneath that extreme threshold. So even if we are doing all we can in the emergency response phase of our public health intervention, that will only address that 5%. So this is really, really fleshing out and illustrating that this is a public health strategic prevention activity that needs to be happening year round, addressing the upstream determinants of those health outcomes. So of course we need the emergency response mechanism. It's proved to be pretty effective. It's not perfect, I get that, but actually it's just one part of the picture, and we cannot ignore this big burden of mortality that exists above those and below those extremes. So when we look at the detail in London, and this is the reason why I'm going into the London data, is because we could see in the work that we were doing that there were some really specific issues around heat. And it was only when we started, we couldn't really understand the specific interventions that we would need to take, or the best interventions that we need to take, when we were just looking at the evidence in broad brush. And that was just a challenge for a very, very long time, that we didn't have the detail of who it was that was affected, where they were affected, and so on. So when I came to London, which I knew from the nature of the temperature mortality relationships, that something different was happening in London for all sorts of reasons. We got the really strong urban heat island effect, really young population, very poor housing, a lot of dense housing, a lot of overcrowding, and so on. So I really felt like I needed to understand what was going on, because in the meantime, we knew that when you look at this graph, you can see that these are the deaths, excess deaths during heat events from 2016 out to 2023. And you can see that in London, it stayed actually quite static over time. You know, there's a bit of variation there, which you'd expect year on year during the summer. But actually, it's the other parts of the country where you can see that the excess mortality is really going up. So does that mean that actually in London, we're you know, people have gotten used to hot weather, even though the temperatures are getting hotter and the episodes are more frequent and intense? Are we doing okay? But actually, when you look at the data in more detail, it definitely is not okay. So when you look at the population of London, it is definitely and distinctly much younger population than the rest of the country. And when we looked at the age, well, actually, this is Gasparini's paper. When you look at the age standardized mortality in London, it is very much higher than everywhere else. So you can see it's quite an outlier there at the top. And the other thing to know from this paper is that they looked at another number of risk factors, similar to many of the other papers, which look at, you know, routine data sources across looking at temperature, mortality, you know, spatially distributed characteristics that you might be able to analyze epidemiologically, looking at how they play into the risk. And actually, there's quite a lot of inconsistency there. And you know, across globally. So there's some patterns that come through repeatedly, you know, income, ethnicity in the US in particular, social isolation. Some of them come through strongly, but there's also quite a lot of inconsistency. And you can see that in this paper that they found no evidence of index of multiple deprivation really. And some papers have found some and others have not. But they found some evidence of a conurbation, and other papers have found a really strong impact of greening and so on. So this inconsistency was telling me that actually there are lots of different contextual factors that seem to be playing in. We can't really read much from these sort of ecological, large spatial, spatially distributed data sets that we're trying to use to understand what a public health set of interventions looks like. But we know that many, many of them are modifiable. So if you look at the temperature and mortality curves from different cities and places around the world, you can see that the steepness of the curve for the hot part of that curve, which is the bit over to the side there. So Bethan presented it for stroke and mortality earlier. So you can see here in Vancouver, when you get into the heat part of the temperature mortality curve, it's quite steep. The same in London and the same in Paris and France. And then it's much flatter for these other places where actually they're quite used to temperature and maybe their buildings are adapted, maybe they're physiologically adapted. So there's something going on there. And this tells me that these are modifiable risk factors. So the Heat Health Action Planning framework is a really well-established framework for looking at heat within a population. You can apply it nationally, locally. It's very flexible, but it has all of the elements that you need to consider if you're looking at heat health action from a public health perspective. This framework's under review at the moment, but the elements will probably remain the same. So when I was looking at the sorts of things, having worked on the national level, I was looking at the gaps that I really needed to drill into in my role in London. And many of the aspects, the elements within this framework, we have a lot of evidence on. Their systems in place. Again, they're not perfect. They could be optimized, but you know, there's an infrastructure to work with there. But the key gaps that I felt were really blocking us from progressing this much and being much more effective and targeted in our interventions were around the population groups specifically, their risk factors and vulnerability, and the health and care system itself. And this links back to what Marina was saying earlier. The health systems have not really been preparing particularly effective for climate change for lots of reasons, COVID, underfunding. You know, there are loads of reasons for that, but it is a gap in the system. Other parts of the system have moved on, like transport and planning, for example. Climate is quite well embedded in the way they think about things, but the health system is a gap. So I decided to focus on those two things. And this was partly supported by a PhD that we had initiated many, many years ago, having already identified this issue, this gap around individual level risk factors and the difficulty in applying and developing epidemiological methods to understand what those risks are. So this is a case crossover study using primary care data. Sorry, I should say straight away, I supervise this work with Shari Kovacs from the London School of Hygiene, but it's Ross Thompson's work. It's his PhD, his baby, but he is in Japan with his band, so he couldn't do this himself. But I just wanted to make sure that you're aware that it's a really, really, really good paper and a really good PhD. So anyway, it's a case crossover study using individual level data from primary care records for the 2 years preceding a death during hot weather. And you can really see clearly here that there are some patterns that are consistent with some of the other pieces of evidence that we've heard from today about even the mechanistic aspects and particularly around specific groups. And if I was getting close to saying there's my public health spidey senses, I would say that, I think that we're really getting to the point where we could have good confidence in identifying subgroups of individual patients with clinical characteristics that are driving quite a lot of that risk, particularly for that 10% group, the group for whom those low impact level heat events are really important. So you can see here, unsurprisingly, you've got some vascular conditions, but you also have Parkinson's, a really important group for Sanjay's profession. And you also see really clearly here people with both severe and common mental disorders. So there's a lot going on there in terms of their physiological situations, behavioral issues, possible medication. But this is a signal that's coming through, not just through this study, but also through some of the evidence we're getting from big heat episodes in places like Canada and the US as well, that people with a previous diagnosis of a common or severe mental health illness are at significant risk as well. And you can see here that many of the other groups that we would consider, we now have a pretty well characterized profile of if you've got this on your primary care record, then you are likely to be at higher risk during heat episode, stroke, diabetes, heart failure. But you can see clearly there's some alignment there with some of the other evidence that we can triangulate across. And this is really important individual level data, which has been very hard to obtain through other means. I just don't think we're going to get to a cohort type of study for this sort of health outcome any other way. And there were some surprises in it as well. Actually, we thought that we would be able to use the frailty index as an indicator of risk, but actually there was no relationship there whatsoever. So we think that actually that suggests to us that people who are on a GP record and have a frailty index indicator on there, that they are likely to be part of a care cohort. They'll be part of a virtual ward or similar. They'll already be in a care. I think it's people who are not accessing care who are falling into this cohort of high-risk individuals. And the other thing that's making me think that that's the case is because in other countries we see the excess mortality data are really heavily relied on as an indicator of trends and the types of people who are dying. So when we look at who is dying in England, we see that the cause of death is often dementia and Alzheimer's, but actually that's what's on the death cert. So the person who's, we know that deaths caused which are exacerbated by heat are not going to be coded as heat. And so we just know that all that data point is telling us is that those individuals are at higher risk during heat episode. And then you've got circulatory diseases as well. But we see in other countries, when we see excess heat episodes happening, we see an almost proportionate and a mirrored demand in healthcare seeking behaviours. So in New York, they're able to use their real-time surveillance system to basically say, well, the excess deaths are doing that, and the healthcare demand trajectories follow it in terms of their surveillance systems. And we have the surveillance systems here, but that is not the pattern we see. So to my mind, that's telling us that we're seeing quite a lot of excess mortality, but we're not actually seeing a proportionate or a correlated increase in healthcare demand. So is it that people in this country just don't think that they're becoming unwell from hot weather and they're not seeking healthcare where they need it? And additionally, when we look at place of death, we can see that there's an increase in excess mortality across all settings. But we can also see that most in terms of the rate, it's very high in hospitals and care settings. And we know at the beginning of the season that there's more variation in the deaths in the hospital setting. So that's likely to be that the system's not quite geared up to deal with the summer. So there's a lot to really unpick there to understand what it is that's happening, where the gap in terms of our preventative action can be filled. So one of the other interesting findings is we could only look at London air quality, and actually the air quality in London has improved a great deal. So it may be that the levels are just not as significant as they are in other places. I know they're not as significant as they are in places like India. But actually, when we adjusted for air quality in the London cohort, actually the only group for whom there was a significant difference was the COPD group. So that's a notable finding as well. So the next bit I'm going to talk about is where, the work that we were doing around the health and care settings. So the context of this is also the independently commissioned London Climate Resilience Review, which was done last summer and actually involved, so the purpose of this review was to assess the preparedness of London for climate change. It was a cross-sector review, but actually had a great deal of input from the health sector, who were very vocal. So health system responses there were a lot of health system responses, but there's also quite a lot of health-focused responses within the responses that were coming across from other sectors and from communities as well. So the review was published last summer and included a number of recommendations for the health system in London, largely focused on understanding their risk profile with a view to them moving with the rest of the system to put in place climate adaptation actions. And these were aligned with the aspirations of their adaptation plans within their green plans anyway, which are actually was just the framework. I know Natalia is going to talk to you later, but this is the work that's currently underway and the focus of my time at the moment, which is within the green NHS, within the NHS green plans, they have an adaptation plan and they've just published the framework, and within that's underpinned by a climate change risk assessment. So this is quite a complex tool for organisations to undertake, but each organisation, so that's a trust or whether that's an integrated care system or an integrated care board, need to undertake this risk assessment. And so part of that assessment, traditionally it would have been looked at through an estates lens, but actually the reason why we're working so closely with them on it is because we're trying to do this in such a way that it captures some of the population health aspects as well. So which parts of your population have a much higher, what are your local indicators on individuals living in the community with severe mental illness, for example. So we want to incorporate the system public health perspectives within the NHS risk assessment process. And so we're working with them. We have a workshop tomorrow to start that work. And this is just to illustrate really some of the wider public health approaches to risk management, because there's the stuff you do to prevent things from happening when it gets hot, but actually if you're working to your core public health principles, what you're trying to do is you're trying to prevent the exposure or limit their exposure in the first place. And in context of heat, that's really about reducing indoor exposures and reducing outdoor exposures as well. But we do have quite a lot of policies, tools for that in this country. So there was the building regulations that were published, and there's ones on overheating, and they sit alongside the ones on ventilation. So they're only for new builds. So obviously that's a tiny proportion of the building stock. So we still have significant problems, and they've only just been put in place. So when they're evaluated, we'll see how effective they are at reducing indoor overheating in new builds. We also have quite a lot of policy. Well, in London, there's a cooling hierarchy policy, which is that you need to exhaust all other options before you install cooling within a new development, and that policy is very much mirrored within some of the wider conversations around national policy planning reform. So you probably don't know anything about this, but the new national planning policy includes two major shifts in terms of that will benefit over the longer term. So one of them is that there's a very explicit consideration of health and health inequalities. So the local plans will have to demonstrate and recognise the importance of using the planning system to reduce health and health inequalities. And they also will have to consider climate mitigation and climate adaptation as well. So these are important policies that will play through over time. And the planning system is very, very slow. So it'll be a while before we see that happening. And then there's some really exciting research happening. Anna was mentioned before, and I'm working with herself and Shaq and others on the Howorth is just an example of some of the really, really large research projects. They're trying to answer some of the questions that we explored today, like what's the relationship between outdoor and ambient exposures and indoor exposures, and how does that relate to people's experiences, and how does it relate to some of these difficult settings where it might be very challenging to try and manage heat. So the Howorth project seeks to look at prison settings, healthcare settings, care settings, and domestic settings as well. And so that's just started, so we won't see the outcomes of it for a while, but these questions are in the process and in chain of being answered to feed into policies and action. But I think that it's fair to say that this is not happening quickly enough. We really are, like, so when we see the trajectory of heat changing, and we can see the impact of that, particularly across the rest of the country, and the escalation of excess mortality, which I've explained is really only touching, it really is the tip of the iceberg. I think the trajectory and the challenge that we face ahead is really clearly illustrated. This graph on the side there is from the Health Foundation 2040 report. So that provides projections on the top 10 health conditions that will be driving premature mortality and healthcare use up to 2040. And you can see of those, 7 of them are very climate sensitive. So somebody earlier was asking about the difference between the softening of winter cold temperatures and the comparison with heat. We know that the average temperatures across winter will soften a little bit, but the extent of that is really going to be very minimal. Actually, we'll have quite cold winters, and our population is aging, and our housing quality is so poor that actually the UKHSA evidence is that we're going to see a really, really large impact on healthcare demand and premature mortality out to at least the 2050s, as we see heat impacts increasing, but also cold impacts increasing, because despite the temperatures across winter softening, the demographic vulnerability is going to be increasing in tandem. So the trajectory here is one for really, really significant demands to the health and care system, which I think we're only beginning to start thinking through and managing. So I just wanted to say thanks very much, and again to mention Ross. It's his data, it's his sweat and toil, and to note that there's another paper. He also looked at not just individual clinical risk factors, he looked at socio-environmental risk factors in that paper as well, which is currently in press, and that looks at things like housing tenure, social isolation and ethnicity. So it's a very interesting paper as well. Okay, thanks.
Many thanks for a really clear, if somewhat alarming talk.
Sorry.
We've got time for one question, maybe two. Do you want to go ahead? We'll bring you the microphone.
Does your early warning system go out to everybody of a certain age, or is it people have to opt in or opt in?
That's a very good question. People have to opt in. So we have 2 systems running in parallel. The heat health warning system is run by the health agency, and that's an opt-in system. And then when it clicks into the big population impacts, the Met Office take over, and theirs is a much more push system. So it goes out very proactively through media and so on. But actually, because the interest in heat is so significant, we've seen that even when the heat health alert system activates, the media will pick it up and start reporting that, even though the Met Office are like, this is not part of a public weather system.
So we live in Boston, and somewhere along the line, when one of us turned 65, we just started getting automatic messages.
You're living the dream.
You know? And I've got another question. I know, looking in cities with older housing stock, like Boston, or I'm sure like London, probably the most effective thing to do would be elevators, because we have old people who get trapped in the 5th floor, and they can't go up and down easily. And then when heat gets really bad, they get stuck up there. And so a lot of those deaths are probably in elevator minus buildings where those people can't get out.
Yeah.
The evidence for that was very, very apparent in the Paris tragedy. Yeah.
There's one more question just a few rows back.
Thank you. Andrew Mackenzie from the Physiological Society. Good talk as always. Thank you. On the UKHSA early warning system, where do you see that going next? Do you think is it going to continue to evolve? And when you talk about, say, that you've obviously got the different risk profiles, and low is obviously low risk generally, but high risk for certain vulnerable populations. How do you get the balance right between, I guess, simple, but also recognizing that it is high risk for certain groups, and whose responsibility is it to communicate that quite complicated nature of risk? Is it UKHSA, or is it the NHS, or is it someone else in the ecosystem?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that that's the gap, really. You know, the impact-based warning system as a tool is about as effective and quality assured as it possibly can be. And an early warning system is only as good as its ability to communicate and change behaviours. And like heat is a systemic problem. So if you have somebody who you think is in that low group, then you need to be communicating with them, because it's likely that the system, whether that's, you know, clinicians can't be phoning up other patients all the time. So there are lots of different routes through which these changes can happen, and I wouldn't be able to identify each one of them, which is why I think the capacity building within the health and care system is really critical. The more people I talk into health and care and tell them, this is the tool, this might be relevant for your work, they're like, oh yeah. So that's where we're at, is basically we have a tool, we just need to teach the system how to use it, whether that's people working in community resilience locally or clinicians dealing with, say, community mental health service, or Sanjay, who's got a very specific group of patients who have very high needs when it comes to heat. You know, you could be writing a business plan or advocating for air conditioning for them. The solution is going to be different. The tools are there. I think they need to be implemented much more effectively than they are now by everybody in the system who's responsible for people who might be vulnerable.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you very much for a really excellent talk. Thanks. I'm now very pleased to introduce the next speaker, who is Dr. Omar Tayari from the Institute of Naval Medicine. And he's going to talk about managing heat illness prevention and treatment. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Sanjay, for the invitation. So my name's Omar. I'm a medical doctor, and my interest is in exercise medicine, or sports and exercise medicine, which is why I do the job that I do. And what I really want to sort of talk about today is something slightly different, where we're looking at people who are generally really, really fit, really well, but end up having a problem from exercising in the heat. And I'll try and talk you through how we approach it from the military's perspective. And how we try and mitigate for that. Try and go through that. Looks like a lot. I'll probably talk about all of it. And this is generally the question that we tend to receive, you know, for most days. Somebody who's fit and young suddenly collapses. Somebody who's fit and young, probably the best or the peak of their career, of their sort of fitness, collapses. And there's a reason why they've collapsed. So we try and tease out what exactly has happened to them. Today we'll talk about exertional heat illness, which, as we shall see, is a problem relating to exercise and heat generation from exercise. So normally, when you're sitting down, the normal temperature is about 37.5, or core temperature 37.5. That's normally from metabolism. So you're burning fuel and you're producing some heat, which is maintaining your body's homeostasis and metabolism optimally at sort of 37.5 degrees plus or minus. However, when you start exercising, or when you exercise, you generate more heat because you're burning more fuel. And the byproduct of burning fuel is heat. Unfortunately for the human body, 75% of what you burn in terms of the byproduct is heat, and that gets stored. When you store heat, you need to dissipate it. You need to remove some of that heat so that you can maintain that balance of 37.5. So when you sat there, not doing any exercise, radiation, so you're releasing some heat, convection, when the air is going through or circulating in the room, you dissipate some of that heat, and conduction, you're dissipating some heat into the surface that you're sat in. But when you start exercising, the only sure way that you can dissipate heat is through sweating and evaporation. If you don't do that, then you will be accumulating more heat without the possibility of controlling the heat production in the human body. And that's why we start talking about compensable and non-compensable heat, or conditions. So compensable conditions are you're producing heat, but you're dissipating it. So say, for example, you've been running in a shorts and t-shirt, you're producing heat, but you're dissipating it as you're running. You're running, there's wind blowing, that's taking away some of the heat. But what do we do for our men and women in uniform? We cover them in gear, and we give them more stuff to do. It means that they're producing more heat. And because we've covered them, we're limiting their capability of dissipating the heat. So they are in an uncompensable state. So because we know that, our responsibility is to make sure that we have measures in place to mitigate for the fact that we know we've asked them to do something in an uncompensable state. Added to the fact that from a behavior point of view, so most of you, if you're feeling hot, you will lose some layers. But you can imagine somebody in a military situation, in training or operation or something like that. You're not in that comfort of removing some of those layers. So what do you do about it? That's our responsibility, to come up with the right mechanisms and policies to try and protect our men and women in uniform. We've talked about sweating and evaporation. We've talked about humidity, or it's been talked about humidity. That interferes with your capability to dissipate heat. Because if the vapor is quite high, so you're talking sort of 90 to 100%, you might be sweating a lot, but because you're not evaporating, the heat that you're producing isn't dissipated, isn't mitigated, so you will get a problem. This has been talked about, so globally temperatures going up. The issue with this is that because the external temperature is really, really high, the simple mechanisms of dissipating it will be interfered with. So you can only imagine that that's going to cause a problem. However, today, or my talk is all about the heat that you're generating. So physiologically, you can take care of that if you're not doing much. But the minute you start doing excessive exercise, high intensity exercise, physiologically, your body cannot keep up with that. And that can cause a cascade of events that leads to the clinical syndrome, which is exertional heat illness. And it can be mild, anything from heat cramps, feeling fatigued, all the way to heat stroke, which is collapsing, loss of consciousness, CNS dysfunction or CNS symptoms, and in some cases, death occurring really, really quickly if you don't recognize this and you don't do something about it. At the extreme end, heat stroke, there's two forms. There's an exertional heat stroke, which is the people that we see exercising, producing a lot of heat and collapsing. So athletes, power athletes, endurance athletes, and military people. And there's the classical heat stroke, which is probably majority of the people that you may end up seeing. So if you're not working with athletics or military, elderly gentlemen or ladies or children, so extremes of age, sat in an environment that's increasing in temperature. For example, in a vehicle, suddenly they collapse. In this situation, physiologically, they're not even capable of dealing with that small rise in temperature, and especially in heat waves, where you sat in a vehicle, greenhouse effect has been talked about in the morning, suddenly you radiate, there's a lot of radiant heat that you're accumulating in the body cannot deal with it. You may have seen this video before, one of the Brownlee brothers coming to the end of this triathlon, performing really well, was coming, leading the race, and then suddenly he slowed down because his core temperature is rising, and it's rising rapidly. So at that point there, the body is deciding, the brain is deciding, handbrake, you're not going anywhere because it cannot function beyond that temperature. Here we're talking about at least 40 degrees core temperature. His brother comes around, picks him up, takes him to the finish line so that he can get treated. The other video there is a Kenyan athlete, similar condition, experiencing exertional heat stroke, loss of balance, because the first thing that normally goes will be the cerebellum. So loss of balance, ataxia, absolute no way should get up from that situation. And unfortunately, in a race, you don't get help, because if you get help, you get disqualified from the race, unfortunately. However, if another athlete comes around, picks you up, then you might get a medal. In our situation, this is a fictitious case, but this is what you'd normally tend to see. So somebody exercising, arduous training, difficult training in difficult terrain. And here we talk about jungle situation, because the situation in the jungle is high humidity. So you're working really, really hard. Terrain is up and down, and the humidity is quite high. So you might be sweating, but you're not evaporating. So your temperature goes up, you can reach that cliff edge, and it just drop, collapse, unresponsive, so CNS dysfunction, end up in ITU because of this. Because as your temperature goes up, core temperature goes up, there's reduction in blood supply to your GIT, so your splanchnic circulation. It leads to reduced blood supply to your gut, damage to the gut lining, an instigation of a cascade of events that leads to what looks like sepsis or systemic inflammatory response syndrome. So if you do bloods, the white cell count will be high. You do the temperature, obviously that temperature will be high. So everything is the same as sepsis. The only difference is there is no bacteremia. If you don't do anything about it, very soon somebody can go into multi-organ failure. And as I said before, it's a cascade of events that lead to mild symptoms to severe symptoms. At the initial stage where you get the acute changes, so CNS dysfunction, it's an indicator that something's going wrong. So in patients that you see, for example, some cases that we've talked about with Sanjay, you get somebody losing balance. Is that an indicator that the core temperature is rising and the brain's responding to that? Survival depends on quick recognition and cooling. You have to cool somebody rapidly, otherwise they die quickly. These are some of the mechanisms that we utilize this across military units. So at the top there, forearm immersion, really, really good way of reducing the heat load. But this is for prevention or for the milder cases of heat injury, where you can recognize it quickly, forearm immersion. And this is the US Marine Corps exercising heat mitigation. So introducing forearm immersion, nice mechanism to bring down core temperature as it starts to accumulate. Foot immersion has a similar effect because anatomically you have this nice anastomosis in the upper limbs and the lower limbs that acts as a conveyor belt, as a heat dump. Really, really effective. Any temperature of the water can bring the core temperature down. So really, really effective mechanism can be implemented. So you're talking about, for example, people who struggle in the heat. This is one of the mitigations that can be put in place. For more severe cases, whole body immersion. So normally when somebody is collapsed, the key thing to do at that point is to cool down the entire body, irrespective of what you think might have caused it. If the core temperature is really high, you need to bring the entire body to cool down. So whole body immersion, this is cold water. And as you can see there, a box of slushed ice in a body bag with lots of water to bring the core temperature down as you're monitoring them, so that you don't go from somebody being really, really hot to being really cold. So then what do I do? So this is what I do. So normally we've talked about air conditioning to make sure that the room is comfortable, but mine's the opposite. So the chamber that I work in at the Institute of Naval Medicine is 34 degrees dry heat and 40% humidity. And the essence of this is to exercise individuals to make sure that they can demonstrate a normal thermoregulation. So initially, we put them in an uncompensable state. So you exercise somebody wearing so many layers to get their coat intentionally to get their core temperature to rise. And then after that, you get the layers to come off to see if their body is responding. So the thermostat in the body, is it responding to these conditions that you're introducing to the individuals? We normally tend to see people who've had moderate heat injury, so people who've had high core temperatures with some evidence of organ damage, or severe ones like the case that I talked about, people who've ended up in ITU. Now, we know that some people would take a very long time to recover from this incident. And I've had cases where somebody spent a whole year recovering from this one episode. Some people 2 years. And the implication of that can be dire because these are individuals employed to do their jobs and they cannot go back to do their jobs if their body cannot regulate temperature. So really, really important that number one, we make sure that they're fully recovered. Number two, we test their ability to regulate temperature before allowing these individuals to go back to duty. This is what we see in the clinic. There's two states. The heat tolerance, so ability to raise your temperature intentionally. And then when the layers come off, you get this plateau or thermal equilibrium. It means that you're producing heat, but then you're dissipating it. In the chamber that we use with 40% humidity, you can sweat and evaporate. So we want to see that. We want to see that the core temperature reaches that plateau. In some people who are heat intolerant, despite the layers coming off, despite them being in a compensable state, you find that the core temperature continues to rise. And this may be the case in some of the cases that you see. So neurological problems, have they lost their ability for the body's thermostat to kick in the mechanisms to thermoregulate? Hence why the core temperature continues to rise, which is why we roll back to the mechanisms. Is it heat production? So on the left side of the graph, heat production. Is there a problem, excessive heat production? Or is it an issue with the inability to dissipate heat? So the right-hand side, so the bottom side of the graph. And that's what we look at in the clinic. We look at the physiological response. We look at how they behave in the clinic to determine whether somebody's heat tolerant and able to go back to do literally the same thing that they did to get the injury in the first place. What we're also interested in is diagnosis that can cause a problem with thermoregulation. So in this case, for some patients that come to the clinic, we take blood samples before and after the assessment to look at whether they have an issue with heat production. For example, genetic problems. I mentioned the ryanodine receptors, which, if you're very keen, you remember, is associated with malignant hypothermia. So there is an association between malignant hypothermia and heat stroke or exertional heat injury. So we can screen some of these people to determine whether they have a problem with heat production, or we look at the sweat rate, for example, in terms of the heat dissipation. Do they have an issue with sweating and evaporating? You may recall patients with ectodermal dysplasia, for example, reduction in sweating, or medication. Simple medication such as antihistamines, antimuscarinic action can lower your sweat rate, and that can interfere with thermoregulation. So we want to look at all of that, because studies have shown from patients that we've seen in the clinic that there is that link between exertional heat stroke or heat injury and some of these genetic abnormalities. You take the question further forward into epigenetics. So we talked about genetic changes. The environment can instigate genetic responses or genetic functioning within your body. Can that then be passed on to generations? Is there a specific type of person who you can screen with a genetic abnormality in thermoregulation? So we're interested in that. We also do some studies to look at what's happening internally to the human body during these thermoregulatory responses. For example, the gut microbiome. Is there an issue or changes in gut microbiome? And there's a study that we've done recently at the Institute, which is going to be published. Well, it's been accepted. It's going to be published very soon. That looks at the changes in microbiome and gut permeability in terms of thermoregulation. There's also been studies that have looked at specifically what's happening to you from an inflammatory point of view, and things like upper respiratory infections have been shown to increase the propensity of exertional heat injury. And then just coming to the end, finally, this is a study that, it's not a study, well, it's a paper that has been collaborated through discussions with various militaries across the globe to look at what common themes that we get to see in the military when it comes to exertional heat injury. And with colleagues from the US, Singapore, and in Australia, we've come up with this model where you look at the risk mitigation. If you line all the risk mitigation properly, you know that you will not get heat injury. But if the opposite occurs, if all the problems in terms of inability to do a proper risk assessment, if all of those things are malaligned or misaligned, then you definitely know you will have a problem. It's a preventable problem. It can be reduced, and our aim is to do exactly that. Thank you very much.
Much fascinating, particularly the genetic susceptibility that may exist. Any questions colleagues want to ask? Yeah.
Do you see a gender dimorphism in susceptibility?
That's an interesting question from a military point of view, because when we talk about exertional heat illness, it's all about doing aggressive, sort of very high intensity exercise, which you don't get so many females, for example, in those specific roles. So in terms of the prevalence, we don't get to see that many, but that's because the women are not exposed to that kind of environment. But that's an interesting question because of the variability, diurnal variability, cyclic variability in thermoregulation, but we haven't seen it specifically in the military setting.
I was thinking, so the UK Biobank, where they're collecting, I don't know how many thousands of patients now and doing whole genome sequencing, it'd be quite interesting to look at the sort of set of genes that you think are susceptibility genes for temperature, not being vulnerable. Because a sort of population level study might be an interesting thing to do to see if we can identify pathways where we'd be able to identify susceptibility and get an idea of the population level, if that's something you looked at or you have any comment on. Yeah, so we collaborate with Leeds University. So the Professor Hopkins, Phil Hopkins, at Leeds University, he keeps obviously that record of some of his genetic abnormalities, and especially skeletal muscle genetic abnormalities, which can give you that susceptibility or align with susceptibility. So we do send some patients to him. He does some genetic studies, and in some cases muscle biopsies to look at whether individuals are particularly susceptible to heat illness. Great. Okay. If there's no further questions, I assume you'll tell me if there are any online ones. We'll move on. So thank you for an excellent talk. Thank you. I'm very pleased to now introduce Rose Ingleton, NHS Chief Sustainability Officer, Clinical Fellow. Is that right? She's going to give us a simple guide to decarbonising everything in healthcare. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thanks everyone for inviting me to speak today. My name's Rose. Continuing the neuro theme, I am a neurosurgery specialty trainee, but I'm not come to talk anything neuro today. So for something with a little bit of different flavour, I think, to your talks from earlier, I'm going to chat to you about some of the project work I did as part of my fellowship last year, which is talking about patient care pathways and how we can begin to understand the carbon emissions associated with them and solutions to decarbonise. So hopefully, irrespective of what field you may be in, there might be something that's relevant and useful for you. To begin with, I thought I would just give a little bit of background context. One, because I think there are probably some people in the audience who may well be interested in this, and just demonstrate my credentials associated with this work. So as per my introduction, I was one of the Chief Sustainability Officer's Clinical Fellows last year. For those of you who don't know, the Chief Sustainability Officer is employed by the organisation Greener NHS, which is the sustainability arm of NHS England. And for the last 3-4 years, they've had a fellowship scheme whereby individuals can work on sustainability projects for a whole year and take some time out of their work. It's run by the Faculty of Medical Leadership and Management, so it's also a leadership fellowship for those who are interested and will give you leadership training. And as I said, it's run with Greener NHS and NHS England. It's open to allied health professionals and doctors who have completed F1 and F2. And it's basically run as a 1-year out of programme secondment. And as I said, you will be able to work full time for 1 year on sustainability initiatives, depending on who you work for. As part of this fellowship, you could work for a variety of organisations. A lot of my colleagues worked for integrated care boards. You could work for a charity, a non-governmental organisation, or a regulator, for example. And just to give you a flavour of some of my colleagues, so one of my colleagues was a deputy editor for Net Zero at BMJ. I had a few colleagues working in ICBs, one who looked at e-bikes for getting medications and home visits from GP surgeries, one who introduced an ICB-wide inhaler recycling scheme, and a colleague of mine who actually worked with the Chief Nursing Office in NHS England, also on pathways, looking at a sustainable wound care pathway. Since it's the organisation I worked for, and it was nice to hear they actually got a name drop in one of the earlier sessions, because admittedly, I think not a lot of people know about them until you actively go seeking for them, but surprisingly, they are in the background of a lot of sustainability initiatives and policy and papers, often known as SHC, not to be confused with CSH, the Centre for Sustainable Healthcare, and have very different roles. So SHC was the organisation I was seconded to. It's an organisation that offers a collaboration between partners in both the private and public health sectors. And essentially, it tries to look at a collaborative approach to identify solutions for sustainability problems within healthcare. This is their mission statement, which I'll just leave up there for you to read. And you can see on the right some of our partners, a lot of pharmaceutical companies. And again, I know earlier there was discussion about how pharma can be involved in these initiatives, industry, as well as public health bodies, including NHS England, Scotland, Wales, and other organisations. Again, for interest for some of you, what sort of stuff do we do, and why have we got into pathways and other similar projects? A big thing of ours is carbon calculators, which is something which I'll go into today to some extent. But for those of you who may work in general practice or have links with general practice, SHC have produced a carbon calculator looking at the non-clinical side of general practice, so more the logistics of your building, energy, water, resource utilization, and they've created a carbon calculator you can see in that image to help partners and people working in general practice look at their carbon emissions. A huge area of work which I think will probably be of interest probably to a lot of people in the audience is clinical trials. As I'm sure you can appreciate, the environmental burden associated with delivering clinical trials and particularly resource utilisation can be huge. And given the nature of their partners, which you saw on the previous slide, this is really an area of interest for them. So they've done a lot of work looking at how we can assess the carbon impact of clinical trials, and similarly have produced a calculator for that. And then moving a little bit more onto pathways, again, which obviously is the point of this talk, but just setting up some of the background. They've done a lot of work with the renal world. They did some work with Newcastle to look at their in-centre haemodialysis pathway, and they essentially did some extensive data collection and work with the team there to produce a carbon calculator for teams to quantify the emissions associated with in-centre haemodialysis. Again, as you can understand, that's a very resource-heavy and patient encounter-heavy treatment process, and they've now produced an internationally recognised carbon calculator looking at haemodialysis. So how did we get into pathways, and why are SHC looking at pathways? This work actually began 10 or so years ago now, so long predating my fellowship with SHC. And back in 2015, a piece of work was produced with the SDU, which was the Sustainable Development Unit, the then predecessor to Greener NHS. And they produced this work, which essentially taught clinicians, healthcare professionals, academics, how they could understand the environmental impact associated with their patient care pathway. And this is just an example of some of the documents. So they produced these very detailed guidance documents advising how one could begin to appraise the environmental impact of their pathway. And what I'll go into shortly is the kind of whole premise of our approach to looking at your patient care pathway. They use this building block approach whereby a patient pathway for any given disease or process that you want to look at is simplified into a building block approach where you aggregate your patient activities into modules, assign a carbon factor to each one, and you're essentially able to understand the impact of the whole pathway. And these are some example activities you may have, and I'm sure for the clinicians in the room, there's lots of crossover. So most or many patient care pathways will have interactions with a GP at some point. They may or may not require hospital admission. There will, of course, be travel associated with some of the healthcare activities. All of this documentation produced at the time was based on real patient data. For example, I know a large volume of the surgical procedure data was based on collected data from the operating theatres in one of the hospitals in Liverpool, and similarly travel data was used based on national travel surveys, etc. So it used real patient and hospital data to generate emission factors associated with patient clinical activity. And on the right, this was a carbon calculator tool which was made at the time to allow people to have a simplified way of calculating the carbon associated with their pathway. Just for clarification, I will talk of everything in terms of calculating carbon. I know that's not the be-all and end-all in terms of measuring environmental impact, but for simplified terms, we talk about carbon equivalent. So I will always say carbon measurement, even though obviously it encompasses many more things than that. So where are the SHC now? So this was part of my fellowship and why I got involved, really. So a couple of years ago, SHC and Greener NHS sat down and had a chat about this work that was produced previously, and thought that actually everything probably needed a little bit of a refresh. Obviously, in the intervening 8 to 10 years, a lot of stuff has happened. A lot of the emission factors were out of date. Obviously, huge changes in terms of the electricity grid, and it was just felt that a lot of the work was a bit out of date and a bit inaccessible. I was brought into this for this to be part of my projects, and actually I think it was quite useful coming as a jobbing clinician who was interested in sustainability but perhaps not an expert, and I think through discussions amongst ourselves we felt that actually also this information was probably not accessible for the vast majority of clinicians, and actually I know a lot of talking about sustainability in healthcare is about reaching everyone, not just those who are passionate, and if we want to reach everyone we probably need some simplified tools and tips and tricks that people who perhaps not the most interested or enthused or perhaps only to a small extent can use. So this was one of our real take-home points of this project, was that we wanted something that people who were interested but perhaps not experts could use when looking at their patient care pathways. And specifically, again, I'll show you shortly, but we felt that for the vast majority of clinicians, healthcare professionals and others working in a healthcare environment, we didn't need something that was really very detailed. It was more about identifying where there may be carbon hotspots in your pathway and opportunities for change. The absolute numbers for most of us probably didn't matter too much. It was about hotspotting and identifying where the real problems lie. So what came out of all of this was that we developed this online knowledge hub, which I'll show you shortly, which is basically this one-stop shop for anyone and everyone to understand why we look at patient care pathways, what we think the benefit of it is, how you can begin to appraise your patient care pathway, most importantly, actions you can take to reduce the carbon impact, and some case studies and like I say, helpful tips and tricks. So I've spoken a lot about patient care pathways without actually saying why we're even talking about them. So what are patient care pathways? We know that patient care pathways are used across medicine, and essentially a patient care pathway is a series of activities, events, clinical interactions for a particular patient population or disease entity. And the reason we use pathways is that it allows us to have an evidence-based approach to ensure that all patients with that disease or condition receive an appropriate standard of care with minimisation in variability. And all of us who work in the clinical world will well recognise patient care pathways and the patients we have on them. Obviously, these pathways need to be assessed to allow for constant improvement and change. And as many of you working in healthcare can see, typical metrics may include patient outcomes, typically cost effectiveness, resource utilisation, efficiency, and what patients think of the pathway. However, it's really not standard practice currently to look at environment as a metric of appraisal for these for these pathways. And as a result, we felt that this represented a real opportunity for us to add sustainability to the metrics for patient care pathway appraisal. And obviously not at the expense of the other metrics, but to think that how this can be incorporated in an assessment when people are looking to change or improve or update their patient care pathways. So I'm going to give you a little flavour of how you can begin to do this yourself. And this is the most important first step, really. Why do you want to appraise your pathway? What do you think you could change about it? How are you going to achieve this? What information do you expect to receive? And what are you going to do with that information? And I think it's really crucial to think about all of this first to try and ascertain what you're trying to achieve with this appraisal. With the renal team in Newcastle, they were very clear that they wanted to do a very detailed appraisal of their hemodialysis pathway. And I've just put this picture here to illustrate that I don't think this is representative of the vast majority of us, and I don't think this is what is needed. For those of you in this world, you'll know about life cycle assessments where detailed carbon footprinting is performed for every kind of item, pharmaceutical encounter, every kind of scrap of energy that's used for that encounter. And that's what this may look like as shown in this infographic. But the reality of this is that it takes time, it takes money, and quite a lot of expertise in this area. I have several colleagues who are doing 3-year PhDs, kind of looking solely at this. So actually what most of us need is probably something that looks like this. And as I said earlier, we take a very simplified version of our pathway, identify some hotspots and think about simple changes we can make that should have a really meaningful impact without having to do a lot of the legwork for it. So I'll quickly talk you through our approach. We've got a 5-step approach to appraising a patient care pathway, and I'll show you some tools that you can use to do this. This all sounds very simplified, and when I show it to you, it will look oversimplified, which I think is to its benefit. And I also think if any of you who are interested want to look at the webpage afterwards, it will add a little bit more detail to this, but in a very simplified way. This is the 5 steps. So, as I mentioned before, pick your pathway and think about the reasons for choosing that pathway and what you hope to gain from it, and map the activity. So map the core patient interactions that your patient is having with healthcare providers. Source carbon factors. This sounds extremely flippant, and I will show you soon why it is not. But for obviously each of these activities, you need to assign a carbon value for that healthcare encounter, and I will show you where you can source these. Allocate carbon factors to each activity and scale up. So we know that in a patient pathway, there may be several GP encounters, there may be several outpatient clinics, there may be several days in hospital. So scale up based on your specific patient population. Calculate your total and identify your hotspots. And then, as I've said, the most important part of this is finding change you can make. So I've chosen a very oversimplified pathway, again specifically so just so I can give you an example of what this might look like. This is some of these slides from a previous talk, so I deliberately chose something non-neurosurgical, and so I apologize, it is also non-neurological, but I think that's probably to its benefit to show how it can be applied to pathways that you don't even have to have a huge amount of familiarity with. So I chose an outpatient elective laparoscopic cholecystectomy pathway. So a patient will go to their GP for a consultation, perhaps say I've got a little bit of abdominal pain. GP will send them for an investigation. They'll probably go back to their GP for the results of that investigation, be referred to a specialist, decide they need to have surgery, go to a preoperative assessment clinic, have their procedure, and then they may well have a follow-up appointment afterwards. So possibly quite a representative pathway for a relatively common and simple surgical procedure. Source carbon factors. So this was the area that I said I've oversimplified. Essentially, the good news is that there are published carbon factor tables online, and I will show you where you can find these. People have done the legwork before and have done the data collection and have the information available for you to use. Again, the caveat to that being that this data is taken from a lot of sources. There are different inclusion and exclusion criteria. There are different patient populations. So as I said before, possibly take the numbers with a slight pinch of salt, and it's more about finding hotspots than the absolute, but still they exist, and I will show you where to find them. So for my pathway, these are the items I listed previously. One thing to note, as I said, those carbon factors have different inclusion and exclusion criteria. It's very important to note which include travel and which don't include travel. It's always the area, which can cause people slight problems, just because some people have calculated it, including patient travel and excluding. So, for example, for these, I looked at my carbon factors on my table and saw that GP consultation and the clinics included travel, but the diagnostic tests and the inpatient stay didn't. So I've just looked that I needed to separate those. This is what my patient pathway looked like. So a few face-to-face appointments, an ultrasound scan, a few bits and bobs of travel, an hour-long operation, a night in hospital, and all of those things. These are my carbon factors I've taken from those tables. Again, as I said, everything is done in equivalent kilograms of CO2. I've scaled up based on how many of each appointment type I've had, and this is the number I've got. As I'll keep reiterating, the absolute number I don't think is the point. It's more about looking at what numbers look disproportionately large to others. Again, you may look at this and think, well, actually, that seems a little bit unusual that an hour-long surgical procedure is not dissimilar to, say, a 20-minute clinic appointment. But as I said, there's lots of different variables with this data, and it's really about carbon hotspotting. Inclusion, exclusion criteria are a little bit different for all of them. But I think the overall premise still holds true in that a single ultrasound scan is actually a relatively kind of a very low energy intensive investigation versus a surgical procedure. Again, you'd expect a GP consultation and GP clinic setting to be of a lower resource utilization than an outpatient clinic in a busy hospital with the associated tests you may have as you walk through the door. So based on this, I would probably say hotspots look to be my surgical procedure, a night in hospital, and probably some of the outpatient appointments. And then it's about implementing change. And again, I'll show you on the webpage just quickly in a moment. We do have tips and tricks for how you can implement changes and some of the strategies, but I've just done a very quick example here. I'm not suggesting that this is appropriate for all pathways, but I've just quickly looked at alternatives that could be considered, which may be lower carbon alternatives. So for example, my 2 face-to-face GP consultations, it may be appropriate for one or both of them to be a virtual appointment. And you can see how that total carbon's gone from 20 odd kilos to less than 1. Similarly, our outpatient clinic and diagnostic tests, for example, we know in breast screening, that's now offered as a one-stop shop where you have your ultrasound and mammogram appointment with a consultant, and then you may or may not receive a few extra additional pieces of information via a telephone call afterwards. By being able to combine this into a single appointment, you can save a significant amount of carbon. And also not to forget, it's about patients' opinion as well. We know based on evidence that patients prefer to have one appointment where everything is sorted in one go. And then finally, again, obviously not appropriate for all procedures, particularly in my line of work. But we know we're moving more and more towards day case surgical procedures where we can to remove the resource burden associated with inpatient hospital stays. And in a lot of small general surgical procedures, an inpatient stay is not necessary. And again, like I say, ignore the absolute numbers exactly, but we've gone from 170 odd to 80 odd, so we've halved it. The only place I would say where maybe the numbers are useful is a lot of people use this for things such as business cases. If they're trying to demonstrate to managers or teams at work that they want to make a change to their pathway, sometimes they do quite like to have some objective numbers to at least assign to a business case. So there are uses for it, but in terms of what I think a clinician needs for a simplified assessment, I don't think the numbers are important. Despite having shown you all that, I thought it was useful for the process. We have created a calculator which does all of that for you, which I'm just going to quickly show to you, but I did think it was useful to show you the process. So if this works, I'm going to quickly show you. He says, where do I need to?
Be quiet.
There's probably so many tabs open. Amazing, thank you. So just to show you, this is our webpage, shcoalition.org. This is our knowledge hub, which has a bit of background information. As I said, it shows you some tips and tricks about taking action with the carbon calculator. But what I really want to show you is that from the home page, you can access the carbon calculator. And I'm just going to show you a really quick one just to show you how easy it is. So you can do different currencies because the ultimate aim is that this will be utilised internationally. So I just put lap chole, Rose, 2024. And then you can scale up for however many patients you have. So I'm going to say I've got 50 lap chole patients for a year. I'll just pick a couple just to give you an idea. So I won't do all of them. So let's say we've got a GP consultation, surgical treatment and a bed stay. Let's do those. Save and continue. So you tick all the ones that are appropriate for your pathway and it has them here. And then you just need to enter the information that you need. So say for each pathway, for each lap chole patient, they go to 2 GP appointments. Is travel associated with their GP appointment? Yes. The nice thing about this is that all the carbon factors are inbuilt, but it does give you the option of some tailoring. So if you want to input specific travel for your patient, if you've done a travel survey, for example, you can input that. But if you haven't, it will use default values, which, as I've said, are based on national patient travel survey data. So I'll say 95% of my patients make their own way to the GP and say 5% might require patient transport, and we'll leave the distance blank. As you said, for each laparoscopic cholecystectomy, they might need 1 ward-based bed day. They won't need any intensive care bed days. Is patient travel included? Yes. Again, I'm going to leave the travel blank, and I'm going to say, again, if we do 5% need hospital transport, 95% self-travel, and 0% need an emergency ambulance. And then finally, surgical treatment. I'm going to add a procedure. I'm going to add a lap chole, a 1-hour procedure, and each patient has 1 procedure. Is the transport associated elsewhere? Yes, we've included it in their inpatient stay, so don't include it twice. This hopefully should become obsolete, given that we now don't use desflurane anymore. And then you can either pick for your surgical procedure a default based on an average hour of surgery, or now that more LCAs are being completed for more and more surgical procedures, starting to build them into our calculator. So conveniently, laparoscopic cholecystectomy is one of our ones. So I'm going to tick that. I don't know what electricity is used in my hospital. I don't know what fuel is used. I don't know how much fuel is used. So let's keep this nice and simple. Save and continue. So I've completed all those 3 sections. Obviously, that is by no means everything we've said that is included in this pathway, but I'm just going to say calculate carbon. And it gives us this. So it gives us some numbers. It gives us a quick visual representation of where your hotspots are. And like I say, it's just a much quicker and easy way of doing what I just showed you. Let's just quickly show the last bit. Like I say, if you do want to get the numbers yourself and do a manual calculation, this is where to find them. You can either get them through the SHC website, or another piece of work I was involved in last year. Greener NHS have produced their own carbon factors activity table for clinical activity. So if anyone who has an NHS email address, I suggest you sign up through Futures. Go on the Greener NHS Knowledge Hub, which is a wealth of information for everything sustainability and healthcare, and you can get the carbon emission factors table from there if you would like. This is all quite new. The new carbon calculator is very new. The Knowledge Hub is very new. We're very keen for people to give us feedback, tell us if it's really oversimplified, if they think it's of use, and for people to map it out with their own pathways, do some case studies, and essentially give us some feedback and see how we can help you look at your patient care pathways. And this really just scratches the surface in a very simple way. So for people who are genuinely interested, we're more than happy to have a very detailed conversation about it. And I'll leave it at that and happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Great. Thanks very much. Time for one question. Interesting calculator. Should you get it on your app on your phone? Okay, one brief question, then we'll move on.
So a lot of those calculations assumed decisions about changes in patient care. Now, some of those decisions might be really advantageous to the patient, others may be disadvantageous. So I wonder how you expect clinicians to use this. In other words, whether you have virtual meetings or in-person meetings. And that's simple.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing is this shouldn't be the driver and it shouldn't be the only consideration when looking at patient care pathways. But I think it's the fact that this has never really been considered before. And I think especially when people are looking at patient care pathway updates or modification, if you have two alternatives, which you know based on patient outcomes, feedback and other data are equivalent, why not then look at your carbon impact to try and make a decision? So I think that it's, rather than being the most important thing, it's more why are we not looking at it as a factor?
Great. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks a lot. So I'm now very pleased to introduce Dr. Natalia Kurek from Greener NHS Programme, who's going to talk about Greener NHS. Thank you.
So thank you very much for having me here today. My name is Natalia. I'm one of the Deputy Directors of the Greener NHS Programme based at NHS England. So my talk's going to be slightly different, I think, to many of the ones that you've had today. You've had a lot about the health impacts of climate change. Emer touched on the adaptation side. And what I'm really going to focus on today is what is the NHS doing to decarbonise itself, because the NHS is also part of the problem. So let me dive in. So this is what you've had a lot about today. So I won't go into it, but the climate emergency is also a health emergency. We know that it's not only affecting health outcomes, but it's also affecting our ability to deliver care. So as Emer touched on, overheating incidences are increasing across hospitals in the UK. We're seeing increased storms, increased flooding, all of these affecting the way that we can deliver care, but also the impact climate change actually has on our health, on our mental health, but also on our physical health. So what's our responsibility as those who work and interact with the NHS? So the NHS is the largest employer in the UK, so over 1.4 million staff. And the NHS itself contributes to over 4.6% of UK's carbon emissions. So we know that we're both part of the challenge, but we have to be part of the solution. And when we talk about tackling climate change, we don't just talk about the impacts it will have on improved health, the impact it will have on the environment, but it has also got huge social and financial benefits as well. And it's really those that we need to build that narrative on to actually encourage leaders to take action in this space. We also know those who are disproportionately affected by inequalities also are most vulnerable to climate impacts as well. So again, a huge reason to take action. So we've been working in this space at the NHS for a number of years, and I won't go into all of this, but we were the first healthcare system in the world back in 2022 to actually embed net zero targets in health legislation. So that was a really exciting moment for us. And we've also seen every single trust and ICB develop a green plan 3 years ago, and they're currently in the process of refreshing those green plans as we put out new green plan guidance earlier this year. So any of you who are interested in this within your organisations, please do reach out to those who are developing those green plans at the moment. And also critical for us was, as part of the Darzi review on the healthcare system, it was highlighted that there is no trade-off between climate responsibilities and reducing waiting lists. And that was really important for us to see that there and drive the work forward, because health and climate are mutually reinforcing goals. And that was really highlighted in that report. So what are our net zero targets? So we've set 2 net zero targets. One for the emissions that we control directly, that's 2040, and one for the emissions that we can influence, and that's 2045. You can see what's within those scopes. So the 2040 are direct emissions in the white box, and then the broader box for those emissions that we can actually influence. You might think 2040 and 2045 are decades away, so why bother taking any action now? But we've set 80% reduction targets much sooner than that, 2028 to 2032 for our direct emissions. So we really do need to be taking action every single day in order to get there. Diving a little bit more into the detail, the pie chart on the left just highlights a little bit more about the proportion of where some of those carbon emissions sit. So the light green, where we call our kind of NHS carbon footprint, so those are those direct emissions that I was talking about. You can see it's predominantly around kind of building energy, water and waste, anesthetic gases, and metered dose inhalers. So medicines that we kind of directly prescribe on our sites. But what's really scary, in my personal opinion, is this blue side of the pie chart. And those are our emissions that we can influence. So that's our wider supply chain. There's a huge amount of work that needs to be done there. And what the table on the right-hand side shows is those sources of carbon emissions against different settings of care. So as you can see, the bubbles are mainly focused on that acute column. That's actually really, there's work to be done in every single setting of care, be that primary care, be that ambulance trusts, be that mental health. There is work to be done across the entire healthcare system. So you might ask, how are we doing this? And so what I focused, these areas of our programme really focus on the decarbonisation element. But as Emo alluded to earlier, there's a huge amount of work that's also going on in adaptation, which I won't touch on today. So I'm not going to focus on all of those areas. I'm just going to pull out a few that might be of particular relevance to you all today. So I thought it would be prudent to start with the supply chain, just because it is such a huge proportion of that chart of our carbon emissions. And when we talk about our supply chain, we talk about two sides of it, really, the supplier-driven side and the demand-driven side. And so there's one that we have slightly more control over as those who work in the NHS, but we should also be aware of that supplier-driven side as well. So we have over 80,000 suppliers in the NHS. So that's a huge purchasing power. And many of those suppliers also supply healthcare systems around the world. So what we have done is we've set up a net zero supplier roadmap, which clearly shows here what our expectations are to our suppliers. They need to deliver carbon reduction plans, and they need to be able to tell us exactly what their carbon emissions are in regards to scope 1 and 2, and soon to be in 2027 their scope 3 emissions as well. We're also looking at how we can slowly start to slightly better understand what some of those product level requirements might look like in future years. But this is us saying to our suppliers, you also have to take action and responsibility yourselves. Then there's the other side, the demand-driven side, and that's where many of you as clinicians, many of you who work within the NHS, really have a role to play. And that's really about managing our resources effectively and sustainably. And I really don't think we do that as a workforce. And it's really based around some very simple principles about reducing the use of products, unnecessary products, reusing products where we can, making sure that we're procuring products that are reusable, then looking at reprocessed products, renewables, and then actually when they are recyclable, are we recycling them? I think that's a huge problem. It seems incredibly basic, but I think in many instances we actually aren't even recycling a product when it is recyclable. So these are actions that every single individual can take, be that in a clinic setting, a theatre setting, a community setting. Every single individual can talk about this and really encourage their staff to think about effective resource management. And what's really exciting is that the department last year, the Department of Health, developed a kind of Design for Life roadmap in partnership with many collaborators, including ourselves at NHS England. And it made a commitment that by 2045, the UK will have transitioned away from all avoidable single-use medtech products towards a functioning circular system. So this is really encouraging. This is a government initiative. And you'll see a few facts. I'm not going to kind of read them all out to you. But this is really focused around quite a few areas that we know we need to work on. So what's the behavioural change that's needed to start bringing back circular medtech devices? And by I say medtech, the definition of medtech is incredibly broad and includes textiles and everything as part of this. But what are the behavioural change elements that are needed? What are the incentives that are needed to suppliers? What are the regulatory changes that need to happen? MHRA, others. How can we bring them along the journey? What are those key products that we can start to think about and work on? So there's a huge amount of work that's slowly starting to kind of build up as part of this, which is really exciting to see. Swiftly moving on to another area, big area of our carbon footprint are our estates. So it won't come as a surprise to you that our estates are not incredibly energy efficient. So we've got 4 kind of very basic steps that we kind of refer to always in terms of decarbonising the estate. Again, I won't go into them a huge amount, but there is a focus on starting to increase the volume of on-site renewables. And that's where we're really getting a huge amount of traction, and that's a really exciting space. So I guess our real big success story over the last couple of months, and a huge amount of work is happening at the moment, is a partnership with Great British Energy, where we received £100 million for NHS trusts to install solar power and battery storage solutions. So this is covering over 200 sites, and the fantastic thing about this is the return on investment, and we're expecting that once in place, these new solar installations are expected to deliver savings of around £8.6 million a year, and potentially up to 260 million over the panel's lifetime across the NHS. So these are big economic savings, which is really driving this work. And even, I think 2 days ago was announced that we've received a further £250 million from the public sector decarbonisation scheme as well. So that's looking more broadly, and not just at solar panels, about how we decarbonise our buildings. So quite a lot of work going on there, and an understanding of why we need to do this. And again, as Emma mentioned, not maybe so the solar power, but a lot of this work also looks at kind of LED lighting, reducing overheating events in hospitals as well. And so there's a huge kind of protective factor from an adaptation perspective as well. One that might be of interest as well to colleagues here today is medicines and the huge impact that they have on our emissions. So 25% of our total emissions. Quite a small number of medicines make up quite a large proportion of those, so inhalers and anaesthetic gases, but there's also a huge amount of unknown within the medicines carbon footprinting space as well. A success story that hopefully many of you will know about is the successful decommissioning of desflurane a couple of years ago now. And you can see from the charts how that the drop-off of the use of desflurane over the last couple of years. But the main reason I wanted to highlight this was the power of clinicians and of clinical leadership. None of this would have happened without the leadership of the Association of Anaesthetists and the Royal College of Anaesthetists and clinical colleagues saying, yes, there are safe clinical alternatives, and we do know the impact that desflurane has on the environment. And it's really this clinical leadership that is needed to drive a lot of the clinical change. It cannot be us within NHS England and the department. It has to be that groundswell of clinical voices. Again, nitrous oxide, a very potent medical gas. And a huge amount of wastage within the system, leaking manifolds, and just frankly systems that are switched on and aren't being used in many hospitals. So a huge amount of work that we're doing on nitrous oxide waste mitigation, which can save money, can also clearly reduce carbon emissions. There's also exposure risk as well to staff associated with it. So lots of co-benefits associated with this. Currently, there is funding available for trusts who do want to decommission their nitrous oxide manifolds. So if any of you do work in that space, please do check this out because there is funding available at the moment for that. But probably kind of, this is slightly broader, maybe more applicable to all of you, but we actually have to think about this kind of more holistically and actually think about, are we actually prescribing medicines appropriately to patients? Are we over-prescribing medicines to patients? What are we doing with our pharmacy colleagues in terms of wastage of medicines, of return of medicines, of recycling to medicines? So a lot of work going on in both of those spaces. And then more broadly with industry, what we're looking at is actually a standard for doing a life cycle assessment of a medicine so that industry starts to understand where in the manufacturing process of a medicine is that carbon hotspot, so that industry can start to collaborate better to reduce the carbon emissions associated with medicines. So there is a consultation that's open at the moment for any of you who are budding LCA scientists, but looking at what that LCA might look like for a medicine. And Rose did a lot of this earlier, so I'm grateful because it's the last talk of the day, so I don't want to drag on for too long. But it goes without saying that every single care component has an associated carbon footprint. So a telephone consultation all the way through to an intensive, intensive care stay. And what we know is that if care needs are high and complex, if we deliver care inefficiently, if we treat people in the wrong settings or in carbon intensive settings, all of these lead to increase in carbon emissions. So that's why we've developed quite a simple framework, which helps, similarly to the calculator that Rose was talking about, helps clinicians understand within their care pathway what are those very basic elements, those very simple considerations, all, needless to say, which should be happening anyway, do improve patient outcomes and care, but it's almost adding a kind of an environmental lens on it. All of these also reduce carbon emissions. And I think one to just really focus on is efficiency and making sure that we really are delivering care at the right time and in the right place. And also, I'm not sure how much it was touched on maybe earlier in the day, but prevention, preventing patients from coming into hospital is really where there's a huge win from an environmental perspective, as well as kind of patient outcome, experience, financial, etc. So just very briefly, I guess the way that we work on the clinical side within Greener NHS is we do lots of collaboration internally within the organisation. So I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with the Getting It Right First Time programme, but this is the programme very much focused on productivity and efficiency. And we're working with them to embed environmental sustainability, but mainly carbon, in terms of demonstrating that as a co-benefit of a lot of these productivity measures. For any of those of you who might be interested, to link in, a number of guides are being produced over the coming months and years, kind of lessons learned on how to decarbonize various pathways. So please do get in touch and we can connect you to the right people. But as I mentioned earlier, with the success of desflurane, it's communities, it's clinical communities who work together who can really drive change. And that's why what we've done is partnered with a huge number of colleges, of institutes, and supported them in developing resources so that they have developed something that speaks to their clinical community and that they can take into their practice and to their leaders and to their teams to demonstrate this is the change, these are the changes that we need to make. A huge number of resources here, a lot that can be, that are very similar across a lot of these, as Rose was alluding to earlier, in terms of, surgical stays, GP stays, all of that kind of overlaps across these. But there is a huge amount of work that can be done and can be built on from some of these collaborations for those who might be interested. And finally, it's probably worth saying that we don't have all the answers. We're not pretending that we have all the answers. We say that we've been doing this for a while, but it's very much in its infancy in comparison to a lot of other areas within healthcare. 5 years ago, I would say there were absolutely no funding calls for research in the decarbonisation of healthcare. We've seen that really change over the last few years. And most recently, this announcement of £42 million, 7 interdisciplinary research hubs, which is really exciting, 2 which are entirely focused on health and care decarbonisation, 1 based in Exeter and 1 in Sussex, Brighton and Sussex. And that's only the beginning. There's an NIHR environmental call that's sitting next week, which previously, when I sat on a panel about 3 or 4 years ago, we had about 10 applications. Now we have 120 applications. So the interest in this space is really getting there, but we still do not have all of the answers. So a huge amount of work still to be done in the research and innovation space. So do get your thinking caps on, because the funding calls, especially with NIHR, I know will open again every single year for the next 5 years. There is a commitment for that. So if any of you are kind of budding researchers, please do keep an eye out on that. But that was a whistle-stop tour, and hopefully gives you a little bit of insight of the kind of the progress that we've made today and the areas that we focus on. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks a lot. Really clear talk, really helpful. So time for one question, maybe? Clearly a huge amount going on. Was that £42 million a year for the next 7 years? All right, okay. Still good though, still good. Okay. There's no burning questions. Thank you very much for an excellent talk. Thanks for coming. So we're just going to close the meeting very quickly now. So if you couldn't remain in your chairs, that would be really appreciated. The first thing I'd like to do is award 4 certificates for each of the posters. There were some excellent posters presented. I'm not sure if the poster presenters are still here, but we will announce their names, and each certificate results in Sanjay planting 20 trees, is what I understand. So I'm just going to quickly read out the colleagues who've got certificates. So Ravi Shankara, is he or she here? Yep, great. Cheers. Cheers. Medina. Oh, they're all here. Great. Well done. Julio. Julio's trees maybe another day. And then finally Vijay. Okay, so those two, we'll send them to them. So well done to everybody. So I want to thank all of you for attending. I want to thank our sponsors again, to thank our partner, the Lancet Neurology, in putting on this meeting, to thank Sanjay for his kind of leadership in making this all happen. But we particularly would like to say a special thank you to Sandra, who's going to be shocked, but we have got a small gift, I think, for Sandra, which is carbon neutral. I think Sanjay will give you the gift if you'd like to come down. So thank you very much. Maybe we'll give Sandra a round of applause. She arranged the whole thing. Thank you, Sandra. I know how hard it is organising these meetings, a lot of work. Thank you, of course, to all the speakers. Excellent talks, all of them. It's a really important area. And that's why there will be Hot Brain 4, which Sanjay is already planning. So please, as soon as we've got the date, we'll send it to you and hope you'll be able to attend. But that's it for today. And thank you, everyone, for attending. Thanks a lot.